Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Naruto, the Mirror World Outsider. Chapter 1, The Outsider. Boss, how much is this mask? It was a snowy afternoon. Flakes of pristine white drifted down from the sky, blanketing the street in a soft white layer. A young boy in a pitch-black coat stood before a mask vendor's stall. Bending down, he casually picked up a mask from the stand and asked, "You brat. Who told you to touch that?" The store owner suddenly screamed like his pants were on fire. He snatched the mask from the boy's hands and, pulling out a cloth from his pocket, vigorously wiped the spot the boy had touched, as if trying to scrub off some disgusting stain. All the while, he glared at the child with loathing. Under the man's stare, the boy slowly stood upright and lifted his head slightly. His piercing blue eyes calmly met the owner's, then he turned to leave without saying a word. Smack. Humph. Who'd want something touched by a damn demon fox like you? Count me unlucky. The vendor hurled the mask at the boy's back, where it struck before falling into the snow. Pedestrians nearby began to notice the commotion. A moment of surprise flashed across their faces before they gathered around, whispering among themselves. Be careful. Don't go near that blonde brat. He's cursed. He's the reason the fourth Hokage died. Yeah, I heard he's the Nine-Tails incarnation. A real monster. Totally. I almost got eaten by him a few years back. I saw it with my own eyes, he devoured people whole. Even the village's strongest ninja were killed by that fox. Why does the Hokage still let him stay in the village? The boy paid no attention to the noise around him, unfazed as always. But as he turned to pick up the mask from the snow, he paused, just for a second. On the mask was a smiling fox face. But in his eyes, that smile was full of mockery. Even a mask is looking down on me. No. It's just me not staying calm enough. I still let these people get to me a little. After reflecting on his emotions, the boy picked up the mask, now dusted with snow, and put it over his face. The icy snow water clinging to the mask melted slightly from his body heat. Just then, two masked figures suddenly appeared before him. Ah. They're ANBU. Someone in the crowd recognized the newcomers. In an instant, the gathering dispersed. Fearful glances and murmurs faded as people backed away and left in twos and threes. After all, they were just curious bystanders. But these newcomers weren't ordinary ninja, they were ANBU, the Hokage's personal agents. Their presence alone commanded awe and fear. Uzumaki Naruto. It's time to go home. The Hokage is waiting. Yeah, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. No need to remind me so deliberately. The wind picked up. Looking up through the mask, Naruto watched as snowflakes swirled like willows in the breeze, falling heavier and faster by the second. In truth, he, Uzumaki Naruto, wasn't from this world. In his original world, he'd been an abandoned child, born paralyzed from the waist down. Thanks to the support of a local community, he barely learned a trade and managed to survive in a society of towering skyscrapers. Then, fate played a cruel trick. During a sudden earthquake, trapped alone at home in his wheelchair, he died, bitter and unwilling, while watching anime. As life slipped away, he had only one wish in his heart. If only I could live a healthy life, just once. When he next awoke, he found himself reborn as an infant. His cries of excitement had barely left his mouth when he realized he was once again destined to be alone. He had become Uzumaki Naruto. His parents, after whispering a few final words to him, were about to leave him forever. He never even got to open his eyes to see their faces before an immense power surged into his frail body. Then he blacked out. It had been 4 years since he arrived in this world. And yet, the snow here was no different from the one he remembered. The winters were just as cold. Crunch, crunch. Naruto, still wearing the mask, walked home over the soft, snowy ground. Behind him trailed the two ANBU. As the group turned a corner, a delicate-looking boy with black hair could be seen up ahead. Holding the hand of a ponytailed young man, he suddenly tugged excitedly and pointed at Naruto. Big brother. I want a mask too. Sasuke, what kind of design do you like? The young man's voice was gentle, and his handsome face carried soft laugh lines near the nose. After Naruto and the others disappeared into the distance, he stepped forward and crouched down with his back to the boy. On the back of his clothes was a distinct fan-shaped crest. Little Sasuke's face turned red with excitement. The next second, he gleefully climbed onto the young man's back, his clothes bearing the same fan-shaped symbol. Hey, Naruto. I never imagined that at only 4 years old, you've already learned all the basic kanji, and your comprehension is outstanding too. You're a bright, gifted child. In a run-down little building, an elderly voice chuckled kindly. His praise carried genuine warmth. Reading isn't that impressive. Besides, Hokage-sama, you've been teaching me for a while now. I've seen plenty of kids my age already practicing ninjutsu. They're the real geniuses. Naruto's reply came in a young but steady voice. After he finished speaking, silence fell. Inside a room on the second floor, an elderly man looked on with a complicated expression as the boy methodically organized his books with precision. He was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha's third Hokage. Naruto, do you want to become a ninja? Yes, Hokage-sama. I want to become a ninja. May I? Naruto turned around, looking at him with a natural, composed expression. Why do you want to be a ninja? I heard people say that ninjas can use jutsu to turn into someone else. Hiruzen fell silent. In his view, this wasn't a compelling enough reason to risk teaching Naruto ninjutsu just yet. After all, the boy carried another identity, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In his mind, the third Hokage replayed Naruto's upbringing. Apart from the night he was born, the child never cried again. As he grew older and learned to walk and talk, he never showed the curiosity or mischief typical of children his age. He had never even once asked about his own origins. Especially at age 3, when Naruto had personally requested reading lessons during one of Hiruzen's visits. Each time he looked at this boy, Hiruzen felt an inexplicable anxiety. The village could not afford another night like the one 4 years ago. Allowing Naruto to train in ninjutsu now might be far too dangerous. Just as he was about to refuse, Naruto spoke again. Hokage-sama, you're really powerful, right? I heard people in the village say you're the strongest ninja. Does little Naruto want to be the strongest ninja too? The old man asked, eyes full of meaning. Being strong or not doesn't matter that much, Naruto replied after a moment's thought. Eh? Then why do you? Hokage-sama, I want to learn ninjutsu because, if I can really turn into someone else, maybe people won't hate me when I go outside. Maybe I won't have to be stuck alone at home all the time. Naruto said this while walking over to the window. Hiruzen's mind flashed with the image of the gentle, kind-hearted men who once brought peace to the ninja world, the fourth Hokage. Finally, he was moved. All right, Naruto. Since there's still time today, I'll teach you how to extract chakra, and while we're at it, I'll show you the transformation jutsu you mentioned. But you have to take it seriously. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll do my best. End of chapter. Chapter 2, Chakra, My Mirror World. As evening approached. Don't rush, Naruto. Everyone's chakra is unstable when they first begin extracting it. You've already grasped the basics. From here on, just follow the training step by step. After all, you've only just started learning about chakra and ninjutsu. Watching Naruto attempt chakra extraction again and again, finally forming the tiger hand seal to prepare the transformation jutsu, only to freeze midway, the third Hokage assumed the boy had been discouraged by repeated failure and offered a few gentle words of reassurance. I understand, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your patience and guidance. Naruto lowered his head slightly in thought. Then, he dispersed the transformation jutsu he had been preparing and bowed deeply, his movements carrying an almost formal air. Heh. Little Naruto, don't forget what you promised, to work hard. I'll come visit again when I have time. The third Hokage's face softened once more with a warm smile. Of course. I'll do my best. Naruto replied, knowing it was time for the Hokage to conclude his visit. And with that, the Hokage left. As he descended the stairs and stepped outside, a trace of guilt flickered in his eyes. Naruto's behavior was far too mature, utterly unlike that of a normal child. Originally, he had planned to place Naruto in the orphanage. But the orphanage was under the control of the Foundation. And the Foundation would never relinquish that authority. It was their primary source of recruits. Even as Hokage, he lacked the power to interfere. Konoha's political structure was not one where the Hokage held absolute control. And who led the foundation? Shimura Danzo. A childhood friend, now completely consumed by darkness. His methods had grown increasingly ruthless over the years. Hiruzen could not deny that his own leniency had allowed matters to reach this point. Still, there was one absolute line that could not be crossed. The Jinchuriki must never fall into Danzo's hands. The Nine Tails had to remain under the Hokage's control. This was no longer merely about peace in the shinobi world, it was about Konoha's survival. At that thought, the third Hokage's gaze hardened. He reached for the Hokage hat at his waist and placed it firmly atop his head. A mountain of paperwork awaited him back at the office, he had already spent too much time here. Upstairs, Naruto stood quietly by the window. He watched as the ANBU stationed near the door stepped forward and closed at the instant the Hokage left. A faint sense of displeasure stirred in Naruto's chest. The scene reminded him of depictions from ancient dramas in his previous life, when a visitor left a prison cell, and the jailer would immediately slam the door shut, as if afraid the prisoner might escape. Still, today, he had accomplished something incredible. He had learned how to extract chakra. That alone meant the door to cultivation had finally opened. After a short pause, Naruto's eyes sharpened. He gently closed the window, walked into his bedroom, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began extracting chakra once more, carefully following the method he had just learned. Minimum energy threshold reached. Do you wish to activate the mirror world? The moment chakra surged within his body, a mechanical prompt echoed inside his mind. So it wasn't my imagination. The invitation is still active. He had first heard the voice earlier that day, right when he successfully extracted chakra for the first time and was about to use the transformation jutsu. It had caught him completely off guard. Even as the third Hokage reassured him, the voice had repeated itself every 10 seconds in his mind. Only then did Naruto realize that the prompt was something only he could hear. He hadn't dared respond at the time, afraid of exposing himself. Instead, he had bowed to the Hokage and mentally rejected the invitation. The voice disappeared. After the Hokage left, Naruto tried calling it back, nothing happened. Once he felt safe, he guessed the invitation must be tied to chakra extraction. And sure enough, the moment he gathered enough chakra again, the prompt returned. Do you wish to activate the mirror world? Naruto thought for a few seconds. Then, he decided. Activate. A translucent virtual window appeared before him. Lines of text streamed across it as the mechanical voice echoed calmly in his mind. Activating mirror world, user guide, transmission complete. Current bound user, Uzumaki Naruto. Current authority level, Tier 1 world owner. Commencing data collection of the current world. Data integrity, 1%. Please complete data collection as soon as possible. Activation complete. Welcome to the mirror world. As the final words faded, Naruto felt a sudden jolt. Before he could react, his surroundings changed completely. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki stood guard on either side. They looked identical to their real counterparts, but their faces were devoid of human emotion. From the guide, Naruto understood that these were data-based replicas, puppets modeled after real individuals. The entire Leaf Village here was nothing more than a replicated scene. Yet within this mirror world, he could challenge these puppet versions in combat. Win or lose, his performance would be evaluated and rewarded. Rewards could include jutsu proficiency, combat experience, or even greater benefits if he performed well. Naturally, there were rules. He had entered as a projection of his consciousness, fueled by chakra. With the system's data still incomplete, each entry consumed a fixed amount of chakra. If his chakra was exhausted, he would be forcibly ejected. He could also choose to leave at any time. Injuries sustained here wouldn't affect his real body, though they would drain his mental stamina. Time also flowed differently compared to the real world. To possess a place like this. Wasn't this essentially a cheat? He had spent 4 cautious years simply surviving in this world. Now, at last, he had a path to grow stronger, to truly gain a foothold. Suppressing his excitement, Naruto approached Izumo Kamizuki. A prompt appeared. Initiate challenge? Naruto selected yes without hesitation. The emotionless system voice responded. Notice, your current projection has 10 minutes of chakra available for this challenge. The moment the words vanished, the scenery shifted again. Naruto and Izumo now stood on a combat platform. Across from him, Izumo suddenly seemed to come alive. Naruto barely had time to marvel at the realism when Izumo inhaled sharply and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto didn't even finish the sentence. A massive fireball, nearly a meter in diameter, roared toward him. He froze. Just like that, his first battle ended. 3 seconds later, he was back at the village gates. I just got insta-killed. Naruto muttered, feeling slightly defeated. But thinking it over, it made sense. From the anime he had watched to completion in his previous life, he knew Kotetsu and Izumo were Chunin-level shinobi. He had only learned chakra extraction today, losing was perfectly normal. Still, hadn't the guide said rewards were granted regardless of victory or defeat? Why hadn't he received anything? Was the loss simply too humiliating? After pondering for 2 minutes, Naruto decided to try again. He still had chakra left. The scene shifted once more. He and Izumo stood on the platform again. This time, Naruto was ready. Before Izumo could move, Naruto immediately retreated and began circling the arena. No matter what, I'm not getting insta-killed again. His sharp blue eyes locked onto Izumo, tracking every movement. Izumo's gaze followed him smoothly. Then, in the blink of an eye, Izumo vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Naruto, rapidly closing the distance. Damn, it's the body flicker technique. Naruto had just begun to turn, there was no time to evade. Izumo suddenly leapt into the air. Water style, syrup capture field. And this time, Izumo spat. Sticky liquid erupted, spreading rapidly across the ground. Naruto couldn't stop in time. The moment he stepped into it, his feet were glued firmly in place. There was no suspense. Izumo followed up with another fire style, great fireball jutsu. The battle ended. But this time, as Naruto lay defeated, the system voice finally echoed again. Congratulations. You have gained training experience in fire style, great fireball jutsu, Izumo Kamizuki. End of chapter. Chapter 3, Hinata, the Nine Tails, and My Father. After confirming he had received his reward, the system voice reminded Naruto, emotionlessly, that his challenge time had run out. With a single thought, Naruto exited the mirror world. Almost immediately, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and he collapsed onto the bed, completely drained. That night, he slept deeply, so deeply that even when an ANBU operative silently pushed open the second-floor window at 5 a.m., Naruto didn't stir. The man was one of the surveillance agents assigned by the third Hokage to check on Naruto 3 times a day, at fixed intervals. Naruto had known about this for a long time, but he always pretended not to. Add content skipped. In the past, he hadn't minded. He had nothing to hide. He even kept the window slightly open every day to make their job easier. The ANBU came in like workers punching a time card, checked on him, then left. But last night had been different. He had closed the window tightly and hadn't had the strength to open it again before bed. What finally woke him wasn't the surveillance, but the internal clock he had developed across 2 lifetimes. As the wall clock ticked toward 6:30 a.m., his brow twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Stretching lazily, every fiber of his body wanted to stay in bed, but he pushed himself upright using the edge of the mattress. The moment his vision cleared, he saw the window open. His brows knitted together. He wasn't upset at being monitored, that was a fact of life by now. What irritated him was the sloppiness. The ANBU hadn't even bothered to cover their tracks. As elite shinobi, they should have left no trace. They're not even pretending anymore. Do they really think they have complete control? How laughable, how pitiful. Naruto's gaze deepened. After freshening up, changing clothes, and eating breakfast, Naruto left the house with calm, steady steps, locking the door behind him. Outside, no new snow had fallen, but the ground was still blanketed in white, just like yesterday. On the surface, nothing seemed different. But Naruto knew, everything had changed. After scanning the surroundings, he formed a sequence of hand seals flawlessly. He had chakra now. And that meant it was time to live differently. Transformation Jutsu. Poof. Naruto transformed into a brown-haired boy with a soft, innocent face, someone he had seen among the crowd during yesterday's commotion. Crunching through the snow, he headed toward his destination. Ningu Mentendo. Ninja Tool Supply Hall. He softly recited the name as his eyes settled on a shop decorated with various ninja tools and weapons. After navigating several streets, he reached the store. He had come to buy chakra paper, a special tool for testing chakra nature. Watching the stream of customers entering and leaving, Naruto quietly slipped inside. The shelves were lined with ninja tools, scrolls, books, and materials from numerous fields. While examining a set of kunai, a gentle voice spoke beside him. "Hey there, little one. These aren't toys. The toy stores near Yakiniku-Q want Big Sis to take you there." Turning slightly, Naruto saw a woman, likely a shop assistant, bent down with a polite smile. His expression remained steady. "Thank you, but I'm here to buy chakra paper." "Oh. A customer, my mistake. This way." Her smile didn't fade, but Naruto noticed a flicker of confusion. She led him to the counter. "Here's the chakra paper. How many sheets?" "5, please." "That'll be 1,000 ryo." After leaving the shop, Naruto didn't go home immediately. It was still early, plenty of time before lunch. He walked along a narrow, quiet street near the village's edge, secluded and dim, with almost no foot traffic. His mind drifted back to the mirror world and its data collection requirement. According to the guide, data could appear randomly on people, buildings, or objects. Basically finding a needle in a haystack. With data integrity stuck at 1%, Naruto couldn't help feeling frustrated. But frustration wouldn't help. He kept walking quietly. Before he realized it, he was alone on the street. After a quick glance around, he turned the corner. Poof. He released the transformation jutsu, preparing to head home. SHFF, SHFF. As the jutsu dispersed, he heard clumsy, uneven footsteps crunching through the snow. Looking up, he saw a small figure stumbling toward him. The girl fell every few steps, barely staying upright. Naruto stopped and listened. Soft sobbing reached his ears. Puffed. The little figure tripped again, falling face first into the snow. Her muffled crying grew louder. She wore a brown winter coat and a pale yellow scarf. "What's wrong? Can you tell me?" I. The girl lifted her head. Blue eyes met pale lavender. Golden hair. Short bangs. White eyes. It was Hinata. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He gently helped her to her feet. He recognized this scene. In the original series, Hinata had been bullied for her Byakugan. Naruto had stepped in, marking their first meeting. He wasn't that Naruto, but even if he missed the original timing, fate hadn't changed. "Are you lost?" Naruto brushed the snow off her scarf. Hinata opened her mouth, closed it, then shook her head, and then nodded. Tears gathered in her eyes. "Don't worry. I'll take you home." Naruto smiled softly, taking her hand as they walked back the way he came. When they exited the alley, a ninja suddenly appeared on the road, seemingly out of thin air. His face was pale, with deep dark circles under his eyes. Cough, cough. "Looks like it's about time I report to the Hokage." With that, he vanished. "We're here. This is your house, right?" Naruto had brought Hinata to the Hyuga compound. The large gate bore a plaque reading, "Hyuga. Well then, see you around." He waved lightly, turned, and walked away. He never gave his name. Hinata stood motionless. She didn't even know who he was. Naruto returned home after that. After a simple lunch, he didn't pull out the chakra paper. Instead, he sat on the bed, cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began cultivating chakra again. After a while, he felt his consciousness sink into a dim, murky space. Before him stood a massive iron gate, ancient, dark, with a ceiling tag plastered over the top, marked with the character "Seal." Taking a step closer, a massive fox face loomed behind the bars, its crimson eyes burning with violent intensity. Even though I knew the Ninetales existed, seeing him in person, it's overwhelming. But more than anything, I didn't think I'd reach this place so soon. As Naruto marveled silently, the fox's enormous maw curled into a sinister grin. "Hey, so, you've managed to come here already, brat." Naruto took another step forward, looked up, and said calmly. "Pretty." The Ninetales froze. It's massive, feral eyes widened. Then its expression twisted in pure outrage. Rah! What did you just say, brat? Shoo. Naruto raised a finger to his lips, then took a few steps back. Suddenly, he sprinted forward and leapt toward the gate. Reaching up, he grabbed the seal tag with one hand and ripped it off. Rip. The tag peeled away cleanly. Nanny. Even Naruto hadn't expected it. It happened too fast for him to think. The Ninetales' eyes bulged, equal parts disbelief and exhilaration. Its heart pounded with anticipation. It was just about to strike when a figure materialized before the gate. Crimson pupils narrowed sharply. Rah. You. Fourth Hokage. End of chapter. Chapter 4, You're already dead, my father. Bang. 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 From the other side of the iron gate, the Ninetales exploded with rage. Its massive body crouched low before launching itself at the gate, baring its fangs and smashing its enormous claws against the metal barrier. Naruto said nothing. The suddenly appeared fourth Hokage said nothing either. In the shadowy, sealed space, only the Ninetales roared and pounded on the gate with relentless fury. After a while, the beast stopped. It finally understood, no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break the seal. Damn it. Why can't I open this seal? Fourth Hokage. Get over here, I'll tear you to pieces. Sorry, Kurama. That's not happening. I didn't come here to see you. The time I have with my son is limited and precious. The fourth Hokage spoke calmly, still facing away from the Ninetales. But when he turned to meet Naruto's gaze, and saw those cold, emotionless blue eyes, his heart gave a sudden jolt. Naruto. You're the fourth Hokage, Naruto interrupted. That fox already said your name earlier. I recognized you from the Hokage monument. I've read about you in the Konoha yearbook. Your Namikaze Minato, the yellow flash, feared throughout the ninja world. Naruto scanned his supposed father from head to toe, then calmly picked up the conversation. Ah. Minato froze. That wasn't what he had meant to say at all. Inside the cage, the Ninetales suddenly went quiet, unusually so. It was starting to find this whole situation interesting. An awkward silence filled the air. Minato had long dreamed of meeting his son in person. But Naruto was only 4 years old. When he tore off the sealing tag just now, Minato had been even more shocked than the Ninetales. Now, how was he supposed to explain himself? How should he introduce himself? From inside the seal, Minato had watched Naruto grow. He knew all too well what kind of life his son had lived. The entire village had rejected him. They called him a demon fox, right to his face. They blamed a child for his own parents' deaths. And worst of all, Minato had entrusted Naruto to the third Hokage, yet Hiruzen had stood by and done nothing as the child endured this treatment. Not a single one of his old comrades had stepped up to help Naruto. Even learning how to read and write, Naruto had begged for that on his own. Just yesterday, he had almost been denied even the chance to begin learning ninjutsu. Everything Minato had tried to leave for his son had been stripped away. He and Kushina had died for this. His heart filled with guilt. In truth, he was afraid to face this moment. When he first looked into Naruto's eyes, he saw nothing but cold darkness. Eyes like that made Minato instinctively want to use Flying Thunder God to escape. But just then, Naruto heard the Mirror World System notification echo in his mind. His eyes flickered with a trace of surprise, and he noticed Minato's face shifting, cycling rapidly between complex expressions. In his past life, Naruto had never experienced real familial love. And even after being reborn, love seemed far removed from the path he walked. His heart stirred with an emotion he hadn't felt in a long time, melancholy. He furrowed his brows, remembering the parting words that had whispered in his ears 4 years ago, full of warmth and sorrow. Those had been real. They had to reconcile. And so, Naruto decided to offer Minato an out, a chance to explain. Fourth Hokage, Naruto said, taking the initiative, why are you here? Can you explain? Heh. That's right, brat. Make sure he gives you a real answer. The Ninetales suddenly cut in from behind the gate. He's the great fourth Hokage, after all. Haha. Minato grimaced. That fox's schadenfreude was unbearable. The chakra Minato had left behind within the seal functioned like a shadow clone, just a fragment of his power, a final contingency. His real soul, along with half of the Nine Tails, had been sealed using the Reaper Death Seal, locked away in the belly of the Shinigami. His time here was limited. If the Nine Tails kept interfering, he might not even get the chance to finish what he had to say. And from what he could tell, Hiruzen and the others clearly hadn't intended to tell Naruto the truth. He had to use this moment to leave his son something, to give him answers. Bang. 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 Wrath. Damn you, fourth Hokage. No way was the Nine Tails letting this slide. He had been looking forward to watching the drama unfold, and now Minato was trying to sneak off and have a private father-son chat. Unforgivable. It slammed its claws against the gate again and again. But the iron bars didn't even budge. Its chakra surged in frustration, boiling off its body like steam. Minato's face turned grim. He was about to wave his hand and teleport Naruto elsewhere when Naruto beat him to it. The boy walked over to the sealed gate and looked up at the towering fox whose head loomed like a building. "Excuse me," Naruto said calmly, "could you cooperate? If you promise to stay quiet, we'll talk right here. Otherwise, we'll leave." Duong. The Nine Tails glared at him, its crimson eyes narrowed dangerously. One claw jabbed through the bars toward Naruto's tiny form, just a hair away from piercing his skull. But Naruto didn't flinch. He stared into those blood-red, vertical pupils with unwavering resolve. "Humph. Damn brat. Thanks." The Nine Tails didn't give an answer, but Naruto took its silence as agreement. He turned back to Minato. "You can explain now." I don't even know where to begin." Minato genuinely didn't. He feared that if Naruto, so young, learned the truth, he'd never forgive him. Naruto spared a glance at the fox behind the gate and said, "Start from the beginning. From this place. Why are you here? Why is it here?" He added, "To save time, let me be clear, I already know you and the fox are both sealed inside me. No need to cover that part. I understand." Huh. The Nine Tails and Minato both blinked in surprise. This fox's gaze, still so fierce. And the fourth Hokage, still infuriating. Their eyes met briefly, then darted away in unison. Naruto fixed his gaze on Minato. The men took a deep breath and began. "Then I'll begin. Long ago, there was a demon fox. It had 9 tails. A single swipe of its tails could level mountains. For years ago, a masked man appeared. He possessed the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. And in the end, I used the Reaper Death Seal to seal half of the Nine Tails chakra, along with part of my own, into your body. That's why, you're the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Minato finished his tale. Naruto looked toward the iron gate again. To his surprise, the Nine Tails didn't say a word. When Naruto looked back at his father, he noticed the same blue eyes he had, but filled with hope, regret, grief, and even anger. "So, it's a tailed beast. And its name is the Nine Tails." "Humph. That's what you humans call me." The fox immediately snapped back. "Yes, it had 9 tails, but that wasn't its name." Naruto understood. "Then I guess we'll have to introduce ourselves properly later." The fox ignored him, pretending not to hear. Turning back to Minato, Naruto said with a calm voice, "So, Kushina Uzumaki is my mother." "Yes." Hearing Naruto's words, Minato's guilt vanished in an instant. His eyes softened with joy, and he nodded eagerly. "You're the fourth Hokage, and my father." "Yes." Minato no longer cared about titles. All he heard, all that mattered, was that Naruto had acknowledged him as his father. He nodded hard again. But the next words that came out of Naruto's mouth left him stunned. "But my mother is gone. And you. You died a long time ago." End of chapter. Chapter 5, The Madness of Power. Naruto, I. Father and son stood face to face, their figures reflected in each other's eyes. Naruto watched quietly while Minato Namikaze struggled to speak, his voice trembling with emotion. His son, so close, yet so distant, felt like someone he could never truly reach. The pain twisting through Minato's heart was beyond words. He had once been strong enough to make the entire shinobi world tremble. And now, tears streamed down his face. "It's all right, father," Naruto said softly. I was only stating a fact. You don't have to be so shaken. Now, may I trouble you for a handshake? In his previous life, Naruto had endured far too much. He had long believed himself inherently cold, incapable of truly feeling or receiving warmth. He didn't deny the existence of true emotions in the world. But he believed they were never meant for him. He could admire them. He could respect them, but he could never hold them. Still, right now, he had a different objective. The system notification from earlier had revealed that his father contained collectible data for the mirror world. And now, Naruto understood, direct physical contact was required to collect it. Handshake. Minato blinked, confused. But the moment Naruto called him father, emotion overflowed. He didn't offer a handshake. Instead, he crouched down and pulled Naruto into a tight embrace. Collecting current data. Naruto stiffened instinctively, but something inside him, something outside of logic, held him back from pushing Minato away. Even with a mature soul, this sudden surge of warmth unsettled him deeply. Data collection complete, current database integrity, 2%, please continue data acquisition. As the mechanical voice faded, Naruto's eyes flickered. A new function had unlocked. One particular feature intrigued him. He exhaled softly and buried his emotions once again. That's enough, father. Oh, right. Minato reluctantly let go, then quickly added, you've endured so much. As your father, I have no words. I can't ask for forgiveness, but It doesn't matter anymore, father. Naruto's voice remained calm. I haven't suffered as much as you think. You've seen everything these past few years, I've managed. You may not believe me, but I've never blamed you. You and mother gave me the greatest gift of all, life. A healthy body. And most importantly, you both cared about me. That already makes you the best parents I could ever ask for. After speaking, Naruto turned toward the iron gate imprisoning the fox. Minato, still drowning in guilt, felt his heart thaw at Naruto's words. But the next sentence froze him completely. Father, can you let it out of the seal? Inside the cage, the Ninetales, who had been grumbling internally, suddenly went stiff. Had he heard that right? Let him out. Had this kid not heard all the explanations Minato had just given? Did he not understand that breaking the seal meant certain death? Absolutely not. Minato rushed forward, placing himself between Naruto and the fox. If it breaks free, it'll take over your body. You'll die. The Ninetales is a creature of pure hatred, a demonic beast filled with malice. Heh. He's not wrong, brat, the fox growled with dark amusement. Naruto smiled lightly, then looked back at Minato. Evil? I'm not so sure. Then he asked. Actually, father, here's a question. Who exactly decided that tailed beasts were born evil? Minato froze. He genuinely didn't know how to answer. Inside the cage, the Ninetales' crimson eyes widened slightly. This brat was asking that kind of question. Do you have an answer, father? Naruto asked, head tilted. Naruto, Minato finally said, it's been universally believed for generations that tailed beasts are inherently evil. That view has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. But setting that aside, do you understand what would happen if you released him? You wouldn't just die, Konoha would suffer devastation beyond imagination. Its mere presence would throw the village into chaos. His tone carried grave warning. The Ninetales scoffed silently but kept watching Naruto, as if waiting. Ha! Konoha, ha! Naruto chuckled softly. My dear father. I understand. You want to protect Konoha, you want to save them. And of course you would. Just look at that cloak you're wearing. You're the fourth Hokage, after all. His smile was gentle, yet something cold lurked beneath it. Silence fell instantly. Minato's chest tightened. There was subtle, painful sharpness in Naruto's tone, like a blade covered in silk. The Ninetales smirked, even it could hear the sarcasm. Naruto, Minato began, but Naruto raised a hand to stop him. He pointed at the cage. Father. Since the subject is right in front of us, let's talk about what a tailed beast really is. The definition. Minato repeated, confused. Naruto nodded. Earlier, you talked a lot about them. So let's start with the origins. How each major village got its tailed beast. Reflexively, Minato replied. The tailed beasts were captured by the first Hokage. To maintain peace and stability, he distributed them among the other villages during the first 5 Kage summit. That was. Inside the cage, the fox's expression twisted with resentment. Naruto raised a hand. Stop. Minato blinked. That's enough, father. Now let me speak. Naruto turned to the Nine Tails. Excuse me, before you were captured, had you ever attacked humans unprovoked? The Nine Tails didn't want to answer, but its long-suppressed fury surged forth. Never. We lived far away from humans. Who the hell goes out of their way to bother humans? Thank you. Naruto nodded, then looked back at Minato. So it's clear. They lived peacefully, far from mankind. And yet the first Hokage, under the banner of peace, went and captured them. Turned them into bargaining chips. Isn't that tyranny? What do tailed beasts have to do with human politics? Why should they pay the price for balance? You say their presence brings disaster, so why drag them into the villages in the first place? Isn't that just asking for catastrophe? Minato fell silent because that was how the world had always worked. Father, Naruto continued, this is just human selfishness. People fear what they cannot control. When they encounter overwhelming power, they try to seize it. They justify their actions with noble excuses, but they lash out blindly at anything that scares them. Look at it, clearly it has intelligence. Other than its appearance, how is it different from humans? Why didn't the first Hokage try talking to them first? Instead, he treated them like mindless beasts, dragged them from their homes, sealed them, and tried to bend them to his will. Would you forgive someone who did that to you? And worse, humans expect tailed beasts to accept their fate. To stay locked inside Jinchuriki their whole lives. They call that peace. But the truth? Naruto's voice was calm. It's shameless. Minato couldn't speak. How many times today had his son left him speechless? Inside the cage, the Nine Tails stared, stunned. Every word hit home like a blade. Why are tailed beasts labeled evil? Naruto asked. Because humans need them to be evil. If they weren't, humans couldn't justify what they'd done. That's why, from the beginning, they had to be evil. Even without proof. Minato felt a cold weight settle on his shoulders. Naruto. I can't refute that. But still, the tailed beasts. There is no but. Naruto stepped closer to the gate. Just like I was born in Konoha. From the very beginning, they labeled me a demon fox. So they hated me. Feared me. Why do people fear tailed beasts? Because they carry the madness of this world. And since I share a body with one. Naruto gently placed a hand on the cold metal bars. That means I carry that same madness, too. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Everything Needs a Beginning. Hokage's Office. On the ceiling, an enormous design was carved into the wood, an abstract leaf pattern. At the center of the leaf was a spiral, like a vortex. Seated beneath it, the third Hokage took a long, thoughtful puff from his pipe. He held the smoke in his mouth for several seconds before exhaling a stream of pale rings. One after another, they drifted upward, expanding until they vanished into the spiral overhead. At the moment, he looked every bit the overworked administrator, hunched over his desk, carefully turning pages of village reports and intelligence briefs gathered from multiple channels. As Hokage, he didn't need to handle everything personally. The real skill was delegating the right tasks to the right people, and then keeping the machine running. But because the previous Hokage, the fourth, had once held the same seat, the village's power structure had been deliberately reshaped. To counterbalance the Hokage's office, many of Minato's authorities had been redistributed, to major clans and to the 3 senior advisors. As a result, the fourth had held far less practical power than most people assumed. Back then, Hiruzen had intended to retire and govern from behind the scenes, gradually transferring authority while retaining influence as an elder. After all, the Sarutobi clan still carried weight. All of those plans had been shattered 4 years ago. Now, the balance of power was fractured. Even though he had resumed the mantle of Hokage, reclaiming what had already been handed out was daunting, almost impossible. The thought alone gave him a headache. He set one document aside just as a knock sounded from outside. "Come in," he said calmly, yet his voice carried quiet authority. The door opened, and 2 figures entered. Hiruzen lifted his eyes. Ah. Shikaku and Hayate. Lord Hokage, Shikamaru said, his pineapple-shaped hair as unruly as ever. You wanted to see me? Hiruzen nodded and slid a file across the desk. Read this first. Shikamaru stepped forward. The moment he saw the red seal stamped on the cover, his pupils tightened. Classified, Jinchuriki, a human host of a tailed beast. Several thoughts crossed his mind as he opened the file and began to read. He didn't get far before his brow furrowed. The papers were surveillance reports, records tracking Naruto from early childhood to the present. The stack looked thick, but Shikamaru flipped through it quickly. The actual substance was sparse. Moments later, he neatly returned the documents to their envelope and slid it back across the desk. Well? Hiruzen asked. After reviewing Naruto's file, what's your assessment? Shikamaru was silent for a moment, then replied, possibly precocious. Possibly. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, catching the nuance. Shikamaru paused, choosing his words carefully. Yes. Some children show signs of early development, my son Shikamaru, for example. But Naruto lacks the traits we typically associate with genuine precocity. Normally, exceptionally intelligent children show 3 clear signs. Wide interests and the drive to pursue them. Original, creative thinking and vivid imagination. Bottomless curiosity, and dissatisfaction with shallow answers. Based on these reports, Naruto shows none of that. His behavior is too calm. Too controlled. So at best, I can only say it's possible. Hiruzen didn't respond. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other men. Hi-8. What's the latest from Naruto's side? Cough, cough. Hi-8's familiar dry cough echoed as he pulled a small sheet of paper from his pocket. At approximately 7 a.m., the target left his home and used the transformation jutsu to blend into the crowd. He walked through several familiar streets, then arrived at the Shinobi Tools General Store around 9 a.m. He lingered outside for 2 minutes before entering. 15 minutes later, he left. No clear evidence of purchasing tools. After leaving the store, he returned home via one of his usual routes. Along the way, he encountered Miss Hinata of the Hyuga clan, who had gotten lost. The target volunteered to escort her home. I then followed your instructions and went to contact Mr. Shikamaru. According to observers along the way, the target has since returned home. No abnormalities reported. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow as he listened. This much surveillance, on a 4-year-old. His expression tightened. But remembering who Naruto was, he could only sigh inwardly. Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. Then he rose and glanced at a photo frame hanging on the wall. It was a picture of the 4th Hokage. According to medical reports, Naruto hadn't inherited his mother's striking red hair, but he had inherited the Uzumaki clan's physique, famed for enormous chakra reserves and exceptional vitality. And now, only yesterday evening, he had learned chakra extraction. By the next morning, he could already perform the transformation jutsu. He had inherited Minato's talent as well. That had to be handled carefully. Because Naruto didn't merely possess dangerous potential. Inside his body slept something far more terrifying. If Naruto ever lost control, even by accident, the consequences would be catastrophic. For Konoha's peace. I hope you won't hate me. Hiruzen stared at Minato's photo. After a long moment, his expression darkened. He turned and walked to the window, gazing out across the village, eyes deep and unreadable. Meanwhile, inside the Jinchuriki's sealed space, father and son stood locked in a tense standoff. Naruto. You have to listen to me. Minato snapped. The Nine Tails can't be trusted. The moment you step inside that seal, it will devour your consciousness and take over your body. He blocked Naruto's path, expression grim, glaring at the fox behind the iron gate. Keh, scared, little brat, the fox chuckled, baring its fangs. I told you, humans and tailed beasts will never truly understand each other. Just look at your father's face. Tell me, 4th Hokage, have you ever heard of a tailed beast breaking a promise? I've lived a long time. I've seen far more humans betray their word than tailed beasts. Its eyes narrowed. Especially when it comes to that little incident, the destruction of Uzushiogakure, the hidden Eddy village. Konoha, your precious ally, didn't exactly act with honor back then. Enough, Nine Tails. Minato shouted, eyes blazing. Don't twist the truth. Heh. Who's twisting anything? The fox smirked, enjoying the tension. Then it lowered its massive head and closed its eyes, savoring Minato's frustration in silence. This confrontation came after a long discussion between Naruto, Minato, and the Ninetales about the seal itself. Minato explained, the seal was a modified 8-trigram seal, Hakufuin Shiki, derived from the one Naruto's mother, Kushina, also a former Jinchuriki, had used. It was designed to allow Naruto to gradually draw out the Ninetales chakra over time. Naruto rejected the idea immediately. He wasn't interested in borrowing someone else's power, especially not when that someone was clearly unwilling. He would rather set the fox free than become dependent on it, assuming he could survive the process. The Ninetales, for its part, suspected this was all a trick, mind games meant to lure it into hope before crushing it again. Freedom, it scoffed inwardly. Who in the shinobi world ever gives us that? They all want our power. It didn't believe Naruto for a second. Still, curiosity got the better of it, and the fox said, if you want trust, kid, prove it. Step inside the gate. Father, step aside, Naruto said firmly. The mistrust between humans and tailed beasts started with us. But to me, there's no difference between the two. Even among humans, understanding requires trust. Since the Ninetales invited me in, I have to answer. Minato hesitated, still blocking the way. Naruto sighed. He wanted to explain that he had a trump card. After collecting data from Minato earlier, the mirror world had unlocked a new feature, one that protected his consciousness from being invaded. As long as the Ninetales broke its word first, Naruto had nothing to fear. When Naruto said humans and tailed beasts were the same, the fox's eyes snapped open. It hadn't expected those words. The last person who had said something like that was long gone. Minato turned, face hard. Absolutely not. I won't allow this. Absolutely not. Naruto repeated, patience thinning as he stared his father in the eyes. Father, do you remember what I said earlier? Minato's heart sank. You're already dead, Naruto reminded him softly. Minato froze. Naruto's meaning was obvious. This Minato, only a residual chakra imprint, had no true power to stop him. Every journey needs a beginning. Naruto stepped past his father. Slam. One foot landed beyond the iron gate. And this is mine. End of chapter. P.S. Nara Shikaku, a high-level strategist of Konoha, Nara clan, evaluates Naruto as possibly precocious, noting his abnormal calm. Gekko Hayate, Konoha shinobi assigned here as a surveillance operative, delivers a detailed field report. Classified, Jinchuriki, a sealed intelligence file concerning Naruto as the Ninetales host. Yuzushio Hidden Eddy Village, the former village of the Uzumaki clan, destroyed in the past, raised here as a political grievance. 8-trigram seal, Hakufuin Shiki, the sealing formula used on Naruto, described here as modified to allow gradual access to the Ninetales chakra. Creators. Chapter 7, This pain makes me drunkenly obsessed. As Naruto stepped fully through the iron gate, the Ninetales' eyes, previously half-lidded, snapped wide open. A sharp gleam flashed deep within their crimson depths. Slam. The instant Naruto's body crossed the threshold and stood on the other side, the Ninetales rose to its full height. Its massive frame shifted, and behind it, all 9 tails lifted high, bristling like crimson flames. Roar. The thunderous howl shook the entire seal space, echoing like a mountain collapsing. Naruto looked up calmly, eyes steady as he observed the Ninetales. He had already activated the mirror world's defensive mechanism, but standing inside the seal now, he finally grasped the beast's true scale. It was far larger than it had appeared from outside the gate. And there was something strange about that roar. It carried exhilaration. Before Naruto could fully analyze it, the fox's enormous head lunged downward, stopping just short of his body. Brat. I can't sense any fear from you. The Ninetales' predatory red eyes gleamed dangerously. Its jaws parted, rows of razor-sharp fangs grinding together, as if deciding whether to devour him in a single bite. Naruto remained unmoved. Staring directly into those burning crimson pupils, where his own reflection shimmered, he replied calmly. I didn't even know you existed until today. Why would I fear you? This place belongs to both of us. It's the seal that binds us. In a way, we're equals. So why should our relationship begin with fear or domination? Heh. Equals. The fox sneered. The moment the word left Naruto's mouth, its expression twisted with fury. Chakra surged violently around its body, the red aura boiling like blood as its fur stood on end. Outside the gate, Minato's eyes widened. Not good. The Nine Tails, it's breaking its promise. Without hesitation, he began forming hand seals at blinding speed, preparing to suppress Naruto if control was lost. Inside the seal, ominous crimson chakra surged forward and engulfed Naruto's small frame. Warning, mental world under invasion, you may forcibly eject or forcibly capture the intruding entity. The instant the chakra wrapped around him, Naruto's eyes turned blood red. Yet despite the mirror world's urgent warning echoing in his mind, he did nothing. Because strangely enough, the Ninetales chakra wasn't trying to crush his will. Instead, it dragged him into chaos. The world around him dissolved into a distorted void, eerily similar to the surreal horror dramas he remembered from his previous life. Whispering voices slithered through the darkness, laced with temptation and madness. Then came hatred. A tidal wave of pure resentment surged toward him, black and suffocating. Malice, anger, rage without end. Yet beneath it all, Naruto felt emotions. Fragments of the Ninetales' own memories. And somehow, it all felt familiar. Because once, in his previous life, Naruto had been drowning in resentment too. Trapped in a broken body. Confined to a wheelchair. Desperately yearning for a healthy life. Especially during that final disaster, when death loomed, and the world offered no escape. In that moment between life and death, he realized something terrifying. No emotion, no hope, no anger, no sorrow, could save him. He had survived more than 20 years in a dying world. In that time, he had seen the ugliest sides of humanity laid bare. And in his final breath, he had hurled the most vicious curse he could muster. At the world itself. Since arriving in this new world, he had come to believe that emotions were powerless against reality. The harsher reality became, the more people hid behind meaningless fantasies. He had lived through them all. Hatred, numbness, despair, bitterness, fear. And now he understood. Those negative emotions had been the very things that kept him alive. Big Fox, Naruto said quietly, I think you can sense my state of mind. These negative emotions. They mean nothing to me anymore. Stop trying to use such crude tricks. You're nearly immortal, you can't possibly understand what true human despair feels like. But you can sense this. I don't hate you. I came here sincerely, to work with you. As his words settled, Naruto felt himself pulled free from the chaotic void. The world snapped back into focus. Once again, he stood before the Ninetales, who now regarded him in silence, its gaze sharp and measuring. Outside the gate, Minato nearly stumbled when he heard his son's voice again. Although the worst-case scenario hadn't occurred, he remained fully alert, ready to intervene at any moment. Brat, you're the strangest human I've ever met. The Ninetales finally spoke, not with rage, but with contemplation. Your hatred runs deep, yet you use it as fuel for something else. And as that thing grows inside you, you're actually peeling your hatred away, watching it coldly, from a distance. The malice in its expression faded. Naruto had passed the test. Naruto smiled faintly. Curious what I'm growing inside. The fox bared its fangs in a grin. Very. I've watched you since you were small. I never imagined your hatred could shape something that large. If I'm right, then what you've nurtured is a will. A will to survive. A will to grow stronger. Will. The fox tilted its head. Naruto paused, then explained. Will is the conscious pursuit of a goal. It's what lets us control our actions, overcome obstacles, and persist, no matter the pain. And that pain, all that suffering from negative emotions, it carved itself into my soul. I could even say, I became drunk on it. The fox blinked several times before scoffing. TCH. You've only been reading for a year, how the hell are you coming up with this nonsense? Outside the gate, Minato was stunned. Looking back at Naruto's life, and their short reunion, it was obvious. This wasn't the mind of a child. His son spoke and acted like someone who had lived an entire lifetime. And not just any lifetime, but one steeped in pain. A chill crept into Minato's heart. Inside the seal, Naruto locked eyes with the fox. Pain is what makes us grow, he said calmly. So, shall we talk about cooperation now? The fox narrowed its eyes. Cooperation? What kind? Outside the gate, Minato leaned forward, listening intently. Naruto spoke with unwavering seriousness. "I'll make you a promise." The fox's ears twitched. "What promise?" Naruto met its gaze without flinching. "Within 16 years, I will break this seal and grant you true freedom. As long as you trust me." Silence fell over the entire seal space. Even the Ninetales was momentarily stunned. For once, Minato didn't immediately object. Moments later, the fox roared. "You realize that if I'm freed, I will destroy Konoha." "That has nothing to do with me," Naruto replied flatly. As if the fourth Hokage wasn't even standing outside the gate. Roar. The Ninetales bellowed again. "Tell me, brat. Are you truly willing to grant freedom to a tailed beast? Once I leave your body, you'll die." Naruto's expression didn't change. Die. Nothing is absolute. This is the shinobi world. Chakra itself defies logic. I'll find a way to free you, and live. Besides, I'll say it again. You tailed beasts are no different from humans. You possess intelligence, will, and emotions. There's no reason we can't meet as equals. The Ninetales stared at him, then burst into laughter. "You're not bad, brat. I can feel it, you're not lying. And stepping in here proves you've got guts." Something had been decided. Naruto nodded. "I never had any ill intent." And suddenly, it clicked. He remembered. In the later stages of the anime, the Ninetales could sense malice. Given how close they were now, it had clearly been testing him from the start. Even earlier, when its chakra had surrounded him, Naruto had sensed a strange pulse of intent. "Brat. Fist out." Naruto snapped back to reality as the Ninetales' booming voice shook the air. He looked up. A massive clenched paw hovered above him, filling his entire field of view. He knew this scene. Without hesitation, Naruto raised his fist and struck it against the foxes. Bam. The moment their fists connected, one massive, one small, both of them felt each other's true intentions. "Brat. My name is Kurama," the fox said. "Don't forget your promise." "I won't," Naruto replied calmly. "I keep every promise I make." "Nice to meet you, Kurama. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Don't forget mine either." But just as their bond was sealed, that cold mechanical voice echoed once more. "Warning, mental world under invasion, you may forcibly eject or forcibly capture the intruding entity." End of chapter. Chapter 8, Laughter is the most contagious thing. Who is it? Kurama instantly retracted his fist, slammed a claw against the iron gate, and roared toward Minato outside. His crimson pupils swept the surroundings warily, searching for the source of the strange voice he had just heard. He had just formed a mental connection with Naruto, and yet a foreign voice had echoed as if from deep within his own consciousness. That meant only one thing. There might be another presence hidden inside the seal. After all, Minato himself was proof such a thing was possible. Kurama had been sealed inside Naruto for 4 years, yet had only just discovered that Namikaze Minato had been here the entire time. That realization alone was humiliating enough. If there were yet another entity lurking here, one he hadn't detected at all, that would be completely unacceptable. Minato, meanwhile, was still reeling from Naruto's earlier words, so calmly dismissing Konoha's fate. Seeing Kurama suddenly turn aggressive again, he shot Naruto a sharp look, silently urging him to step back. Naruto merely shook his head faintly. There was even a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at Kurama's suspicious expression. Quickly skimming through the mirror world's functions in his mind, Naruto made a decision and shouted. "Kurama. Relax, it's not a person." Kurama lowered his massive head slightly, eyes narrowing. "Not a person." Naruto's blue eyes glinted. Fist bump again. Kurama's ear twitched, but he still clenched his paw into a fist and tapped it against Naruto's. Their minds connected once more. Warning, mental world under invasion, under current defense settings, you may choose, forcible ejection/forcible capture. Kurama's ears shot up. "Wait. Naruto. That voice, it's coming from you." "That's right," Naruto replied calmly. "It's one of my secrets. Let me show you." Naruto transmitted basic information about the mirror world to Kurama, then used his authority privileges to grant Kurama limited access. One by one, cold mechanical notifications echoed inside Kurama's mind, identical to the voice he had heard earlier. Authorization sequence initiated. Confirmed role, spectator guest. Guest binding initiated, binding successful. Guest ID, Kurama. Welcome to the mirror world. In the next instant, Kurama found himself standing in a lush forest. Verdant greenery stretched endlessly beneath a vast, cloudless sky. Naruto stood directly in front of him. Outside the seal, Minato stared in shock. Both Naruto and the Nine-Tails had frozen completely, motionless, like statues. Their bodies remained, but their souls were clearly elsewhere. The scene sent a chill through Minato's spine. It reminded him of the Reaper Death Seal, when a soul was forcibly dragged from the body. Kurama scanned the mountains and forests around him, his voice unusually subdued. "Where is this place?" Naruto waved his hand. A massive translucent interface unfolded in Kurama's vision, streams of data flowing across it with mechanical chimes. Kurama squinted. "I see. A simulated world, a virtual mental space. But as you said, Naruto. It's powerful. Standing here reminds me of Genjutsu." His voice darkened. "Bad memories." Naruto nodded solemnly. "Then let's return. If you want to come back later, just tell me." "Wait." Kurama suddenly stopped him. He had already realized something important. Naruto could bring him here anytime, with just a thought. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "Aren't you going to tell your father about this place?" Naruto shook his head. "He's only residual chakra within the seal. He'll disappear soon. There's no point." Kurama snorted. "Heh. He's your father, and the fourth Hokage. I know how strong he is. Even if this place helps you grow, with his guidance, you'd grow far faster." Naruto frowned slightly. "I know. But he won't be around long in his current state. I have a way." Kurama suddenly growled. "I can extend the time he stays in the seal." Naruto's eyes sharpened. "Even without him, I can handle things myself. Time isn't." "No." Kurama cut him off. "You don't understand how tightly Konoha is watching you." Naruto's expression turned cold. "I know. Ever since I was little, someone's always been outside my door. Even when I go out, I'm followed." Kurama grinned slyly. "But did you know that today, from the moment you left your house, someone invisible followed you from just 1 meter away? He only left when you escorted that little Byakugan girl home. And since the day you first stepped outside at age 3, he's been watching you. Sometimes, when you're asleep, he even flips through your books." Gecko Hayate. The name surfaced in Naruto's mind, and his expression darkened instantly. A faint red glint flickered in his eyes. Only one person in Konoha possessed that level of stealth. After a long silence, Naruto asked quietly. "Kurama, you're willing to help my father stay longer? I thought you hated him." Kurama turned his head away. "Of course I hate that he sealed me. But if he helps you grow stronger, then I get closer to freedom. That's worth it." "All right. Let's go back." The moment Naruto spoke, their consciousness returned to the seal. Their fists were still pressed together, as if not a second had passed. Naruto nodded to Kurama, then turned toward the iron gate. "Ah. Naruto, are you all right? What just happened?" Minato looked utterly confused. Naruto didn't answer directly. "Father, how much longer can you stay?" Minato's expression darkened. "I was only a contingency. I'll probably fade by tomorrow." "I understand." Naruto's eyes hardened. "Kurama, please." Kurama glanced sideways at Minato. "Come inside, fourth Hokage. I'll help you stay longer." "What?" Minato stared blankly. Kurama clicked his tongue. "Don't stand there confused. I said come in. Or is your courage less than your son's?" Naruto sighed, stepped outside the gate, and then, to Minato's shock, grabbed him and pulled him inside beneath Kurama's paw. Meanwhile, Hokage's office. "Shikaku, you've seen the surveillance logs on Naruto," the third Hokage said calmly. "When Shikamaru approaches him, there will be no danger. It's all for the peace of Konoha." Nara Shikaku, pineapple-shaped hair as ever, nodded reluctantly. "Understood, Lord Hokage. But based on my analysis, Naruto won't let anyone get close easily." He sighed inwardly. All because he'd casually mentioned Shikamaru's intelligence. He was now tasked with ensuring his son befriended Naruto, and became close. Hiruzen smiled and patted Shikaku's shoulder. I believe in you. And in Shikamaru. Now, let's review the details of the Cloud Envoy arriving shortly. Back in the village. Unaware of these plans, Naruto once again used the transformation jutsu and headed out. Kurama had just told him something unexpected. Today, for the first time, no one's watching you. Naruto walked through a busy street before stopping in front of a large building. So this is the Ninja Academy? Yes, Minato said fondly. This is the back entrance. Your mother and I first met here. Back then, we were just fourth Hokage. Kurama's furious voice exploded in Naruto's mind. Did we give you too much chakra or something? Can you stop already? Sorry. Minato said awkwardly. Naruto was about to leave when shrill laughter echoed from behind the tall fence. Ha ha ha. He's bleeding and still punching the training post. What an idiot. Hot-blooded loser. Ha ha ha. Naruto walked over and peered through the fence. A boy with braided hair leaned against a wooden post, blood trickling from his head. Several children surrounded him, occasionally hurling stones. Each stone was followed by louder laughter. Soon, the entire group was laughing. Rock Lee. Naruto's expression darkened. Father, he said quietly, look how happy they are. Ah. Naruto, this is. Naruto's gaze grew distant. Laughter. Really is the most contagious thing, isn't it? End of chapter. Chapter 9, Attitude Determines Everything. TCH. Why doesn't that human brat fight back? So weak. Kurama had been watching the scene unfold too, but even he couldn't hold back his frustration. Yeah. I can't understand why he doesn't fight back either. Naruto combed through the anime plot in his mind and realized, this was how Rock Lee's childhood went. The only reason Lee ever grew strong was because of Might Guy. Minato Namikaze hesitated before offering a thought. Maybe it's because he just can't win. There are so many people bullying him, if he fought back and still lost. I disagree, father. Naruto's voice was calm, but firm. Whether someone can win is a matter of ability. But whether they choose to fight back is a matter of attitude. And it is attitude that determines a person's fate. He glanced back toward Lee. Look at him. Silent endurance only teaches others that he's weak. Silence is the destiny of the bullied. Only by speaking out can you begin to change your fate. In Konoha, someone like Lee might be lucky enough to earn Might Guy's favor. But in the world Naruto came from, someone like Lee would be devoured, down to the bone. With Lee's potential, he could have become a legend even Uchiha Madara would acknowledge. Yet in the end, he became little more than a 12 rookies side character swept along by the story. Naruto took one last look at the bloodied Rock Lee, still enduring in silence by the training post, then turned and walked away. Inside the sealed space, Minato was left speechless. That bullied boy reminded him of Kushina Uzumaki. She had been bullied constantly at the academy too. To avoid being looked down upon, she once shouted in class that she would become the first female Hokage. And she never backed down. She fought back with everything she had, and beat up every classmate who mocked her. Sigh. Minato let out a long breath. He was growing increasingly worried about Naruto's mindset. And the more he thought about everything his son had endured in the village, the deeper his frown became. Fourth Hokage, what's with that face? Kurama grinned, clearly delighted by Naruto's sharpness. The brat's right, you know. Naruto soon arrived at the entrance of a noodle shop. Seeing the sign, he paused. Ichiraku Ramen. The legendary place. Father, are you afraid I'll do something to Konoha? Naruto asked this softly within the mental realm as he continued walking. He didn't even like noodles. Minato forced an awkward smile. You're not planning to hurt the village, are you, Naruto? After taking 2 familiar turns toward home, Naruto stopped. Seems like you don't really understand me, father. Minato wanted to say it, he really didn't understand what his son was thinking. Relax. As long as they don't bring it upon themselves, I won't do anything to Konoha. Besides, I'm not even a genin yet. What are you worried about? Naruto's tone stayed light, yet every word was sharp. I'm not stupid. Why would I act out and draw attention to myself? That would make them see me as a threat, and make it harder to hide my real intentions. Naruto's words sent a chill through Minato's heart. Because Minato understood, the sentence had an unspoken premise. A cold wind swept by. Heavy snow began to fall again. Since no one was following him today, Naruto decided it was time to return home and begin training. Earlier, after Kurama replenished Minato's chakra, Minato had offered to teach Naruto immediately. But Naruto knew he had limited free time each day, rare hours when he could move without being watched. He didn't want to waste that freedom. He cherished the ability to walk openly. Sometimes, he even felt the urge to run wildly through the streets. Kurama and Minato didn't fully understand, watching him with puzzled expressions. But before leaving, Naruto made a point of entering the mirror world to run a small experiment. He discovered something important. While Naruto's physical body remained still, if his mind entered the mirror world, Kurama could still communicate with him through their chakra-linked connection. But Minato couldn't. Even after Naruto granted Minato guest access, Minato couldn't speak to him once Naruto entered the mirror world. Kurama was smug about it. Minato, however, was deeply disappointed. The thought that his bond with his son wasn't even as strong as a fox's. That stung. After lunch, Naruto sat at home in a chair, pretending to read. Inside the sealed realm, Minato began teaching him. Naruto, you need to stop using your current chakra refining method. Minato frowned immediately. There's something wrong with it. Naruto's eyes sharpened. No, the method isn't wrong. Minato waved his hands quickly. But it's a method meant for civilians. The chakra extraction rate is inefficient. Ha! Naruto's laugh held no warmth. Our dear Hokage really does think of everything. Kurama said nothing, but gave Minato a similarly contemptuous look. Humans really were underhanded. Minato swallowed his embarrassment and taught Naruto a new method. Inside, his fury burned. Even when Hiruzen first began teaching Naruto, Minato had already noticed this problem. But he was dead, he couldn't interfere. Now, he was grateful he had met Naruto early. Without Minato's correction, and with Hiruzen's carefully designed setup, Naruto would have been doomed to remain talented but forever behind. Minato's method wasn't complicated. In fact, it was simpler and far more efficient, a technique passed down from Naruto's mother, an Uzumaki clan method suited to Naruto's physique. After mastering it, Naruto calmed his mind and began refining chakra. He immediately felt the difference. Power surged through his body, far more vigorous than the day before. With a thought, he entered the mirror world. His challenge time had increased to a full 30 minutes. Since he was already here, he didn't waste it. A voice inside urged him toward greater strength. He approached Izumo Kamizuki and initiated another challenge. This wasn't suffering. It was growth. Sure, it drained him mentally, but Naruto wasn't someone who chose comfort when he could fight. The next morning, Naruto woke up slightly fatigued. Kurama immediately reported something strange. Last night, after you fell asleep, the person who usually comes to switch shifts for your surveillance suddenly ordered all ANBU to withdraw. Naruto frowned. He asked Minato, but even he didn't understand. What was Hiruzen Sarutobi playing at? First, he removed the daytime tail, then he even withdrew the 24/7 surveillance. Naruto didn't dwell on it. After washing up and eating breakfast, he digested the mirror world reward from last night, reviewing the early-stage combat experience gained from Izumo Kamizuki. When he stepped outside disguised again, he realized. Last night had been anything but peaceful. He wandered to a newspaper stand and reached for a paper when he overheard hushed voices. Hey, did you hear? One of the cloud heads who came yesterday was killed. What? No way. Weren't they here to sign a peace treaty with Konoha? It's true. I heard someone from the Hyuga clan did it. Yeah, it was a huge mess last night. The people from the Land of Lightning carried the body and stood outside the Hyuga compound, demanding the killer be handed over, or they'd go to war. What? War. But the village doesn't look like it's preparing. It's all thanks to the Hokage. He protected the village's peace. I saw him lead a bunch of high-level ninja to the Hyuga compound and force them to hand over the killer. Otherwise, it would have escalated. But the treaty's off. The cloud people left in the middle of the night. TCH. The Hyuga killed someone, why should the village take the blame? They even ruined the alliance, disgraceful. Yeah. What a loss. Naruto understood immediately. He paid the vendor, took the latest paper, and left without a word. This was the incident where Hinata Hyuga was nearly kidnapped by Kumogakure, Hidden Cloud Village. They were never here to sign a treaty. They came to provoke conflict. Their goal was obvious. Steal the power of the Byakugan. In the end, Hyuga Hisashi, the twin brother of the clan head Hyuga Hayashi, was forced to die in his place to satisfy the Cloud's demands. The Hyuga's main branch versus branch family system was rotten to the core. The branch family were born into servitude, marked with the caged bird seal. That seal restricted their Byakugan and allowed the main family to control them. Even destroy their brain tissue at will. It was slavery. Hisashi had long wanted to resist this fate. And perhaps choosing to die that night was the only decision he ever truly made for himself. As the plot replayed in Naruto's mind, one thought surfaced. What role did the third Hokage really play this time? Konoha had fought through 3 great ninja wars. Had they ever truly lost? Would they really fear war? That was a joke. End of chapter. Chapter 10, What is he doing? 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The incident involving the Hyuga clan and the Hidden Cloud Village, Kumogakure, caused surprisingly little disturbance within Konoha. Now, a new year had begun, and Naruto Uzumaki had turned 5. Of course, it wasn't only his age that had grown. Over the past 2 months, under Namikaze Minato's constant guidance within the sealed space, Naruto's strength had improved at a startling pace. By Konoha's standards, he was already at least genin level, though his taijutsu still lagged behind. Because he was constantly monitored, Naruto had no choice but to train ninjutsu inside the seal and sharpen his combat instincts in the mirror world, repeatedly challenging data-based puppets. Virtual combat was effective, but he had never tested himself in the real world. So he couldn't accurately judge how strong he truly was. During these 2 months, Naruto focused entirely on laying a solid foundation. Ever since switching to the Uzumaki-style chakra refinement method, his chakra reserves had been expanding at an astonishing rate. The first technique he learned was the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Recently, he had also begun practicing chakra sensing, a sensory technique passed down through the Uzumaki clan, taught personally by his father. This involved using one's own chakra to perceive the surrounding environment. Thanks to his rapidly growing chakra pool, Naruto could now spend even more time in the mirror world each night. More than once, he had relied on overwhelming numbers of shadow clones to exhaust and defeat Izumo Kamizuki during practice matches. He wanted to make use of his daytime hours as well. But he couldn't. The ANBU who had briefly withdrawn their surveillance only gave him a single day of freedom before resuming their watch. Today, Naruto had just returned from Ninja Nintendo, translated, Ninja Tool Shop, with 2 new kunai. The shopkeeper had even thrown in a cheap ninja tool pouch for free. But Kurama immediately warned him. Gekko Hayate is tailing you again. He's right behind you. Naruto felt speechless. This only confirmed one thing, he needed to master chakra sensing as soon as possible. If even Moonlight Hayate, a relatively low-level stealth specialist, required Kurama's warning. What would happen if Naruto encountered someone like the second Tsuchikage, Inoki's predecessor, who possessed the terrifying dustless concealment technique, capable of completely erasing one's presence, even from sensory perception? The kunai were meant for use inside the mirror world, where real-world items could be projected into simulations. Although Naruto had challenged Izumo Kamizuki countless times over the past 2 months, the rewards left him dissatisfied. Yes, he had gained everything Izumo knew. All of his jutsu. His genin and chunin-level combat experience. But most of the jutsu were useless. Naruto couldn't learn them, including Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. After using 5 chakra nature test papers, Naruto confirmed the truth. He possessed only wind release chakra. Aware that Hayate was still lurking behind him, Naruto calmly placed the kunai into his pouch, walked to his desk, and spread out a sheet of paper. He picked up a brush and wrote 2 lines. Lying beneath the plum tree, one catches the scent of its blossoms. A bowed branch, weighed low with sorrow and longing. He deliberately left the paper in plain sight, then went downstairs to prepare lunch. As soon as Naruto left, Gekko Hayate stepped forward, muttered the lines under his breath a few times, then leapt out the window and vanished. Hokage's office, rooftop. What do these 2 lines mean? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stared at Hiate's surveillance report, his brow deeply furrowed. The 2 lines Naruto had written were placed prominently at the top. He recognized each character individually, but together, they made no clear sense. Ahem. Hokage-sama, Hiate coughed. I couldn't understand them either. The target wrote them immediately after returning from the ninja tool shop with 2 kunai. The third's expression darkened. Kunai. Is someone bullying Naruto again? No, Hiate replied firmly. He follows his usual routine, leaves home, returns shortly after. Recently, he even uses the transformation jutsu when going out. He has had no contact or conflict with anyone. Hiruzen frowned. If no one was bothering Naruto, why was he buying offensive weapons? That was not a good sign. Naruto had already begun refining chakra. He was no longer just a child. He was a shinobi. If an ordinary villager managed to anger him. We must know exactly what Naruto is thinking, Hiruzen said coldly. Everything about him must remain under control. Bring Narashikaku. Yes, sir. That night, inside the sealed space. Under Minato's watchful gaze, Naruto extended one hand. Visible chakra rapidly condensed in his palm, rotating, compressing, flowing in opposing directions. In seconds, a high-density chakra sphere formed. A Rasengan. Without pause, Naruto raised his other hand. Another Rasengan spun into existence. Minato was stunned. Earlier that night, Minato had excitedly declared, Naruto. I'll teach you a jutsu that doesn't require hand seals. Naruto had guessed it immediately. Rasengan. Yet even after 3 hours of practice, he hadn't fully grasped it. That was normal. After all. It took Minato 3 years to develop it. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage, needed 3 days to learn it. Naruto had neither a Sharingan nor instant copy talent. He had planned to buy balloons the next day, just like in the original story. Then Kurama lost patience. One glance was enough. He recognized the technique immediately. The Rasengan was developed based on the tailed beast bomb. Mocking Minato's inefficiency, Kurama ordered Naruto to fist bump him. In an instant, Naruto received a complete mental transfer of how tailed beasts formed their bombs. Afterward, Kurama replenished Minato's chakra, shot him a meaningful look, and promptly went to sleep. Minato understood immediately. He fist-bumped Naruto. Everything he knew about the Rasengan flowed over. Thanks to that, Naruto mastered it completely. And unlike the original timeline, he could now form it with one hand, without shadow clones. Standing before the iron gate, Naruto raised a Rasengan in each hand and pressed them against it. Buzz, buzz. A faint vibration echoed. The Rasengan vanished. The gate remained intact. Naruto, what are you doing? Minato asked, speechless. Testing whether Rasengan could break the seal. Kurama snorted. Don't bother. I've blasted it from inside with tailed beast bombs countless times. Then I'll try from the outside next time. Before he could finish. The third Hokage is downstairs, Kurama warned. A knock echoed. Naruto opened the door to find Hiruzen Sarutobi standing there. He invited him in, poured lukewarm water, and sat politely. Naruto, Hiruzen said kindly, I came to check on your training. Any problems lately? Hokage-sama, Naruto replied brightly, I've already mastered the transformation jutsu. He formed flawless hand seals. Poof. A perfect transformation. Not even Naruto recognized the face he became. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed. In a flash, he grabbed Naruto's arm. And just as quickly let go. Naruto felt chakra surge briefly through his body. Haha. Excellent. Next time, I'll teach you another jutsu. After a few pleasantries, Hiruzen left. The moment the door closed. TCH. Naruto, that old man is up to no good. Kurama snarled. When he grabbed you, he recorded your chakra signature. Minato's face darkened. The telescope technique, he said gravely. With it, he can monitor specific people remotely, through a crystal ball. But only if he has their chakra signature. Naruto's expression turned ice cold. He knew that crystal ball. He had seen it countless times in the anime. The third Hokage used it to spy on him. Moonlight streamed through the window. Naruto climbed onto the rooftop, dragged out a lounge chair, and lay back, staring at the sky. Hokage's office. Hiruzen placed the crystal ball on his desk. Naruto's image appeared clearly within it. The old man frowned. What is he doing? Staring at the moon. End of chapter. Chapter 11, The Truth Doesn't Matter That Much. Time flew by. 3 months had passed since the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally visited Naruto Uzumaki that night. During that time, Naruto fully cleared the Mirror World challenges against Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane. The rewards were still somewhat disappointing. He had yet to awaken any chakra nature besides wind release, so the only thing he could truly absorb from them was their training experience. However, his chakra had grown so rapidly over this period that even Minato Namikaze and Kurama were stunned. At the same time, Naruto had fully mastered the Uzumaki clan's sensory ability. That finally allowed Kurama to relax a little, because Naruto discovered something shocking. His sensory range had already surpassed Kurama's, even though Kurama was still restricted by the seal. Kurama grumbled that if the seal weren't in the way, he'd show Naruto what real sensory perception looked like. It was now May. After lunch, Naruto left the house. This time, he didn't use the transformation jutsu. Instead, he headed toward an area far from the center of the village. At this hour, no one else would normally come here. Fields of crops stretched out like rice paddies. Above them, the sky was a clear azure, the breeze warm and gentle. Naruto didn't slow down. Before long, a wide river appeared ahead. Crossing a wooden bridge, he followed the crisscrossing paths between the fields and finally stopped in a small forest clearing. Hidden within the woods was an abandoned training ground, likely used long ago and then discarded. There was all kinds of equipment, including targets for kunai and shuriken practice. Naruto had discovered this place by accident yesterday while deliberately leading Gecko High-8, Moonlight High-8, who had been tailing him, on a long wild goose chase. Ever since learning that the third Hokage had used a crystal ball to spy on him, Naruto had made a decision. From now on, he would come here daily, train his body, and put on a performance for whoever was watching. But he had discovered something strange about his body. Just yesterday, he'd spent more than 2 hours on a set of parallel bars, like the kind gymnasts used in his previous life. And yet he never once felt winded. Not once did he feel tired. His stamina was abnormal. Minato explained that this was perfectly normal for Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother, had always ranked highest in physical conditioning at the academy. Even under high-intensity training from dawn to dusk, she rarely tired. That was the natural physique of the Uzumaki clan, a starting point far beyond ordinary people. Naturally, Naruto inherited it. But Minato added one more crucial point. Naruto's monstrous stamina wasn't just clan blood. The sealed chakra of Kurama, the Nine Tails, also played a huge role. After understanding that, Naruto decided there was no point in openly training taijutsu right now. He was watched too closely. If he revealed he already knew taijutsu, it would raise questions, dangerous ones. So playing pretend ninja here like an ordinary child was meaningless. Today, Naruto came to practice kunai throwing. But as he approached the targets, he noticed something was off. The equipment had clearly been maintained recently, and the targets nailed to the trees had been replaced with brand new ones. Each bullseye had clear marks from repeated hits. Naruto's gaze shifted, until it landed on a stone platform. A bamboo basket sat on it. That basket hadn't been there yesterday. Naruto walked over slowly, eyes narrowing. Inside the basket was a full set of kunai and shuriken. "Father, what do you think of this?" Naruto glanced at the 6 kunai in his own pouch, then focused inward to ask Minato. Minato thought for a moment. "It's likely the original owner left them here." Naruto nodded. "Then the owner probably noticed I've been using this place. But this doesn't feel like a warning." At that moment, Kurama, lounging lazily, suddenly spoke. "Naruto, the guy on the tree just left. And he left in a hurry." "I know," Naruto replied. He had sensed it too. But there are still 3 people watching farther out. He probably ran off to report to the Hokage. If he panicked that quickly, he probably doesn't even know who this place belongs to. Naruto frowned. Did I just cause trouble for the real owner? Minato had the same suspicion. He also knew the one tailing Naruto was Moonlight High-8. After thinking it over, Minato said carefully. Naruto, maybe we should leave. Why would we leave? Naruto shrugged. I finally learned how to swim, and I crossed that river just to find this place. Besides, the tools were placed here intentionally for me. Why else would they appear today, but not yesterday? With the equipment maintained and the targets replaced, it doesn't look like the owner minds me using it. Minato still looked uneasy. But Naruto, these are someone else's things. All the more reason not to leave without a word. Naruto reached into the bamboo basket, took out a shuriken, and said evenly. I should meet the owner and apologize. And I have a feeling the owner isn't just some random person. As he spoke, Naruto casually flicked the shuriken at a target. Thwack. A perfect bullseye. Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. That's everything, those ninja tools definitely weren't there yesterday. Gekko Hayate stood before Hiruzen, face pale, coughing between sentences. The third Hokage adjusted his hat. What is Naruto doing there today? Cough, cough. Hayate replied. The target seems to have given up on taijutsu training. Today he brought the 6 kunai he's collected over the past few months. Likely he wanted to practice throwing. It also looks like he intends to go there regularly. Should we investigate who owns that place? Just in case. No need. Hiruzen cut him off sharply. The third Hokage stood and began pacing. After a moment, he said. I know who that place belongs to. From now on, there's no need to follow Naruto when he goes out. Maintain surveillance and protection only around his home. Yes, sir. Hayate accepted the order immediately. Back at his desk, Hiruzen lit his pipe. After a few puffs, he opened a drawer and took out the crystal ball. As he peered into it and watched what unfolded, the corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Back in the forest. Naruto, what are you doing? Inside the sealed space, Minato looked stiff. After realizing how easily he could hit the bullseye, Naruto had muttered something about being summoned by the times, and started bouncing around. At first Minato thought it was taijutsu practice. But it quickly looked more like a dance. A few minutes later, Naruto suddenly stopped and turned serious. Father. Everyone watching me just left. Minato's expression lit with hope. Maybe the third Hokage gave them new orders. Maybe, you won't be monitored anymore. Impossible. Naruto's eyes sharpened like blades. Father. Don't be so naive. Minato's face tightened. He knew it. Yet a part of him still wanted to believe in Hiruzen. Naruto's voice stayed calm as he gathered the kunai and shuriken and returned them neatly to the basket. Since I was born, they've taken everything from me. Then they spread twisted stories so people would avoid me like a plague. They've controlled my life for a long time. His composure unsettled Minato more than anger ever could. But what they don't know, Naruto continued, turning to leave, is that I'm very patient. And patience will help me seize the right moment. To take back everything that's mine. Minato opened his mouth, wanting to argue, wanting to soften those words. But in the end, nothing came out. Naruto continued, still calm. As long as I'm alive in Konoha, most people here will always feel like they're living under a shadow of fear. Minato's face twisted. He spoke urgently. Naruto, they don't know the truth. Naruto didn't even slow. The truth doesn't matter. He walked toward home, voice flat. Because in reality, the people who don't know the truth are the ones making the biggest mistake. End of chapter. Chapter 12, My Foolish Onizen. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The fire's light will shine upon the village and allow new leaves to sprout. On a vast ceremonial platform, the iconic voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rang out. Warm, kind, reassuring. Just hearing it instinctively made people feel that this was a benevolent, wise old man. Surrounding the stage were parents and children alike, their faces filled with excitement. More villagers arrived by the minute, invited guests and curious onlookers blending together into a swelling crowd. The speech lasted 2 full hours. And the moment the third Hokage finished, thunderous applause erupted like a tidal wave. The crowd surged with feverish enthusiasm. Some even shouted and rushed toward the stage, arms raised high, eyes blazing with devotion. It was as though a contagious madness had swept through them. Adults, children, all of them wearing the same expression of blind reverence. The third Hokage looked deeply satisfied. Today was mid-September, the official opening ceremony for the new academic year at the Ninja Academy. He had deliberately set aside his daily duties to deliver this speech, not to teach techniques, but to instill ideology. To plant the will of fire deep into the hearts of these children. Because in Hiruzen's mind, that was his greatest responsibility as the so-called heir to the will of fire. Naruto Uzumaki stood alone at the very edge of the crowd. He wore a polite smile and clapped along, not out of genuine feeling, but because appearances mattered. More importantly, he had been personally invited by the third Hokage. That morning, Naruto had sensed an unusual level of ninja activity throughout the village. As he took his first bite of breakfast, he felt the third Hokage's entourage moving directly toward his home. Naruto's sensory range had already expanded to over 5 kilometers, and with his ever-growing chakra reserves, that range would only increase. The Hokage claimed he wanted to use this rare opportunity to teach Naruto a new jutsu. Instead, he handed Naruto a scroll, and went straight to the stage. He never even mentioned the school ceremony. So Naruto hadn't used the transformation jutsu. At first, he had been standing relatively close to the platform. But as the crowd thickened, he was pushed farther and farther back. As if he were some kind of plague. People unconsciously avoided him. What made it even more absurd was that Gecko Hayate, Moonlight Hayate, was tailing him again. Even as Naruto stood there smiling and clapping for several seconds, Hayate stayed close, only leaving after a while to head toward the Hokage. Inside the sealed space, Minato Namake's voice rang out, filled with emotion. Naruto, did you hear that? That's the will of fire, passed down from the first Hokage himself. Naruto shifted his consciousness into the seal and looked at his father's excited expression with mild surprise. What's so special about it? He asked calmly. Minato's face grew solemn. The will of fire is the foundation of Konoha's strength, he said firmly. It's a belief handed down from the first Hokage and carried on to this day. It teaches us to protect those precious to us. To shield them from harm. To believe that the young are the future, and that the older generation must protect them, even at the cost of their own lives. The sacrifices of our predecessors aren't meaningless, Minato continued passionately. They inspire the next generation to become the pillars of tomorrow. Only the will of fire can ensure that children grow up in peace, without being consumed by war. By the end, Minato was practically giving a speech of his own. Nearby, Kurama cracked open one fox eye, glanced at Naruto's unchanged expression, and smirked mockingly. Finished? Naruto asked flatly. Minato faltered. Naruto met his father's gaze. Father, have you ever considered the possibility that the person who created the will of fire did so knowing it would also cause harm? Minato stiffened. That's impossible. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Do you remember Konoha's white fang, Itachi Sakumo? At that name, Minato froze. A shinobi respected across nations, Naruto continued. Someone even the legendary Sannin acknowledged. He lived by the will of fire, abandoned a mission to save his comrades. And how did the village repay him? They blamed him. Even the comrades he saved turned their backs on him. In the end, crushed by public pressure, he committed suicide. Naruto didn't stop. You said the will of fire ensures children aren't killed in war. But that's not what Konoha's official records say. Father, during the Third Great Ninja War, didn't one of your subordinates die at 13? Buried as a hero, but still a child. Minato knew exactly who Naruto meant. Guilt twisted in his chest. And even more ironic, Naruto continued, voice calm, the first Hokage, founder of the Will of Fire. His own grandson, Senju Nawaki, died at 12 during the Second Great Ninja War. Naruto paused, then asked the question he'd clearly been waiting to ask. Father, can you explain why, after the third Hokage took power, the Senju clan declined so rapidly? Until only Tsunade, one of the Sannin, remained. Minato had no answer. He had died too early. He had ruled for barely a year after the war, too much had happened beyond his reach. Heh. Naruto, fist bump. Kurama suddenly spoke up. About the Senju clan. I know a few things. Remembering that Kurama's first Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Mito, Naruto immediately extended his fist. In an instant, Kurama transferred his memories to Minato. Naruto withdrew from the mental space. Inside the seal, Minato stood frozen, like a man who had lost his purpose, even in death. Back in the real world, Naruto's gaze shifted. He sensed more ninja arriving at the edge of the crowd. These newcomers felt different. They didn't clap, they showed no enthusiasm, their eyes were cold, and within that coldness flickered resentment. Naruto examined their gear. It wasn't ANBU. He recognized them immediately. The Konoha military police force, members of the Uchiha clan. Naruto felt no interest in them. They were people destined to die. In the shinobi world, even the dead could still have value. But these weren't worth the trouble. He glanced at the third Hokage still basking in adoration, then pulled out the scroll he'd been given. Clearly, the Hokage had no intention of seeing him again today. Naruto stepped into a quiet corner and unrolled it. At a glance, he sneered. A basic genin taijutsu manual. That answered everything. From today onward, he could publicly train in taijutsu without drawing suspicion. With that settled, Naruto turned and headed toward Ningu Mentendo, ninja tool shop. Meanwhile, Ni-san. I really wasn't sneaking off to train again. A small boy puffed out his cheeks in protest. Hee, Sasuke, I believe you, a calm voice replied. I'm free today, no missions. I'll help you practice shuriken throwing. The two figures walked through a sparse grove, only to spot someone climbing the training wall inside their usual training ground. Ni-san. Look. Someone's using our training field. Wait, Sasuke. Too late. Sasuke charged forward, voice brimming with childish arrogance. Hey. Do you know you're trespassing? Do you even know who I am? The boy on the wall stopped. He didn't look at Sasuke. Instead, he raised his head and locked eyes with the taller figure nearby, blue eyes steady and unwavering. Uchiha Itachi. End of chapter. Chapter 13, A Hopeless Lunatic. You rude bastard, who the hell are you? The Tsundere boy's dark pupils widened with fury as he shouted, clearly enraged. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow slightly and glanced aside, but his gaze quickly returned to the figure a few meters away. Calmly, he began removing the weighted lead blocks and arm guards he had purchased from the ninja tool shop. Ever since he discovered this place, he had been wondering who the owner of this training ground was. Earlier, he had already sensed the chakra of two people approaching. Guessing they were the rightful owners, he simply waited here. Uchiha Itachi was one of the names he had considered. After all, this area was filled with targets used for throwing shuriken and kunai, and every single one had a clean bullseye, without exception. Still, the fact that Itachi brought Uchiha Sasuke with him did catch Naruto off guard. Given the rising tension between the Uchiha clan and the village, Naruto assumed Itachi would be far busier. Soon, Naruto removed the last of his weights. Squatting down, he pulled out a high-grade sealing scroll he had bought at great expense and began sealing the equipment inside it, one piece at a time. That scroll alone had cost him 6 months of savings. Compared to it, the weighted gear felt like a bargain. Worse still, the scroll had a limited number of uses. As Naruto finished, Sasuke, off to the side, clenched his fist so hard his whole body trembled. You bastard! How dare you ignore me? Even if most villagers didn't know his face, they surely recognized the Uchiha fan crest on his clothes. No one ever dared treat him as if he didn't exist. All right, Sasuke, Itachi said calmly. We're all from the same village. Don't make a big deal out of it. The training ground is for everyone's use, he continued, glancing at Naruto, and besides, this young man looks stronger than you. As Naruto tucked away the scroll, Itachi had already walked up. Hello. I'm Uchiha Itachi. This is my younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. His voice was low and composed. You've been training here for the past few months, haven't you? His tone was polite, but his gaze was sharp. The faint lines beneath his eyes gave him a mature, almost detached air, calm on the surface, unreadable underneath. Standing only a few steps away, Naruto realized he had to tilt his head up slightly to meet Itachi's eyes. He was only about 1.2 meters tall. And Itachi had almost certainly recognized who he was. Naruto nodded. I apologize for using your training ground without permission, he said evenly. And thank you for the ninja tools you left behind. So you've heard the name of the Uchiha, haven't you? Sasuke immediately snapped back into arrogance, puffing out his chest and stepping up beside Itachi. Shouldn't you at least tell us who you are? Naruto found it faintly amusing. As expected, Sasuke was deeply attached to his brother right now, borrowing Itachi's authority like armor. The fact that Sasuke survived what came later was proof of his resilience. Your brother already knows who I am, Naruto said flatly, glancing at Sasuke's still childish face. Since I've been caught trespassing today, I'll take my leave. With that, he stepped forward, intending to walk past Itachi. But the moment he drew level with Itachi, a loud system notification detonated in Naruto's mind. He stopped instantly. In a single motion, he turned back and extended his hand toward Itachi. Hello. Upon reflection, it's only proper to formally introduce myself when facing such a prestigious clan like the Uchiha. Itachi's eyes flickered with faint surprise. Still, polite by nature, he didn't hesitate to take Naruto's hand. Data collection in progress. Hello, Naruto said smoothly. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Data collection complete. Current progress, 5%. Please continue to collect relevant data. Thank you very much, Naruto said, satisfied. Time for me to head home. He released Itachi's hand and walked away naturally, without even glancing back. Only his departing figure remained in the grove. Weirdo. Wait. Ni-san. Sasuke suddenly blurted. I've seen that guy before, I recognize his hair. Yes, Itachi replied softly. He was wearing a mask last winter. As Naruto disappeared into the trees, a faint, inexplicable trace of concern surfaced in Itachi's eyes. After leaving the grove, Naruto used the transformation jutsu to alter his appearance. After a swift trip back, he returned to his small house. With a thought, he entered the mirror world. After reading the update notes carefully, he followed the system's instructions to the Uchiha district, and soon located Itachi. Naruto approached Itachi's in-world avatar, triggering a prompt window. View character-related story cutscene. Naruto selected yes. The scene shifted instantly to a chaotic battlefield, ninjutsu exploding everywhere. The camera zoomed in to reveal a 7 or 8-year-old Uchiha Itachi wielding kunai, moving through the carnage like a phantom, killing with ruthless precision. Kinda feels like I'm watching a movie, Naruto thought, intrigued by this new feature. The cutscene flowed forward. Itachi joining ANBU Black Ops, with familiar faces like Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and even Orochimaru flickering past. The Night of the Nine Tails attack. Konoha's suppression and marginalization of the Uchiha clan afterward, widening the rift between clan and village. Uchiha Fugaku ordering Itachi to act as a spy within ANBU, especially to watch Uchiha Shersui. Only then did the scene fade out. Naruto noticed the cutscene wasn't presented purely from a third-person view. It was laced with Itachi's private inner monologues, pain, struggle, and contradiction. It also revealed details about the power dynamic between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha. For example, Minato Namikaze had nearly not become Hokage. More importantly, many Uchiha were already sliding toward extremism, practically becoming full-blown lunatics. And nearly all of them had awakened the Sharingan. Even those who seemed stable were overwhelmingly arrogant, arrogance pushed to the brink. In the minds of certain elite Uchiha, the rest of their clan were simply pawns. Itachi himself had already awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. From the monologues alone, Naruto could tell Itachi's mental strain was immense. He was already teetering on the edge, one emotional shove away from snapping. Even based on Naruto's memories of the anime, Itachi's, mature and composed, image had always been partially in act. No wonder Yakushi Kabuto once said Itachi was the most deceptive ninja he had ever met. After being resurrected through Edo Tensei, Itachi even admitted it, in the name of peace, he never trusted anyone else's power, he trusted only his own way of saving the world. After Shersui's death, Itachi genuinely believed the Uchiha clan massacre was justified, necessary. And instead of going after Shimura Danzo, who pulled strings in the shadows, Itachi chose to uphold Shersui's dying wish to preserve peace in the village. He blamed the tragedy on the Uchiha's internal pressure, rather than the true masterminds. That kind of mental gymnastics had baffled Naruto when he watched the story in his previous life. But now, living here, he finally understood the root of it. This was the legacy of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Long ago, after Hashirama killed his best friend Uchiha Madara, he declared that protecting the village was his only conviction, and that if even his friends, brothers, or children threatened the village, he would strike them down without hesitation. Itachi Uchiha inherited that will of fire to perfection. But wasn't that responsibility supposed to belong to the third Hokage? Did Itachi truly need to be the one swearing loyalty? The third Hokage spoke of negotiation, yet never acted. Danzo issued veiled threats and exploited Itachi's love for Sasuke. One played the good cop. The other played the bad cop. And in the end, they forged Itachi into their executioner, the blade that slaughtered his own clan. What baffled Naruto most was this. Itachi knew Danzo coveted the Sharingan. And yet he still left his younger brother, who had the potential to awaken it, inside Konoha. Danzo was the kind of man who would secretly implant first Hokage cells into his own body. And Itachi wasn't worried his foolish little brother would be used. If that wasn't insanity, what was? End of chapter. Chapter 14, I Can't Slow Down. A cool breeze stirred as afternoon sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy overhead. When Naruto Uzumaki looked up, the scattered rays shimmered like stars, bright enough to sting his eyes. Clad in a thin layer of lightweight armor, Naruto tightened his protective headgear. Inside the sealed space, Namikaze Minato watched with a worried expression. Naruto, you're already strong. You're only 5 years old. There's no need to push yourself this hard. Father, I'm not rushing, Naruto replied calmly. I've never neglected taijutsu training, and I've already mastered every sealing technique you taught me. He didn't mention ninjutsu. In that area, Minato had only taught him several variations of the Raiznan, along with basic techniques such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But testing yourself with live shuriken drills is too dangerous, Minato insisted, hesitation flickering across his face. I'm wearing armor, Naruto said flatly. Besides, didn't you want to test my reaction speed to see whether I'm qualified to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu? No one is monitoring me right now. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is conducting inspections at the Konoha hospital. This opportunity is rare, too good to miss. Without waiting for a response, Naruto took out 2 sealing scrolls. Channeling chakra into the storage formulas, 6 multi-shot kunai launchers materialized on the ground. Each launcher was capable of firing 9 kunai simultaneously. Naruto picked one up and walked to a stone platform with a bamboo basket full of kunai, carefully loading each launcher. Once they were prepared, Naruto marked his standing position on the ground and began mounting the launchers onto surrounding tree trunks. It had been 1 month since his encounter with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. During that time, Naruto had spent every day inside the mirror world, repeatedly fighting a data construct of Uchiha Itachi. Just the night before, he finally received a breakthrough reward. He obtained Itachi's Shuriken Jutsu Mastery, and Fire Release Chakra. Earlier that month, Naruto had already mastered all of Minato's sealing techniques except one. The Reaper Death Seal, Shiki Fujin. Minato had been absolutely firm that jutsu was forbidden. Later, Naruto asked to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. With his immense chakra reserves and advanced sensory abilities, he believed he met the prerequisites. Minato neither refused nor agreed. He claimed Naruto's reflexes needed further evaluation, but in truth, he was hesitating. Naruto had a vague understanding of why his father was reluctant. But he didn't press the matter. Whether Minato was stalling or seeking reassurance, Naruto already had a fallback plan. The mirror world had fully collected Minato's data the day they reunited. And since Minato frequently accompanied him there, it was only a matter of time before Naruto could extract everything his father knew, permission or not. Still, Naruto wanted to test himself. If his reaction speed wasn't sufficient, he would simply focus on other paths. After securing the tripwires that linked each launcher to a single trigger kunai, Naruto walked to 3 stone pillars beside the platform and planted the trigger kunai beneath his feet. Minato's expression tightened. Naruto. I'm starting, Naruto said calmly. Please don't distract me. Without looking back, he double-checked the alignment of each launcher. Then he kicked the kunai at his feet. Thud, thud, thud. The tripwires activated instantly. All 6 launchers fired at once. 54 kunai tore through the air like a storm of steel. Several embedded themselves into the ground. But at the moment Naruto kicked the trigger, he had already leapt into the air. His body twisted with precision as he flung out a handful of kunai, intercepting the incoming barrage. Clang. 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 Sparks flew as metal collided. The interception was only partially successful. As Naruto braced against one of the stone pillars midair, a sharp sting exploded in his abdomen and shoulder. 2 kunai struck his armor and bounced away. The pain was minor. But in that instant, Naruto's mind became razor-sharp. Beneath the armor, his eyes turned cold, stripped of emotion, reduced to pure calculation. His movements didn't falter. His heart thundered. Blood surged through his veins like a raging river. It felt as though time had slowed. But in reality, not even a blink had passed. Still airborne, Naruto dodged the remaining kunai and landed cleanly on the side of the platform. Front and rear pincer pattern. If I hadn't intercepted first, I'd be skewered. So even without a Sharingan, I still can't fully predict every trajectory. No. Based on my calculations, the shoulder hit was unavoidable. The real issue is psychological. Wearing armor subconsciously limited my movements. As the kunai continued to quiver in the ground, Naruto reset the mechanisms. And began removing his armor. Minato's eyes widened in horror. Naruto. Why are you taking off your armor? I'm trying again. Don't be reckless. Minato's voice cracked. You're already strong. I don't know why you're so obsessed with power, but you're still a child. You have time, take it step by step. Inside the seal, Kurama watched silently. The Ninetales thought coldly, the fourth Hokage doesn't understand his son nearly as well as I do. From the moment their chakra first connected, when Kurama glimpsed Naruto's absolute, emotionless logic, it knew. Every decision Naruto made was final. Naruto finished removing his armor and planted the trigger kunai once more. Father, he said calmly, I can't slow down. I passed that point a long time ago. His voice held no anger or sorrow, only clarity. His eyes gleamed like unsheathed blades. Minato's face twisted in anguish. He opened his mouth to protest. But froze. Naruto had already kicked the kunai. Thud, thud, thud. 54 kunai screamed through the air once more. Naruto launched upward, arms flashing as intercepting kunai flew. The first wave posed no threat at all. Thwack. 3 kunai pierced his shoulder, blood spraying outward. But he dodged the frontal barrage completely. His body burned with adrenaline. His blood boiled. And yet his mind was calmer than ever. With a movement that defied logic, Naruto twisted midair and landed cleanly on the platform. Raising his head, his blue eyes shone with lethal resolve. Father, he said quietly, no one can make me slow down. Because I'm already chasing the right path. Inside the sealed space, Namikaze Minato stood frozen, speechless, eyes wide with shock. End of chapter. Chapter 15, How should I become friends with Naruto? Naruto. You're bleeding. Minato Namikaze, still reeling from his son's incredible display, quickly called out to remind Naruto that he was injured. Naruto landed heavily on the stone platform and took a deep breath. Reaching back, he grabbed the kunai lodged deep into his shoulder, only the handle was still visible. Large beads of sweat instantly began rolling down his forehead. The searing pain, transmitted through his nerves, felt like it pierced all the way to his soul. It hurt like hell, but Naruto knew better than to yank it out carelessly. Pulling it too fast or with too much force could make things worse. Understanding this, his bright blue eyes reddened at the corners. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracked loudly while his fingernails dug into his palms. Gritting his teeth, he reached up with his other hand and slowly, methodically pulled out the 3 kunai, one by one, tossing them onto the stone platform. Quick! Naruto, you've got bandages and healing salve in your tool pouch. From within the seal, Minato watched helplessly. Seeing Naruto go from sweating in agony to coldly pulling the kunai out with a deadpan expression didn't fill him with pride, it filled him with fear. His son's terrifying willpower and pain tolerance were not normal. Looks like I won't need them. I think the wounds are healing on their own. Naruto had just reached for his tool pouch, but paused. His shoulder tingled, not in pain, but in a numbing, ticklish way. The wounds were clearly closing at an accelerated pace. What? Minato's voice was tinged with disbelief. Moments later, Naruto could no longer feel any pain. When he touched the wound, he found it completely healed, no scar, no mark, nothing. His gaze sharpened. A memory from the original timeline flashed through his mind. During Team Kakashi's first mission outside the village, to the Land of Waves, Naruto, desperate to prove his courage, stabbed his own hand with a kunai. Kakashi, acting as their team leader, treated the wound and was stunned to see it heal in an instant. By the time the kunai was out, the wound was gone. Back then, Kakashi attributed this remarkable healing ability to the Ninetales chakra. But now, Naruto could feel it, it had nothing to do with Kurama. The wounds were healing entirely on their own. Father, did my mother ever show signs of this kind of natural healing? Naruto asked Minato from within the seal. No, Minato replied instantly. But then his expression turned awkward. Then again, maybe she just never had the chance. From the day she arrived in Konoha, your mother was always the one chasing others down. I don't think I ever saw her seriously injured. Naruto, your situation reminds me of someone else. Kurama suddenly spoke from the side. Naruto's heart stirred. Who? Kurama locked eyes with him, gaze burning. Hashirama Senju. At the Hokage's office. When are you planning to approach Naruto? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had just returned from the Konoha hospital. Puffing on his pipe, he glanced at Nara Shikaku, then turned to address the little boy beside him. Ah. Lord Hokage, it's such a drag. The boy with the trademark pineapple head of the Nara clan yawned lazily, responding with a laid-back drawl. Ahem. Shikamaru, mind your tone with the Hokage. Hey, it's fine, Shikaku, Hiruzen smiled gently, then turned back to the boy. Shikamaru, it's been months now. Have you figured out how to make friends with Naruto? Shikamaru's face turned serious, completely unlike a child his age. His tone became measured. Lord Hokage, I'm not dragging my feet. It's genuinely difficult. I've been studying Naruto's movements for months, and I haven't had a single chance to approach him. Every day, he leaves home and heads straight for a small grove near the Uchiha district. Even though I'm a kid, as a member of the Nara clan, I can't just waltz into Uchiha territory. I even considered bumping into him by chance at Nintendo, the ninja tools shop he frequents. But here's the big problem, Naruto always uses transformation jutsu before he leaves the house. If I go up and talk to him directly, it'll be obvious I've been spying. Hiruzen's expression darkened with frustration. Why did I teach him transformation jutsu so early? You make a good point. Well then, why don't we take a look at what Naruto's up to right now? With a puff of smoke, the third Hokage pulled a crystal ball from a drawer. After calling Shikaku and Shikamaru over, he activated the viewing technique. The crystal ball flickered, and an image of Naruto appeared. He had just left the grove, but now looked like a boy around 12 years old, thanks to the transformation jutsu. Back in the seal, Kurama had just begun explaining how Naruto's healing ability was strikingly similar to Hashirama's when Naruto sensed Hiruzen returning to his office. Quickly, he packed up all his ninja gear. Just as he was about to head home, he sensed two approaching chakras, one belonging to Uchiha Sasuke, and the other unfamiliar, but distinctly unusual. He didn't want to interact with Sasuke, who was still emotionally immature. And the second chakra? It felt dangerous. Soon, he spotted Sasuke walking in front, with another figure trailing close behind. The man wore a black-gray high-collared short-sleeved shirt, reinforced with triangular armor plates, matching pants, and shin guards. Naruto's eyes narrowed in alarm. That's Uchiha Shersui. Hey! Who are you? What are you doing in Uchiha territory? Sasuke, still full of tsundere pride, immediately began interrogating Naruto. Naruto was stunned. Southwest, this place really was Uchiha land. No wonder no one had been following him lately. I'm just a passerby who wandered in by mistake. Naruto replied with a slight smile. A passerby. Sasuke eyed him suspiciously, repeatedly sizing him up. After a pause, he asked, "Did you see a blonde-haired guy in the grove earlier? So you really were looking for me?" Naruto thought, then replied calmly. No, I didn't see anyone. Sasuke, Shersui walked up, staring at Naruto with a strange expression. Is this the kid your brother mentioned, the one stronger than you? The moment Shersui's gaze turned probing, Naruto's senses lit up like wildfire. Did he see through my transformation jutsu? But, he wasn't using his Sharingan. No, not that annoying guy, Sasuke pouted. But, this guy feels kinda familiar. Seriously? We met once and you already hate me. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Maintaining a calm expression, he nodded politely to Shersui, then turned and walked away. But Shersui frowned deeply as he watched him go. He didn't know who that person was. Even though the boy masked his presence well, Shersui still smelled a faint trace of blood on him. Back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Shikaku, and Shikamaru watched the entire interaction through the crystal ball. They observed Naruto until he finally returned home. Only then did Hiruzen end the projection. Lord Hokage, you saw that, right? Shikamaru sighed. Even going home, Naruto uses transformation jutsu. He spread his hands with a helpless expression. But Hiruzen had been reflecting on Naruto's behavior in the footage, and suddenly, a smile crept across his face. Hee hee. Shikamaru, have you ever thought about approaching this from the opposite direction? Shikamaru blinked. Huh? What do you mean? You don't need to worry about what face Naruto is using. You're not being asked to recognize him by appearance. You're being asked to make friends with Naruto. Why should it matter which face he's wearing? All you need to do is earn his complete trust. Understand? Hearing these strangely worded instructions, Shikamaru's expression turned conflicted. He was just about to refuse when he caught his father signaling him with a subtle glance. Understood, Lord Hokage. Though I can't guarantee I'll be able to become Naruto's friend. Hee hee, Shikamaru, I believe you can. In fact, aside from your father, you're the only one I've ever said that to. End of chapter. Chapter 16, The Hokage wants me to be friends with you. Shikamaru, I don't really have a choice either, Shikaka said heavily. The Hokage has assigned this task specifically to you, he believes you're the only one who can pull it off. You've read Naruto Uzumaki's file as well. Yes, he's a Jinchuriki, but in all these years, he's never hurt anyone. He shouldn't be dangerous, so. Sigh. Father, that's not what I'm worried about, Shikamaru interrupted, rubbing his temples. What I'm trying to tell you is this mission is destined to fail. Night had already fallen. After another long discussion in the Hokage's office, Shikaka had brought his son home. The two of them sat on the tatami mats, the atmosphere heavy. Shikaka tried to reassure his son, but his own expression was even more somber. Shikaka frowned. Why are you so certain it'll fail? Shikamaru shook his head, then closed his eyes. Stretching lazily, he brought his hands together in a thoughtful pose. It's a guaranteed failure. You haven't even spoken to Naruto, Shikaka said sharply. How can you be so sure? Seeing the calm certainty on his son's face, Shikaka's concern deepened. He knew Shikamaru well, he wouldn't reach a conclusion like this without reason. And if this couldn't be explained clearly, it would be impossible to report back to Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. After all, the Nara clan had long served as the Hokage's strategists and shadows. Take a closer look, Shikamaru said, pulling out two photographs. One was taken when Naruto was 3 years old, the first time he ever left his house. The other is recent, taken after he walked Hyuga Hinata home. These are both real photos of him. In the first one, he's surrounded by villagers, being insulted in the street. Look at his face, especially his eyes. Shikaku examined the photos carefully, frowning deeper with each glance. I don't see anything unusual. That's exactly the problem, Shikamaru said firmly. In the first photo, Naruto is completely isolated, opposed by everyone. And yet there's no fear in his eyes. No hatred. Not even the instinct to escape. Any normal person, even an adult, would feel fear in that situation. But Naruto's gaze is eerily calm. Indifferent. As if he cut himself off from the world on his own. Shikaku remained silent. After a long pause, he asked, and the second photo? Shikamaru stood, brushing off his clothes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. A smile should mean something. But look closely. Naruto is smiling here, but his eyes haven't changed at all. The same indifference. The same emptiness. And Hinata should have been his best chance to form a connection, yet after walking her home, he didn't even say her name. Shikaku stared at the second photo for a long time. The blonde hair. The blue eyes. Finally, he sighed deeply. This is going to be troublesome. Half a month later. Early morning. Naruto walked alone along a narrow path beside a small river. Ahead, a dense forest rose like a silent green wall. Ever since his encounter with Uchiha Shersui, Naruto hadn't returned to the Uchiha district. With the growing tension between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership under the third Hokage, that area had become too dangerous. This forest, however, had been suggested by his father, Namikaze Minato. Today, Naruto planned to establish a new personal training ground. That's the Nara clan crest. Naruto slowed as he noticed a stone marker on a nearby slope, carved with the unmistakable Nara symbol. Yes, Minato's voice echoed from the seal space. This forest belongs to the Nara. There are no dangerous beasts, only deer raised for harvesting, antlers used in medicine. They won't appear this season. I've heard the Nara are all geniuses, Naruto said mildly. That's the reputation, Minato replied. I didn't interact with them much, I wasn't Hokage for long. Naruto entered the forest, found a clearing, and sat down. His consciousness slipped into the seal. Minato appeared beside him. They touched fists, chakra flowing between them as Minato began teaching the foundational principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu. He had finally agreed. Hokage's office. Hey, what a coincidence. Peering into the crystal ball, Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. Naruto wandered straight into the Nara forest. Nearby, Nara Shikamaru stared in disbelief. He had been trying to engineer a chance encounter for weeks. But Naruto's movements were unpredictable, leaving home only once a day, at different times and locations. Every plan had failed. Moments ago, Shikamaru had been playing shogi when Anbu suddenly arrived and dragged him to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, Shikamaru asked, steadying himself, do you want me to go now? This is a rare opportunity, Hiruzen said, his smile fading. Naruto may not return to that forest tomorrow. Shikamaru shivered. The Hokage was displeased. I'll leave immediately. Seal space. These are the basics of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato explained. The fundamentals won't be difficult for you. My 3 bodyguards grasped them with minimal instruction. Wait, Naruto frowned. They learned it too. Not fully, Minato admitted. They lacked the sensory precision to use it alone. That's why they relied on the Flying Thunder God formation. After the Third Great Ninja War, Minato had been overwhelmed with village affairs. Then Kushina Uzumaki became pregnant. Then he became Hokage. And then, Minato said quietly, the incident 5 years ago happened. At those words, Kurama opened his eyes. A red gleam flashed, memories of the masked man with the Mangekyo Sharingan surfacing. Naruto quickly waved it off. Okay, Dad. I just wanted to confirm something. His thoughts were elsewhere, already planning how to train while avoiding the Hokage's scrying crystal. Even without physical surveillance, that crystal could still peer into his life at any moment. Dad, Naruto asked casually, are you sure there's only one of those crystal balls? Just one, Minato replied instinctively, then froze. Wait. Naruto, are you thinking about destroying it? I'm calculating the odds, Naruto said calmly. Or do you think it's acceptable for them to keep spying on me? Minato's eyes widened. Before he could respond, Naruto sensed an approaching chakra signature. It came from the Hokage's office, Naruto said quietly. Minato fell silent. They had just spoken about surveillance. And someone was already on the way. The approaching presence was Nara Shikamaru. With every step toward the clearing, his heart grew heavier. The Hokage had made it clear, this wasn't a spy mission. He was to become Naruto's friend. Gain his trust, understand his thoughts, report back regularly. A bitter smile tugged at Shikamaru's lips. If that isn't spying, then what is? Did the Hokage even understand what friendship meant? What trust meant? If he followed these orders, would he ever be able to make a genuine friend again? The image of Akimichi Choji surfaced in his mind. Choji had already taught him the value of friendship. If the Hokage wants me to be Naruto's friend, then I'll be his real friend. With that resolve, Shikamaru's steps grew lighter. He entered the forest, followed the location he'd seen in the crystal ball. And finally saw Naruto. Naruto sat calmly on a rock, waiting. The moment Shikamaru came into view, Naruto recognized him. There was no doubt, he had come for him. Shikamaru walked straight up, his usual lazy posture intact. But when he stopped in front of Naruto, his expression turned serious. Hello, he said clearly. I'm Nara Shikamaru. The Hokage sent me to be your friend. End of chapter. Chapter 17, Sometimes, a smile isn't politeness. Naruto sat atop the rock, looking down at the boy before him, this so-called genius with an IQ rumored to exceed 200 in the anime, with a half-smile. That's it, he asked lightly. Do you even know who I am? Shikamaru nodded slightly. The Hokage said, you're somewhat dangerous. Naruto stared at him, voice calm and emotionless. No, you're wrong. Here's a little hint. I'm not somewhat dangerous. I am the danger. Shikamaru didn't reply right away. Feeling Naruto's gaze on him, his mind flashed back to the photos he'd studied. He slowly looked up, and for the first time, locked eyes with those icy blue irises. They were deep. Bone-chillingly cold. After a few seconds of silence, Shikamaru spoke seriously. You're right. There's more to this. The Hokage didn't just send me here to be your friend, he wants me to understand you as much as possible, and report back. He gave me this mission months ago. Smart guy, Naruto said without changing expression. Then added coldly. How thoughtful of the Hokage, arranging for me to make friends in the middle of his busy schedule. But now that you've told me your mission, how do you plan to become my friend? And how will you explain this to the Hokage? Your mission's a failure. A complex look flashed across Shikamaru's face. I don't know, he said. Before I came, I remembered something a certain person once told me, a friend should be the one you trust the most. If I were to follow the mission instructions to the letter, then I wouldn't be someone worthy of trust to my friends. And I'd never be able to trust anyone else again, either. Besides, I knew from the beginning this mission couldn't be completed. I never promised the Hokage I'd succeed. As he finished, Shikamaru felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He thought about the unfinished game of shogi he had left with his father that morning, the many calculated moves now spinning in his mind. Naruto remained silent atop the rock. He'd been watching Shikamaru's face the entire time, not to judge whether he was telling the truth, but simply to observe. He knew Shikamaru. But Shikamaru didn't know him. And the real question now was, what to do next? Naruto was certain the third Hokage was watching them through his crystal ball at this very moment. Ever since Shikamaru had left the Hokage's office, Hiruzen's chakra signature hadn't moved. But there was something odd about Shikamaru's story. If the mission started months ago, that meant he must know about the Hokage's crystal ball surveillance. Yet he never mentioned it. Not even once. That omission was a red flag, a test. Shikamaru was testing whether Naruto knew about the surveillance. Or maybe he was trying to gauge just how much Naruto knew. After all, if he'd been studying Naruto for months, he would have been thoroughly briefed on everything, especially the surveillance. But instead of playing it safe, he blurted everything out on the spot. He exposed the Hokage's plan, but kept himself hidden. Just like. Naruto's thoughts suddenly clicked. This tactic felt familiar. He remembered a moment from the original anime, when Shikamaru, under Tsunade's orders, led the team to retrieve Sasuke. At one point, when they were trapped by Jirobo's Earth-style barrier, Shikamaru had used a similar strategy to mislead the enemy. This was the same move. He must have sensed something from the surveillance data, and now he wanted to confirm it, by using this exact kind of ploy. Naruto had always presented himself as aloof, withdrawn, solitary. If he refused to cooperate, the mission would fail, but the Hokage wouldn't blame him. He was just a socially isolated Jinchuriki. Shikamaru's play was clever. Reveal the truth. Act like he's reluctantly going along with the Hokage's orders. Make it look like he's on Naruto's side. If Naruto played along, it would confirm Shikamaru's theories while simultaneously fulfilling the Hokage's mission, without Shikamaru compromising his personal integrity. If Naruto refused, Shikamaru could simply go back and sell him out again, this time with plausible deniability. He could report. I tried to build trust, but Naruto didn't cooperate. I accidentally revealed too much in my eagerness to succeed. It was a misstep, and I take full responsibility. Either way, the blame would fall on the unpredictable Jinchuriki. After all, what was the Hokage going to do, punish a 5-year-old? This was a high-level move. In the grand game of shogi, Naruto realized, for someone like Shikamaru, the outcome didn't hinge on whether they became friends. It was how he could manipulate the situation either way. Understanding this, Naruto jumped down from the rock and walked straight up to Shikamaru. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, an internal system prompt. A glint flashed through Naruto's eyes. Looks like the rumors were true, he said, his tone light. People in the village say the Nara clan has incredibly high IQs. Shikamaru looked surprised by Naruto's sudden compliment, his expression turning sheepish. You're smart, Naruto continued, his gaze intense. He extended a hand. I like making friends with smart people. You seem trustworthy. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, you already knew that. Shikamaru smiled, raising a hand to meet Naruto's. I'm Nara Shikamaru. From now on, we're friends, mutual trust and all. Collecting data. Update complete. Current data integrity, 7%. Please continue collecting. Naruto let go of Shikamaru's hand, his face returning to a neutral expression. Then he suddenly added. By the way, Shikamaru. When you mentioned trust earlier, it reminded me of something. Shikamaru, composed, nodded and asked. What's that? A fleeting glimmer of mockery passed through Naruto's eyes. Then he smiled. Trust is a ridiculous kind of affection. I seek it, but can never obtain it. Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen was smiling, watching the crystal ball alongside Shikaku. Heh. I knew it, Shikamaru could pull it off. See. That wasn't hard at all. Looks like Naruto isn't so closed off after all. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Shikaku replied. We didn't catch their exact words, but judging from their expressions, they got along well. Hiruzen nodded subtly and dismissed the crystal ball's image. Then from now on, have Shikamaru stay involved. That boy has great potential. He'll become an outstanding ninja. Shikaku nodded solemnly, though a trace of pride flickered across his face. That night, Shikaku had just returned home. As he stepped into the living room, he saw Shikamaru already back, sitting alone, brow furrowed, staring at the unfinished shogi game from earlier that morning. Shikaku sat across from him and began casually adjusting the pieces. What's on your mind? He asked. You look serious. Shikamaru replied gravely. My mission failed. What? Shikaku blinked, then frowned. But you two shook hands, you became friends, didn't you? Shikamaru lowered his head. Before I even met Naruto, I'd already made another decision. A personal one. I thought maybe we could truly become friends. But after seeing those two photos, I got ahead of myself. I'd spent so long studying his surveillance data, that when I finally met him, I felt something I shouldn't have, curiosity. Shikaku was still confused. But didn't you see him smile when he left? The Hokage and I both did. Shikamaru's gaze swept over the shogi board. He stood up slowly. Father, you know, sometimes when people smile at you, it's not out of politeness or kindness. Naruto's smile felt more like a warning. End of chapter. Chapter 18, Flying Thunder God Technique, An. Great Spiral Will Calamity. Naruto, you can't mark the Flying Thunder God formula on the giant iron gate inside the seal space, Namikaze Minato explained, standing beside Kurama's massive paw. Even though it looks solid, it isn't a real physical object. It was already deep into the night. After parting with Nara Shikamaru earlier and leaving him with a single cryptic sentence, Naruto Uzumaki had returned home. There was no point staying out longer, especially after learning that Shikamaru would be reporting regularly to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. That forest was no longer suitable for secret training. Since noon, Naruto had been shut inside the seal space with his father, immersing himself in the legendary technique known as the Flying Thunder God Technique, Hiraishin no Jutsu. Even now, he was still dissecting its underlying principles. The Flying Thunder God Technique was a form of space-time ninjutsu. In the shinobi world, space-time techniques weren't particularly rare. Summoning jutsu, for example, was one of the most common. Summoning techniques operated without conventional logic. Once a blood contract was formed, a ninja could instantly summon their contracted beast across any distance, even across dimensions. In the original timeline, Nagato had once summoned the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the Husk of the Ten Tails, directly from the moon. Naruto remembered all of this clearly from the anime of his previous life. Early on, both Jiraiya and Naruto could summon the giant toads of Mount Myaboku to Konoha. Later, Naruto himself could even be reverse summoned back to Mount Myaboku. The storage scrolls Naruto carried now were also a rudimentary form of space-time ninjutsu. As long as chakra was supplied, pre-sealed weapons could be summoned and stored again at will. Tenten was the textbook example of mastering this art. But in Naruto's opinion, the most terrifying summoning technique of all was undoubtedly Edo Tensei. Created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, this forbidden jutsu ignored the laws of life and death, forcibly dragging the souls of the dead back into the living world. Compared to that, the Flying Thunder God technique was closer to a reverse summoning. Instead of summoning another being, the user summoned themselves. The process involved using one's chakra to lock onto a previously marked formula seal, then instantly transporting the body to that location. After studying conventional summoning, Tobirama had developed a unique formula for Flying Thunder God. When activated, it combined elements of body flicker technique, sealing arts, and ultra-high-level spatial perception. The most critical requirement was extraordinary sensory ability. Minato's 3 personal bodyguards had failed to master the technique for this exact reason. Individually, they couldn't accurately sense the formula seals they'd placed. As a result, they had to synchronize their chakra and activate a simplified group version, the Flying Thunder God formation. Another prerequisite was simple but absolute. Before teleporting, the user had to mark a destination with a chakra-based formula seal. At the moment the seal was placed, a sealing technique had to be activated simultaneously to permanently anchor the coordinate. If done correctly, the seal would never fade. Minato had once personally explained this during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when he told Uchiha Obito that Flying Thunder God marks were permanent. Only when Obito became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and regenerated his body did the original seal disappear, destroyed along with the flesh it had been carved into. From the memories passed down by his father, Naruto learned that Minato had struggled immensely in his early days mastering the technique, especially without guidance. It was only with Kushina Uzumaki's help, drawing on the Uzumaki clan's deep knowledge of sealing techniques and sensory methods, that Minato had eventually succeeded. Now, Naruto stood at the same crossroads. According to Minato, Naruto already satisfied the 3 core requirements. Massive chakra reserves. Mastery of sealing techniques. Complete understanding of the Flying Thunder God formula. All that remained was to mark a location with the formula seal. Sense the chakra embedded in the seal. Trigger resonance between his chakra and the seal. Instantly teleport using the reverse summoning effect. Naruto was confident he was ready. Originally, he had planned to enter the mirror world and fight a data clone of Minato, hoping to experience combat against a Flying Thunder God user. But the system had denied the request. Insufficient data for Minato's clone. Next, Naruto attempted to mark formula seals on combat puppets inside the mirror world. Each time, however, the system forcibly ended the battle, spamming the same message. Please complete data collection first. Left with no other option, Naruto returned to the seal space. Here, ninja tools could be projected, and most techniques functioned normally. That's when his gaze fell on the giant iron gate sealing Kurama. He tested it, ninjutsu struck sparks, and even scraping it with a kunai left visible marks. Yet no matter what he tried, the Flying Thunder God formula refused to adhere. That was when Minato finally explained the truth. The iron gate wasn't real. It was merely a spiritual projection of the seal itself, not a physical object. Looks like I need a way to avoid surveillance, Naruto thought coldly. If he wanted to seriously train Flying Thunder God, he needed a truly unobserved space. After a moment, he turned to Minato. All right, Dad. Let's put Flying Thunder God aside for now, Naruto said. Let's work on adding nature transformation to the Raise-Non. Minato's expression immediately became awkward. Naruto. I actually tried that when I was alive. I even asked Jiraiya-sensei for help. But even Jiraiya couldn't manage it, despite mastering the Raise-Non. Later, we tried incorporating Sage Mode to forcibly enhance chakra control. He scratched his head sheepishly. But by then, I was already Hokage. I didn't have time to train at Mount Myaboku. And, well, you know what happened after that. Minato sighed. So when it comes to adding elemental change to the Raise-Non, we're basically starting from the same point. Naruto frowned. In the original timeline, Naruto eventually added wind release to the Raise-Non, creating the Rasen Shuriken. But the early version was deeply flawed. It couldn't be thrown. It required close-range use. It damaged the user almost as much as the enemy. Only after mastering Sage Mode did Naruto perfect a throwable Rasen Shuriken. Another setback. His training plan collapsed again. Suddenly, Kurama, who had been quietly resting, propped himself up. TCH. Fourth Hokage, you're overthinking it, he growled. Why not just make the Raise-Non bigger? That's how tailed beast bombs work, the more chakra, the more power. Minato froze. Something like a tailed beast bomb requires absurd chakra levels, and my chakra. He stopped mid-sentence. Naruto was different. An Uzumaki. Chakra wasn't a problem. Naruto's eyes lit up. Kurama's words made perfect sense. In canon, the Raise-non already had variants like the giant Raise-non. Inspired, Naruto immediately formed a standard Raise-non in his palm and began pouring in more chakra. Inside the seal space, the Raise-non expanded rapidly, growing from fist size to the size of a soccer ball, with no sign of stabilizing. Then an even bolder idea crossed his mind. Naruto began compressing the chakra, using the same principles Kurama had taught him for forming a tailed beast bomb. Minato instantly sensed something was wrong. Just as he opened his mouth to stop him, Kurama raised a claw in warning. Don't interrupt. The massive Raise-non began to shrink. But its chakra density skyrocketed. Within seconds, it compressed back to fist size. Except now, it was pitch black. Naruto could feel it. The chakra density inside the sphere had reached an incomprehensible level. Chaotic, rotating rings orbited its surface, like planetary rings torn from a cosmic body. It no longer resembled a Raise-non. It looked like a calamity waiting to happen. Minato's eyes went wide. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Naruto stared at the black sphere in his hand and muttered softly. What kind of Raise-non is this? End of chapter. Chapter 19, A Truly Dangerous Man Isn't Evil. Naruto, this thing, calling it a Raise-non just doesn't do it justice anymore. Namikaze Minato's voice trembled with excitement as he stared at the dense black orb spinning in Naruto Uzumaki's hand. It should be named something like Spiral Ultrawheel Jet Black Burst. It's called the Great Spiral Wheel Calamity. Naruto replied flatly, cutting off his father's enthusiasm. He remembered it clearly. In Road to Ninja, the alternate Naruto, Menma Uzumaki, had used this very technique. A single Great Spiral Wheel Calamity had devastated Konoha, its destructive power comparable to Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei. Ah, all right, Minato said, a little disappointed, though he had to admit the name Naruto chose was far better. Suddenly, Kurama lowered his massive head, crimson eyes narrowing as he studied the black sphere. Naruto, he rumbled, how much chakra did that thing consume? It feels almost identical to my tailed beast bomb. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, sensing his remaining reserves. About 2/3 of my chakra. Kurama's pupils widened, then he laughed. Hey, brat. When you grow up, your chakra might rival Hashirama Senju's. Maybe even surpass him. Don't forget, my first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito, had chakra reserves not much weaker than Hashirama's. Naruto nodded, recalling jokes from his previous life. For shinobi like Naruto and Hashirama, chakra is measured in tons. Everyone else measures it in grams. The clearest example was Hatake Kakashi, able to use Raikiri only a handful of times before exhaustion forced him to rely on earth release. Then there was Gaara, who would claim to be low on chakra, only to unleash sand burial, imperial funeral moments later as if nothing were wrong. So what do we do with this thing? Naruto asked, lifting the Great Spiral Wheel Calamity. Minato froze, glanced at Kurama, and quickly looked away. Roar. Kurama's sudden bellow shook the seal space. Bastard. Fourth Hokage. I felt that. You were thinking something shady. Air. Minato coughed awkwardly. He had forgotten, inside the seal, Kurama could sense intent, especially when Naruto was using Kurama's chakra. And yes. Minato had briefly wondered whether Kurama should be the one to clean up the technique Naruto created under his guidance. Naruto's eyes sharpened. Dad. Kurama. You both said the seal is strong, right? Kurama raised his head slightly. He already knew what Naruto was thinking. Minato frowned. Naruto, the Raise-non can't be thrown. If that chakra mass explodes against the 8 trigram seal, the backlash to your spirit could be. Link your chakra with mine, Kurama interrupted. Use chakra arms to toss it outside the gate. That way, you won't have to throw it yourself. Minato's eyes lit up. That could work. Not exactly what I was thinking, but it's better. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Oh. And what were you thinking, fourth Hokage? Naruto didn't comment. The plan was viable. When he first synchronized chakra with Kurama, his body had been wrapped in a golden chakra cloak. He had already confirmed that he could manifest chakra arms inside the seal. But there was a flaw. That chakra cloak couldn't leave the seal. The moment Naruto stepped beyond the iron gate, Kurama's chakra, and some of Naruto's own, was forcibly siphoned back, leaving him weakened. Minato still couldn't explain why. His seal should have converted Kurama's chakra into Naruto's. Yet something resisted. Thanks, Kurama. Naruto smiled faintly and turned toward the gate, his voice sharpening. I know the Raise-Non can't be thrown. But this can. What? Minato shouted. Naruto thrust the hand holding the great spiral will calamity through the gate and released it in a single, decisive motion. The black orb soared outward. Naruto grabbed Minato's hand and sprinted toward Kurama's massive paw. I'm counting on you, Kurama. Kurama didn't hesitate. He wrapped Naruto and Minato in his forelimbs, then coiled all 9 tails around himself, forming a dense protective shell. Boom. Before the orb even touched the ground, it detonated. A deafening roar consumed the seal space. A colossal spherical shockwave expanded outward, obliterating everything in its path. Light swallowed the world. Inside Kurama's coils, Naruto and Minato felt the entire seal realm tremble violently. Only after a long moment did the chaos fade. Kurama slowly uncoiled, ears twitching as he looked outside. His expression tightened. TCH. Minato blinked. The seal, cracked. You're serious? Kurama replied sharply. Naruto immediately inspected it. Having mastered the 8 trigram sealing formula, he confirmed the truth. Fine cracks had appeared. He remembered asking once. Can I just break this seal myself? Minato's answer back then had been immediate, no. A seal like this required a key, uniquely paired to the original caster. Even if Naruto replicated the formula, he couldn't produce a compatible release key. When Naruto later asked about undoing the Reaper Death Seal, Minato had refused to answer. Naruto already knew why. To undo it, someone had to die. Orochimaru had only succeeded by exploiting living corpse reincarnation, sacrificing an expendable body. After confirming the cracks, Naruto raised a fist. Kurama instantly understood. Their fists touched. Golden chakra surged over Naruto's body. 2 steps forward. Naruto walked out of the gate. As before, the chakra cloak destabilized, flickering wildly. Then, it stopped leaking. The golden light deepened, shifting into crimson. The chakra became semi-transparent. 2 fox-like ears formed atop Naruto's head. Behind him, 2 tails swayed lazily. What is this? Naruto muttered. Yes. That's it. Minato exclaimed. Just like Kushina Uzumaki. I told you the seal was working. He was completely focused on the chakra form. Kurama wasn't. His eyes darkened. 4th Hokage, he said grimly. Don't celebrate yet. Haven't you noticed? Naruto is starting to transform. Minato froze. He saw it too. Naruto had successfully drawn Kurama's chakra outside the seal. But the process had triggered the early stages of tailed beast transformation. Kushina had once manifested the same chakra cloak. Humph, took you long enough, Kurama growled. Too late now. 2 ANBU just fled. They're heading straight for the 3rd Hokage. Minato's expression darkened. Naruto. Get back inside. Kurama, retract the chakra, I need to reinforce the seal. Kurama stared at Naruto for a long moment. Then he closed his eyes, and lay down. Naruto shook his head. Dad, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi inspects the seal, all he'll notice are minor cracks. He won't act. I already said, I'm going to break this seal. Why would I reinforce it? Minato looked miserable. He feared Hiruzen might probe deeper, and discover his own existence. Naruto sensed it clearly now. The remaining ANBU outside radiated unstable chakra. The 3rd Hokage was already on his way, with others. Naruto turned inward. Kurama. Can you hide my father? TCH. Kurama raised a massive paw. Come in, 4th Hokage. And if you ever talk about reinforcing that seal again, forget about borrowing my chakra. Minato hesitated, then stepped into Kurama's paw. Naruto severed the chakra link and returned fully to his body. Just like inside the seal, he was still wrapped in tailed beast chakra. He took a step. Crack. One of his tails smashed a wooden bench in the hallway. At that exact moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and several shinobi arrived at the front door. End of chapter. Chapter 20, It's for your own good. Hokage-sama. Times 2. Two masked ANBU, assigned to monitor Naruto Uzumaki, emerged from the shadows and dropped to one knee before the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen stood at the base of the stairs, his gaze fixed on the shattered second-floor window. He said nothing. Even before arriving, he had sensed it, a surge of chakra spreading through the night air. Oppressive. Violent. Unstable. A chakra signature that anyone in Konoha who had survived that night 5 years ago would recognize instantly. The Nine Tails. What happened? Hiruzen's voice was low, controlled, but dangerous. Earlier that day, his plan to reach Naruto through Nara Shikamaru had finally begun to show promise. And now, only hours later, there were signs of a possible Nine Tails rampage. He had been buried in paperwork for the village's sake and had even planned to visit his 1-year-old grandson, Sarutobi Konohamaru, afterward. That plan was gone. The target returned home at noon and hasn't left since, one ANBU reported. He stepped onto the balcony briefly in the afternoon, less than 2 minutes. Everything was normal until a few minutes ago. When the target, while on the second floor, suddenly released Nine Tails chakra without any warning. Hiruzen's expression eased slightly. He raised a hand. 6 ANBU stepped forward simultaneously, forming a precise formation. Barrier, form. A translucent hexagonal barrier rose around the building, sealing Naruto's home completely. A masked ANBU in a pale yellow had stepped beside Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, the barrier is active. The Jinchuriki's chakra signature hasn't moved. Should we? Boom. The second-floor wall exploded outward. Debris scattered across the courtyard. Everyone turned. Naruto stepped out of the gaping hole in his pajamas. Crimson chakra cloaked his body. His eyes glowed red, pupils slit vertically. 2 tails swayed behind him. Hiruzen's face darkened like a gathering storm. Hokage-sama, Naruto asked calmly. What are you all doing here? What? Hiruzen froze. Naruto. You're still conscious. Naruto had prepared for this moment. He needed to look in control, lucid, rational, harmless. Danger lay not in power, but in perception. So when Hiruzen asked, Naruto blinked and tilted his head. What do you mean? Hiruzen was stunned. A Jinchuriki manifesting tailed beast chakra should have already lost themselves. Yet Naruto stood before him, clear-eyed and composed. After a heartbeat of shock, Hiruzen forced his familiar gentle smile back into place. Naruto, he asked softly. What's going on with that chakra around you? Naruto hesitated, then answered with wide-eyed uncertainty. I don't know. To lie convincingly, one must first believe the lie. Naruto delivered the words as if they were half-formed thoughts. You don't know. Hiruzen frowned. Then how did it appear? Naruto raised his claw-like hands, studying them with innocent confusion. I really don't know, Hokage-sama. Today, I made a friend, a boy from the Nara clan. I was so happy that I came straight home. After lunch, I stayed upstairs refining chakra until night. Then suddenly, I heard a voice calling my name. That drew everyone's attention. What kind of voice? Hiruzen asked quietly. Naruto tilted his head. I think it was a fox. What kind of fox? I didn't see it clearly, Naruto replied. But I followed the voice and saw a dark iron door. A fox face appeared beside it. It told me this was a reward for meeting it at such a young age. Then red stuff flowed out of the door and wrapped around my feet. And when I came to, I looked like this. Inside the seal space, Kurama blinked. This brat. The story was suspicious, but annoyingly flattering. Kurama snorted and stayed silent. Hiruzen nodded slowly. So the Nine Tails initiated contact. That was dangerous, but not uncontrollable. His gaze shifted to the ruined wall. Naruto, he asked calmly. Why did you blow up your own house? I didn't. Naruto's voice rose sharply. What? Hiruzen and the surrounding ANBU froze. It wasn't me. Naruto insisted, pointing behind himself. It was them. He gestured toward the 2 swaying tails. When I noticed this stuff on my body, I was confused. Then the tails started smashing everything, my desk, my chairs, half the furniture. I didn't want them to destroy more, so I tried to leave. But just as I reached the door, boom. They knocked a hole in the wall. Hiruzen remained cautious. Naruto was calm. Rational. Not berserk. But according to every record, from Konoha and other villages alike, when a Jinchuriki manifested tailed beast chakra, only two outcomes existed. Full control. Complete loss of self. Yet Naruto was conscious, but not in control. That shouldn't have been possible. More troubling still. Naruto clearly didn't understand what was happening. Hiruzen needed to explain everything, carefully, without triggering fear or rebellion. After a brief pause, he smiled kindly. Naruto, why don't you come down? We'll help you learn how to control that chakra. Okay. Naruto leapt from the second floor and landed lightly. As he approached, the surrounding ANBU spread out instinctively. Is it really controllable? Naruto asked, looking up. Of course, Hiruzen replied warmly. Then he added gently. Naruto, could you open your shirt for me? Huh? Why? Don't worry, Hiruzen said reassuringly. I just need to check if your body's been harmed. Like when you went to the hospital before. Remember the nice medical nin? Oh, okay. Naruto lowered his gaze and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. For an instant, a flicker of bloodlust surged within him. He shut his eyes immediately, suppressing it. The chakra was far more volatile than he had anticipated. Hiruzen mistook the closed eyes for fear. He crouched down. The 8 trigrams seal was clearly visible on Naruto's stomach. Just like before, no damage. The dual 4-symbol seals within the 8 trigrams are functioning properly, allowing small amounts of Ninetales chakra to leak out and convert into Naruto's own. That explains why he remains conscious but can't fully control the power. Minato really planned this thoroughly. Hiruzen placed a hand on the seal and probed deeper with chakra. His eyes flickered. Naruto's chakra reserves were already comparable to an average jonin. At 5 years old. If the Ninetales chakra were added on top of that. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Then he smiled again. All done. Your body is fine, Naruto. But from now on, if you ever hear strange voices again, don't answer. That's an evil creature trying to deceive you. Now stay still. I'll seal that chakra away again. Naruto's danger sense screamed. But he didn't move. He couldn't. Hiruzen didn't ask for permission. His fingers flared with chakra. 5 elements seal. The palm strike landed squarely on Naruto's stomach. A new seal overlaid the 8 trigrams. This is for your own good. Hiruzen said softly, almost contentedly. The moment Naruto heard those words, cold realization swept over him. Too late. The pain exploded through his body as the crimson chakra collapsed inward. Gah. He bit down hard, refusing to scream. Darkness swallowed his vision. Naruto lost consciousness. End of chapter. Chapter 21, Let's see who controls everything. Konoha Hospital. It was already early morning. Inside a spacious hospital room, Naruto Uzumaki lay unconscious on a hospital bed. Translucent tubes were connected to various points across his body, while a medical monitor nearby displayed erratic waveforms and constantly fluctuating data. 4 medical nin, dressed in white coats, stood watch over the instruments. At the bedside, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained silent, surrounded by a protective ring of ANBU. No one spoke. The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. An entire night had passed, yet Naruto still had not regained consciousness. From the moment the incident ended, Hiruzen and his men had remained here without rest. Aside from those present in this room, no one in the village knew what had happened the previous night. Hokage-sama, the lead medical nin, reported, stepping forward. The Jinchuriki's body shows no abnormalities. In fact, he continued carefully. His physical condition is remarkably healthy. Based on our data, the sudden withdrawal of tailed beast chakra placed him in a state of extreme mental exhaustion. Hiruzen's bloodshot eyes narrowed. Are you giving me a hypothesis, he asked coldly. Or a definitive conclusion? He had spent the entire previous day buried in documents, followed by a sleepless night dealing with Naruto's situation. The strain was showing. Logically, after receiving a sealing technique, Naruto should not have remained unconscious for this long. That fact alone placed immense pressure on the aging Hokage. A new day had already begun. He needed to return to the Hokage's office to manage urgent affairs. He could not afford uncertainty. The data doesn't lie, the medical nin replied, straightening his posture. Hokage-sama, there is no threat to the Jinchuriki's life. We have monitored his physical parameters since birth and will continue close observation. Fine, Hiruzen said curtly. That's all we can do for now. Though dissatisfied, he had no better option. He glanced at the wall clock, remained silent for a moment, then cast one last long look at Naruto's unmoving face before turning away. Let's go. The ANBU followed him out. The room fell silent once more. The four medical nin finished tidying their equipment, performed a final check, gently pulled the blanket over Naruto, and exited. Beep, beep. Only the rhythmic hum of the machines remained. Then, Naruto's eyes snapped open. They were clear, focused, and utterly cold. A sharp, calculating smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Naruto, are you all right? Namikaze Minato's concerned voice echoed in his mind. I'm fine, father, Naruto replied calmly. Don't worry. After a brief pause, Naruto closed his eyes again and shifted his consciousness into the sealed space. Kurama was already waiting. Its massive eyes narrowed as it growled. Naruto, something's wrong. Just now, I tried pushing Chakra past the seal, but it was completely scrambled. That's the 5-element seal, Gojio Fuin, Naruto said as he stepped through the iron gate. It's one of the sealing techniques you taught me, father. It can be broken using chakra of the 5 elements, wind, lightning, fire, earth, and water. But right now, Naruto continued evenly. I only possess wind release and fire release chakra. What? Kurama's fur bristled as he slammed a paw into the ground. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Already imprisoned by an absurdly powerful seal. And now the third Hokage had layered another restriction on top of it. The sheer audacity was infuriating. Minato stepped forward, voice calm but strained. Kurama, Naruto can still undo it eventually. Once a ninja reaches a certain level, they can train additional chakra natures. Even if he can't remove it now, he can. Bang. Kurama smashed its paw against the iron gate. Humph. Fourth Hokage, don't play innocent. Don't tell me you didn't understand what the third Hokage was really trying to do. Minato's expression darkened. He had constructed a carefully balanced even-numbered 8 trigrams seal, Hakufuin Shiki. By layering an odd-numbered 5-element seal on top of it, Hiruzen had deliberately disrupted that balance. Minato's seal allowed Ninetales chakra to leak out in controlled amounts, converting it into chakra Naruto could safely use. But now, the new seal interfered not only with Kurama's chakra, but with Naruto's own chakra circulation as well. The intent was unmistakable. If Naruto hadn't already torn off the sealing tag, discovered Minato's presence, and reached a fragile truce with Kurama, the chances of ever undoing the 5-element seal would have been nearly zero. Minato had once planned to guide Naruto toward Jiraiya for help. But now, a bitter realization struck him. Jiraiya might very well act on Hiruzen's behalf. As for anyone else who could be trusted, Minato could think of no one. The thought left a bitter taste in his mouth. What a cruel joke. The fourth Hokage and Kushina sacrificed everything for the village. They sealed the Ninetales into their son, believing he would be honored as a hero. Instead, he was cursed as a monster. And now, Hiruzen is even sabotaging his growth in secret. Naruto raised his fist toward Kurama. Kurama, don't panic, he said calmly. It's not that bad, yet. Kurama blinked, then bumped Naruto's fist with his paw. After a brief silence, it let out a low chuckle. Hey. I forgot. You still have that option. Minato stared at them in confusion. Naruto, he asked. What did you mean by, it's not that bad? Exactly what it sounds like, Naruto replied quietly. Under the right conditions, this situation can actually work to my advantage. You've noticed it too, father, Naruto continued. From the moment I was born, the high-ranking officials, led by the third Hokage, have treated me as a strategic asset, not a child. Minato's fists clenched. But they can't discard me, Naruto said coldly. Because I'm one of the key pillars maintaining the balance of power among the 5 great nations. So what do? They watch me. Constantly. You could even say they're cultivating me, slowly shaping me into a weapon. Images of Gaara's childhood flashed through Naruto's mind. They observe me. Then they assign people, friends, to influence my behavior. To test my personality. To see whether I'm controllable. Everything is orchestrated. And even if I never become a perfect weapon, they'll still ensure I remain under control. Minato's face went pale. Naruto's words exposed a truth he didn't want to face. So, father, Naruto asked quietly. Does this pattern feel familiar to you? No. Minato shouted. Your mother and I, our love was never part of some scheme. Even Kurama flinched, jaws parting in shock. As someone who had witnessed Minato and Kushina Uzumaki's bond firsthand, Kurama found the implication unbearable. Naruto's gaze remained steady. According to your memories, father, you're right, it wasn't planned. But even so. They still got the outcome they wanted, didn't they? Minato closed his eyes in pain. He had once been Hokage. He understood political machinery all too well. Naruto didn't comfort him. There was no point. Now it's my turn. Naruto turned toward Kurama, eyes burning with resolve. Unlike my mother, I won't simply go along with their expectations. If they believe I'm ignorant, and they're so desperate to control me, then let them stand at the edge of the unknown. And keep poking it. Until something bites back. With that, Naruto withdrew his consciousness from the sealed space. And entered the mirror world, reviewing all available puppet combat data. His next destination was already decided. The boy the third Hokage had so carefully arranged to be his friend. Nara Shikamaru. End of chapter. Chapter 22, I'm not silent because I forgot. Inside the mirror world, Naruto Uzumaki, concealed by the shadow clone jutsu, had his true body flash forward. Without hesitation, he drove a kunai straight into Nara Shikamaru's heart. Congratulations. You have obtained training experience in the shadow imitation technique. As the system prompt echoed, the scene shattered like glass. The battle with the Shikamaru data puppet ended instantly. Naruto frowned. It's been a week. He muttered. Why are the rewards still this kind of garbage? For the past 7 days, Naruto had remained in his hospital bed, pretending to be unconscious. In reality, he had spent every moment challenging data puppets inside the mirror world, hoping to unlock new chakra natures. So far, he had fought nearly every available opponent. The only time he had gained a new elemental affinity was during his battle against the Uchiha Itachi puppet. After that, nothing. No lightning. No earth. No water. Only underwhelming rewards. Out of stubbornness, Naruto had returned to grind the Itachi puppet again, only to receive low-tier techniques like the body flicker technique, substitution jutsu, and other basic skills. Just now, he had challenged the Shikamaru puppet once more. The result hadn't changed. Naruto stared at the reward interface, eyes narrowing. What exactly determines these rewards? Naruto. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. That old man came again. And those 4 medical nin watching you. They're cracking under the pressure. Naruto immediately shifted his consciousness into the seal space. Cracking under pressure, he asked calmly. What pressure? Scanning the environment, Naruto confirmed that his hospital room was currently empty. Everyone was gathered outside the door. Namikaze Minato stepped forward, his expression grim. They're cracking because you refuse to wake up, Minato said heavily. The 4 medical nin submitted a new proposal to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto's eyes sharpened. What proposal? A very offensive one, Minato said coldly. They suggested bringing in Ibiki Marino, captain of ANBU Torture and Interrogation, and Inoichi Yamanaka of the Yamanaka clan. Minato's voice grew darker. Especially Inoichi. He specializes in mental and spiritual techniques, jutsu capable of invading a person's consciousness and extracting information. Naruto's expression turned glacial. So they've already started treating me like a criminal. Just to wake up a comatose Jinchuriki, they were seriously considering forced mental intrusion. And Hiruzen approved this? Naruto asked. Minato shook his head. Not yet. The medical nin claimed your consciousness might be trapped in your subconscious, similar to trauma cases from the war. They said Ibiki and Inoichi could guide your mind back. Hiruzen didn't agree immediately, Minato continued quietly. But he was tempted. Naruto let out a cold laugh. If they enter my mind, he said flatly. Then 2 people in Konoha will die. The mirror world could forcibly trap and reflect any spiritual will that invaded his consciousness. But that would cause chaos. They wouldn't try to understand. They'd dissect him. Lock him in a lab. Cut him open in the name of research. Naruto exhaled slowly. Time to wake up. His eyes opened. Outside the hospital room, a medical nin stood in the hallway, holding a thick stack of reports. Hokage-sama, these are the records from the past week, he reported. The Jinchuriki's body is in perfect health, unnaturally perfect. There are only 2 explanations for his prolonged unconsciousness. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened in silence. The first possibility is mental trauma. His consciousness may be trapped deep within his mind. In that case, Ibiki Marino and Inoichi Yamanaka could forcibly extract him. And the second? Hiruzen asked. The second is... Click. The soft sound of a door unlocking cut him off. Everyone turned. The hospital room door opened. Wearing pajamas, Naruto stepped out, blinking groggily. Hokage-sama. Relief washed over Hiruzen's face. Naruto, you're finally awake. Is this the hospital? Naruto asked weakly. My throat's dry. Do you have any water? Later, Hokage's office. You're saying I was asleep for a whole week? Naruto sat across from Hiruzen, now dressed in clean clothes brought from home. Yes, Hiruzen chuckled warmly. Do you remember anything from that night? Any discomfort? No, Naruto shook his head. I don't remember anything. And I feel fine. Then his expression shifted. Hokage-sama, that red chakra from that night. Is that why everyone calls me the demon fox? Am I really a monster? 3 questions. One after another. Hiruzen didn't hesitate. No, Naruto. You are not a monster. Never think that. Go home and rest. I've already sent people to repair your wall. He handed Naruto a scroll. This one teaches the substitution jutsu and the clone jutsu. Naruto's eyes lit up. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll train hard. You're a good boy, Hiruzen said approvingly. Then, casually. Oh, and Naruto. Don't stay inside all day. You said you made a friend, didn't you? Go out. Meet more people. You might make even more friends. Naruto hesitated. So? Shikamaru didn't report anything. He recalled the data he had collected, from Minato, Itachi, and Shikamaru, inside the mirror world. All right. Naruto said brightly. I'll visit Shikamaru tomorrow. Hiruzen's smile widened. He personally escorted Naruto to the entrance of the Hokage Tower. Back home. Naruto walked home, smiling cheerfully despite the fearful and disgusted looks cast his way. The moment the door closed, his expression turned ice cold. Naruto, Kurama said immediately. Someone just moved onto your rooftop. I know, Naruto replied calmly. He's been tailing me since I left the Hokage's office. He sat down and projected his consciousness into the seal space. The third is still suspicious, Naruto said evenly. He wants confirmation. Minato nodded grimly. That's why he asked whether you remembered that night. I denied everything, Naruto replied. I didn't ask what happened. I acted ignorant and asked about the red chakra instead. And he avoided answering, Naruto continued, gripping the scroll. Instead, he gave me this, another test. Then he sent Gekko Hayate to follow me home. He's exhausting every option, Minato said quietly. Hayate will probably shadow you for a long time. Kurama snarled. Why didn't you just confront that old man directly? Naruto took a slow breath. Because Hiruzen is hiding the fact that he placed another seal on me. My silence doesn't mean I forgot. He opened his eyes. It means I will never forget. End of chapter. P.S. Chapter 23, Sometimes change is a positive thing. Afternoon sunlight filtered through gaps in the trees, casting golden beams across the forest. Normally invisible, fine dust drifted lazily through the air, illuminated as if it possessed a life of its own. In a grassy clearing, a herd of deer lay resting. Their heads were crowned with branch-like antlers, while many fawns nestled beside their mothers. The younger deer held their small antlers high, stubborn and spirited. Occasionally, birds chirped from deep within the woods, lending the tranquil forest an even deeper sense of serenity. Whoosh, whoosh. The calm was abruptly shattered. The deer sprang to their feet in perfect unison, antlers raised, ears flaring wide like satellite dishes as they scanned for danger. Swish. Swish. Two shadows flashed across nearby tree trunks. The herd scattered instantly, vanishing into the forest. Naruto. That's enough for today. I'm out of energy, a voice called out from behind. It's almost 5, and beyond this point is the forest of death. One of the shadows lagged behind and landed on a tree branch, breathing heavily. Oh. The figure ahead stopped and turned, golden hair gleaming in the sunlight. So this is the forest of death you mentioned before, Shikamaru? Yes, and we shouldn't go any farther. Naruto, you. Shikamaru's words died in his throat. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly flicked his wrist. A kunai shot straight toward him. Shikamaru reacted instantly, dodging on instinct and throwing one back in retaliation. Pure shinobi reflex. But the next instant made his pupils contract sharply. Naruto didn't dodge. The kunai struck him squarely. Poof. The body fell backward, and instantly transformed into a log. The substitution jutsu. Shikamaru let out a breath of relief and snapped his gaze toward another tree. Naruto stood there calmly. You already mastered the substitution jutsu? Shikamaru asked. What's so surprising about that? Naruto replied casually, glancing toward the distance. It's just part of the 3 basic ninja techniques. Don't kids from Konoha's noble clans learn these before becoming genin? Hidden nearby, Gekko Hayate, who had been tailing Naruto, quietly withdrew after confirming the technique. Shikamaru shook his head, saying nothing. He himself had already mastered the transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu. The clone jutsu, being a non-physical illusion, was useless in real combat, so he hadn't invested much effort into it. Instead, he had focused on the Nara clan's secret techniques, following his father's guidance. Still, the 3 basic techniques weren't easy. And Naruto had only begun training recently. According to the information Shikamaru received from the 3rd Hokage, Naruto had received his first ninjutsu scroll just last night. And he had no instructor. Let's go, Naruto said, noticing Shikamaru's silence. Weren't you supposed to introduce me to a new friend today? Shikamaru hesitated, then asked. Did you bring any money? Naruto's eyes glinted faintly. Can you buy friends with cash? No. Of course not. Shikamaru replied quickly, flustered. He just really likes to eat. I'm not sure I brought enough. Naruto immediately understood. So it's a Kimichi Choji. Since Naruto needed to collect more data in the mirror world, he had planned to meet more key figures anyway, especially members of the future Konoha 12. After recalling Choji's role in the original storyline, Naruto nodded. Bringing money when going out is just good sense. Let's go, I'm interested in meeting your friend. Earlier that morning. After breakfast, Naruto walked downstairs and noticed Gekko Hayate hiding in the same spot as the night before. The ninjutsu scroll given by the 3rd Hokage rested on a nearby chair. Naruto casually picked up the scroll and sat down, deliberately reading through the clone jutsu and substitution jutsu instructions in full view of Hayate. Then he began practicing, failing repeatedly on purpose, struggling openly. Only after lunch did he finally succeed in forming a single clone jutsu. Muttering aloud that he was going to find Shikamaru, Naruto left the house. As expected, Hayate departed immediately to report. Inside the seal space, both Kurama and Namikaze Minato were confused. Why tell Hayate you're going to find Shikamaru? Minato asked. Naruto answered calmly. I'm giving the 3rd Hokage a reason, and a window, to have Shikamaru appear, coincidentally, in the right place. Otherwise, how would I find him? I've never even been to the Nara clan's territory. I could wander around asking people, Naruto continued. But the 3rd doesn't have that kind of patience. This was deliberate. Naruto was letting the Hokage do the work for him. As expected, when Naruto reached the ninja tool shop, he ran into Shikamaru. Naturally, Hayate was still following invisibly. Since Naruto had walked around the village in his true form the day before, he didn't bother using the transformation jutsu this time. The stairs were intense, but manageable. Besides, if he were disguised, how could Shikamaru greet him? Naruto suggested sparring, and the two headed straight to the forest where they had first met. Shikamaru mentioned introducing another friend. Naruto had assumed the third Hokage had arranged a backup candidate nearby. Hokage's office. You're certain Naruto mastered the clone and substitution jutsu? The third Hokage asked gravely. Yes, Gekko Hayate replied, flipping through his notebook. His clone jutsu still fails often, but his substitution during the spar was flawless. The third Hokage nodded slowly. The 5-element seal is working. His chakra control has clearly been affected. Then he asked. Shikamaru suggested Naruto meet a new friend. Naruto didn't refuse. No. He seemed eager. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes. Resume surveillance immediately. Something felt wrong. Naruto's demeanor since waking up had changed. Still, forming bonds with villagers was beneficial. For now. Later, outside the snack shop. Shikamaru brought Naruto to a small snack shop, where they found Akimichi Choji. Choji was chubby, slightly dopey-looking, wearing a white shirt with a large red food character on the chest. Hi. I'm Choji. Naruto smiled and handed him a pile of snacks. Oh. Choji's eyes lit up as he grabbed everything at once, devouring bag after bag at an astonishing speed. Naruto blinked. Shikamaru looked embarrassed. Thanks. Choji said cheerfully, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders. If you're friends with Shikamaru, then you're my friend. Beginning data collection. Naruto casually tapped Choji's arm. Data collection complete. Current data integrity, 8%. Please continue gathering data. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, he said warmly. Nice to meet you. That night. Back home, Naruto sat on his bed, reviewing the mirror world's updated data. Almost no change. The completion rate is still too low. Now he was certain. The mirror world's data targets were tied to key characters in the original story. But one question lingered. The third Hokage plays a major role in the plot, so why can't I collect data from him? Inside the seal space, Minato's voice echoed. Naruto, aren't you worried the third will grow suspicious? You're acting very differently today. Naruto looked at his father calmly. Even you think I'm acting strange? Minato hesitated. You're more proactive than usual. I'm worried the third might. Change is a good thing, Naruto interrupted evenly. I'm simply guiding my behavior toward what benefits me. And there will be more changes. His eyes sharpened. The third Hokage has eyes on me at all times. He'll find a reasonable explanation. Naruto smiled faintly. After all, I'm just expanding my circle of friends. Isn't that exactly what he wanted? End of chapter. Chapter 24, When They Say You're Crazy. Time passed quickly, and a new year arrived. Hey, Shikaku, the reports Shikamaru has been submitting these past few months about Naruto have been very promising. I knew I wasn't wrong about this kid. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, flipping through Shikamaru's detailed reports with visible satisfaction. But Nara Shikaku wore a troubled expression. Lately, Shikamaru has been spending a lot of time with Naruto and Choji. Choji's fine, but do you think we should talk to Choza about this? The third set the report down gently, pausing to think. Did Choza Akimichi approach you about it? No, not yet. Shikaku shook his head. Also, you saw what Shikamaru wrote, he told me too. Naruto hasn't been coming around as much lately. The third Hokage's expression darkened. I know. The report included Shikamaru's theory about Naruto's recent withdrawal. Each time Naruto came to hang out with Shikamaru and Choji, he did so under the pretense of training. Despite Naruto's strong taijutsu, the two always used their clan's secret techniques in combination, which eventually irritated Naruto. And looking at the timeline, the third realized Naruto would be entering the Ninja Academy this year. If that was the case, why haven't you been hanging out with Shikamaru and Choji lately, Naruto? In the seal space, Minato asked quietly. Dad, acting is exhausting, Naruto replied flatly. I'm not a professional actor. Shikamaru suspected me a long time ago, he just doesn't have proof. Plus, he was sent by the third Hokage to observe me from the start. The longer I stay around them, the more likely I'll slip up. After saying that, Naruto walked to the second-floor windowsill. Through the glass, he watched tiny specks of white drifting down from the sky. He opened the window, reached out, and caught 2 snowflakes in his palm. It's snowing again. Naruto had been staying home most of the time recently. Because of the 5-element seal, Gojyo Fuin, placed on him, aside from using the transformation jutsu to buy daily necessities, he rarely went out. Strangely, after introducing Choji, Shikamaru never brought anyone else to meet Naruto. Given Naruto's status as an outcast in Konoha, he couldn't just roam around trying to make friends like the original Naruto. He couldn't fake that kind of forced enthusiasm, not without slipping. So he spent the time grinding puppet data in the mirror world. Finally, with the new year, he earned a new chakra nature from Choji's data puppet. Ironically, it was young release. Still, it was better than nothing. Sensing that Gekko Hayate had shifted to the other side of the balcony again, Naruto's eyes moved to the corner of the room. There, on the small desk by the window, lay a finely crafted wooden mallet. Carved into its handle was a name. Geno. It was the carpenter's mark. Naruto had found the mallet after waking from his week-long hospital stay the previous year. It must have been left behind when the village sent someone to repair the hole in his second floor. The carpenter hadn't only repaired the wall, he'd also made Naruto 2 chairs. Before the year ended, Naruto had used the transformation jutsu to check the Konoha Craftsman registry and track the men down. But when he arrived, the house was empty. The neighbors said the carpenter had taken a job out of town. Now that it was early winter, he should have returned. Putting on 2 thick coats, Naruto grabbed the mallet and went downstairs. Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed Hayate had shifted positions again, standing in the snow near the edge of the small building. With a cold smirk, Naruto stepped outside without using the transformation jutsu. He crossed Konoha's bustling shopping district, enduring the usual stares and whispers, until he reached a quiet street lined with old wooden houses. No one was around. Based on his last visit, he found the hidden corner, and the house he'd been looking for. He stepped forward and knocked. An old man with glasses opened the door. Naruto hadn't even spoken yet when the man's eyes widened, as if he'd seen a ghost. No, it can't be. You're. Hello, Naruto said coldly, stepping back 2 paces. This belongs to you, right? He placed the mallet on the ground. The old man's hands trembled. When he picked it up, his posture straightened, and his eyes seemed to regain life. Something about this felt wrong. Naruto had assumed the man was afraid of him, like everyone else. But that expression wasn't fear. It was excitement. Was this person actually happy to see him? Had he mistaken Naruto for someone else? Even if he had, shouldn't he still fear the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Thank you, young man, the old man said hoarsely. May I ask your name? Not sensing any malice, Naruto turned to leave. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I returned your tool. Goodbye. Wait, the old man called, stepping in front of him and thrusting a small, finely carved wooden sculpture into Naruto's hands. Naruto, right. Please take this. Thank you for returning my tool. Naruto didn't plan to accept. But then the mirror world flashed a notification in his mind. Data available for collection. As Naruto reached out, the old man unexpectedly grabbed his hand and shoved the carving into his palm, refusing to let go. Collecting data. Data completeness, 10%. Authority upgraded, Uzumaki Naruto, Level 2 World Sovereign. Sync functionality update imminent. Please complete the data. Thanks, Naruto said flatly, freeing his hand and slipping the carving into his pocket. Without another word, he turned and walked away. In the distance, Hayate relocated again, switching positions like a restless shadow. But what the mirror world had just revealed was far more important than Hayate. Naruto didn't look back. He didn't see the old man standing there, silently shedding tears. Naruto, Minato said quietly inside the seal, that man, it felt like he mistook you for someone else. I don't care about that, Naruto replied. What interests me is who he really is. He shifted his consciousness into the mirror world, where a new data puppet had appeared. As I thought, a shinobi. He stepped forward and opened the puppet's information window. Name, Geno. Affiliation, Kajiro Village, Land of Sand Narutopedia. Alias, Trap Master Narutopedia. Specialties: traps, infiltration, taijutsu, genjutsu, explosive tag deployment. Narutopedia. Naruto browsed the visual logs tied to the puppet and finally remembered. In the original timeline, this old man had infiltrated Konoha as a carpenter and seeded the village with explosive tags, nearly triggering a disaster at the Hokage monument, even using the third Hokage's face as the final trigger. Narutopedia. It had been a filler arc, not a central event, but it left a mark. And the key detail was this. After meeting Naruto, Geno ultimately abandoned true revenge and deactivated his bombs, because Naruto reminded him of his son. Narutopedia. Naruto's eyes narrowed. In his mind, he replayed the image of tags buried inside the Hokage rock, right beneath the third stone face. He returned to the seal space, eyes gleaming, and asked. Dad, you're sure the crystal ball the third uses is one of a kind, right? Minato blinked. Yes. It was crafted by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, using rare crystals provided by the Fire Daimyo. Only one exists. Naruto smiled. Perfect. Now I just have to wait for the right moment. What do you mean? Minato asked, confused. Naruto bumped fists with his father. The next moment, Minato shuddered. Naruto. You have to report this to the third Hokage immediately. Dad. Naruto's voice turned glacial. I'm truly impressed. Your loyalty to Konoha really is eternal. You seriously want me to report this? What do you expect me to say when he arrests Geno? That I had a vision. That I magically knew everything. You trying to get me killed? Kurama lazily opened one eye, glanced at the father and son, then went back to sleep, clearly uninterested. Naruto's words hit Minato like a blade of winter wind. Minato opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean. There's no need to apologize, Naruto interrupted. Let me make it clear. He raised his eyes, voice steady. I will personally detonate the explosive tags Geno set up. What? Naruto, are you insane? Minato shouted. You think I'm crazy? Naruto lifted his head and met his father's gaze, their eyes locking. Then that's perfect. Because I once heard something that stuck with me. When people start calling you crazy, it means you're getting close to success. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Never Let Yourself Be Moved. Naruto. Most of the people in the village are innocent. Namikaze. Minato's voice carried an uncharacteristic note of pleading. I know. That was Naruto Uzumaki's final response before he withdrew from the sealed space. His tone was calm, indifferent, utterly devoid of emotion. Remembering that cold, icy gaze, Minato felt a turbulence in his heart he couldn't name. How had Naruto become like this? Scenes from Minato's life in Konoha flashed through his mind, until all that remained was the face of the person he missed most. Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina, do you blame me? Minato whispered. I failed to protect you. I failed to protect Naruto. And now. I can't even protect the village. His emotion surged like a tidal wave. Tears slipped free despite his clenched teeth. He refused to sob aloud, but regret crushed him all the same. He regretted sealing the 9 tails inside Naruto. If he hadn't made that choice back then, perhaps things would never have reached this point. He had truly made a mistake. On Naruto's side, he had exited the sealed space because he sensed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approaching, with Gekko Hyate leading the way. Naruto walked to the window and looked down at the snow-blanketed ground, his thoughts steady. Why is the third coming now? Could it be that Geno has been exposed? No. After carefully sensing chakra signatures, Naruto could still detect Geno's chakra lingering in the district where he lived. Even so, a heavy pressure settled in Naruto's chest. He realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Given his status in Konoha, anyone who had direct contact with him was almost certainly under surveillance. With one exception. The Ningu Nintendo, ninja tool shop. When Naruto had purchased the multi-shot kunai launcher, he had confirmed that the shop's owner had deep connections to the Fire Daimyo. Transactions there were sealed under strict confidentiality. That was why the third Hokage still hadn't discovered what Naruto had bought. But people weren't afforded the same protection. I'll need to be more cautious from now on. A faint irritation surfaced. Naruto's expression darkened. Eventually, he closed the window and turned back, his gaze deep and cold. The third Hokage would arrive soon. Whatever the reason. I'll know in a moment. Knock. 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 Naruto. Are you home? The firm voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi echoed from below. Naruto descended the stairs, a cold smirk hidden beneath his calm exterior. By the time he opened the door, his expression was perfectly surprised. Lord Hokage. What brings you here? Hee, Hiruzen chuckled kindly. I had some free time and decided to walk around the village. I thought I'd check on you. Naruto's face lit up with just the right amount of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. There's no need to be so formal, Hiruzen said as he entered, glancing around before sitting down. Almost immediately, he asked. Didn't you say before that you made a friend from the Nara clan? Last time I said that, huh? You really are good at pretending you're not watching me constantly. Suppressing the sarcasm, Naruto nodded. His name is Nara Shikamaru. He even introduced me to another friend recently. The Hokage's eyes flashed briefly with surprise before he smiled again. Oh. Have you been spending time together lately? You came all this way just to ask that. As if you don't already know, Gecko Hyate has been tailing me non-stop. Naruto's mind raced. Then his expression shifted subtly, into disappointment. They're both from large clans, he said quietly. After a while, I felt like we couldn't really connect. I didn't want to bother them anymore. A glimmer passed through Hiruzen's eyes. Why do you feel that way, Naruto? They know powerful jutsu, Naruto replied, envy carefully woven into his voice. And when they fight together, they're incredibly coordinated. Haha, the Hokage laughed. But Naruto knows ninjutsu too, doesn't he? Naruto shook his head. What I know is useless. The transformation jutsu doesn't help in a real fight. I can barely keep up with taijutsu, and only because they go easy on me. If I had a jutsu that created real clones, not illusions, I could take them both on. The third Hokage nodded slowly. Just as Shikamaru's reports had indicated, Naruto's emotional distance stemmed from the gap in strength. And Hiruzen had come prepared. Creating physical clones isn't difficult, he said, pulling out a scroll. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The clones are real, they can fight just like you. Naruto's eyes widened with excitement. There's really a jutsu like that. They're real, and they can fight. Hiruzen was extremely pleased. Smiling, he handed over the scroll. I'll be traveling to the capital of the Land of Fire next month to report to the Fire Daimyo. I'll be gone for about 2 months. Practice while I'm away. If you don't understand something, you can ask me when I return. Naruto bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hee. Do your best. As he reached the door, Hiruzen paused. Naruto, don't stay cooped up at home. Training with friends is much more enjoyable. Yes, sir. The Hokage waved and left. Moments later, Naruto sensed that Hiruzen had gone far, though Gecko Hyate still lingered on the balcony. Naruto shut the door and stared at the scroll in his hands. A faint smirk curved his lips. So, he really gave me the Shadow Clone Jutsu. And he'll be gone for 2 months. Perfect timing. He had already planned to master the Flying Thunder God technique. And once he did, shadow clones would be ideal for investigating Genos explosive tags. A pillow delivered just as I was falling asleep. Naruto sat down, reviewing the situation. Apparently, his performance in front of Hyate had been convincing enough. Convincing enough that the third now believed the 5-element seal, Gojyo Fuin, had severely weakened Naruto's chakra. That explained the words. If you can't learn it now, ask me when I return. In truth, the 5-element seal only interfered with Ninetales' chakra leakage. Now that Kurama had voluntarily sealed its chakra completely, the seal was nothing more than an irritation, loud, but harmless. Father, Naruto said, entering the sealed space. You've been inside me for years. What kind of man do you think the third Hokage really is? Minato hesitated. Once, he would have said without doubt, a good man. Gentle. Tolerant. The light of Konoha. Minato had once idolized him. But now. I'll tell you, Naruto said coldly. The third Hokage is a good man. Minato and Kurama spoke at the same time. What? Naruto waved his hand. He preaches the will of fire. Talks about peace, comrades, sacrifice. He builds the village, protects it, smiles warmly. In Konoha, everyone is moved by him, especially children. They dream of becoming Hokage because of that light. Am I wrong? Minato shook his head silently. That dream had once been his own. Naruto's eyes sharpened. But tell me this, have you noticed? The third Hokage has never shown any darkness. His image is always bathed in light. So where did the darkness go? Forget how he treated me as a Jinchuriki. As an adult, answer me this. Can someone with no dark side truly be trusted? Minato was silent. I don't know, he admitted at last. But I understand what you're saying. I only hope you'll reconsider what you said earlier, about detonating the explosive tags. The villagers are innocent. Naruto smiled faintly, Geno's image surfacing in his mind. I have considered it. And that's exactly why I'll detonate them, at the right time. Otherwise, how do you think I'll destroy the crystal ball in the Hokage's office? I know everyone has the right to happiness. But do they have the capacity for it? Whether they survive or not depends on fate. End of chapter. Chapter 26, The time for change has come. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would leave the village. According to Nara Shikamaru, the Hokage was heading to the capital of the Land of Fire to request development funds for Konoha's next phase of growth. That morning, the village gates were surrounded by a cheerful crowd. Smiles filled the air as villagers gathered to see the Hokage off. Naruto, are you here to see the third Hokage off too? Akimichi Choji leaned against the wall, stuffing snacks into his mouth as he spoke. Yeah, Naruto Uzumaki replied calmly. I came just to send off Lord Hokage. His gaze remained fixed on the Hokage and the ANBU squad escorting him as they walked toward the gates. Are we still going to the training field today? Shikamaru's voice came from behind. Naruto turned. His eyes were like still, deep water. He offered a faint smile. No. I have something to do at home. Oh, okay. Shikamaru's breath caught when he met Naruto's calm, unreadable gaze. Words rose to his lips, but he swallowed them back. In the end, he only nodded silently. Naruto took one last look at the joyful crowd by the gate, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. What's going on? The last time Shikamaru had seen that look in Naruto's eyes was in the photograph the Hokage had shown him. His unease returned. He had spent months with Naruto, yet the boy always carried a deep, unfathomable air. From the beginning, both he and his father had agreed to report only Naruto's observed behavior, adding light analysis at most. Now Naruto was gone from sight. But the unease in Shikamaru's chest refused to fade. Naruto, what are you going to do about that shadow that won't leave? Kurama's voice echoed from the seal space, referring to Gekko Hayate, who was still quietly tailing them. His mission is to monitor Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto replied calmly, not even glancing back. That's his duty. His purpose. I'll give him an Uzumaki Naruto to follow soon enough. He continued walking at a steady pace, completely unaffected by the surveillance. Outwardly calm and focused. Yet his sensory perception had already mapped every fluctuation of chakra in the area. The snow had stopped. Families and children filled the streets, laughing and walking together. The village felt livelier than usual. Naruto subtly changed direction, heading toward a quieter, more deserted street. Haha. You can't catch me. No way. How'd you jump up there? Heh. Of course I did. I'm going to be the strongest ninja, just like Lord Third Hokage. Naruto passed beneath a nearly empty shop and heard children's voices from above. I can get up there too. I'll be the best ninja ever. Idiot. Don't climb up with me. Two untrained children were playing ninja games on the rooftop. At that moment, the shopkeeper stormed out, furious. Hey! You brats! Get off my roof. Be careful. Naruto looked up instinctively. The two boys, no more than 4 years old, were huddled together atop a narrow column on the roof, barely half a meter wide. The shout startled them. One boy slipped. The other reached for him. And missed. Both fell. They screamed in terror as they plummeted. From that height, they wouldn't die, but they would be crippled for life. Naruto moved. In a blink, he caught both children by the backs of their collars and gently lowered them to the ground. The shopkeeper froze in shock. Wah! Safe, the two boys burst into tears, faces red, snot and tears streaming freely. Naruto, they're okay. You saved them. Namikaze Minato's voice rang out in relief from the seal. He hadn't even finished speaking before Naruto had already acted. But Naruto's expression darkened. Because Gekko Hayate, who had been tailing him, had made no move to help. Not even when children's lives were at stake. Soon, the children's cries drew their parents. The boys threw themselves into their parents' arms, then pointed at Naruto, crying even harder. A crowd gathered. Villagers. Children. Onlookers. The street became blocked. Do you even know what just happened? The furious shopkeeper shouted, then pointed at Naruto. If it weren't for him, the demon fox. His voice cut off abruptly. Only now did he recognize Naruto's face. Not just him. The parents. The crowd. Everyone. They all recognized him. Damn it. The demon fox must have scared those kids. Yeah. Look. They're still pointing at him. It's that cursed freak again, look at his eyes. Accusations erupted. The shopkeeper hesitated, clearly wanting to speak up. But in the end, he stayed silent. Father, is it okay now? Naruto murmured into the seal as he began walking straight toward the crowd. Minato closed his eyes in shame. When the shopkeeper had called Naruto Demon Fox, Minato had felt the sting like a blade. You. Demon Fox. Stop right there. You're scaring us. The villagers shouted in panic. Children began to cry. Move. Naruto's voice was low and emotionless. Yet it carried clearly through the street. The crowd parted instinctively. A path opened. Naruto walked through. Gekko Hayate followed silently behind him. Inside the seal. Naruto, you saved those kids. They shouldn't be accusing you, Minato said softly, sorrow heavy in his chest. After a pause, he added. Why didn't you explain? They didn't mean it. The villagers were hurt once too. Naruto's figure turned to face him. Are you saying wounded hearts deserve hope by default? Minato froze. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought, if they understood, maybe they'd see your kindness. That's impossible. Naruto's eyes sharpened like blades. Because once they see that, they'll expect me to always be kind. He continued coldly. I saved those kids instinctively. But I also wanted to see whether Gekko Hayate would break cover and abandon his mission to help. Minato sighed. I understand. Father. Naruto stepped closer and raised his fist. None of that matters anymore. What matters is timing. And now. The time has come. I need you to show me your Flying Thunder God technique experience again. End of chapter. Chapter 27, I have many reasons to stay in Konoha. Move out immediately. We need to reach the western side of the Forest of Death, now. Damn it, what's wrong with the barrier squad? Can't they get it right for once? In less than half a day, they've reported dozens of abnormal chakra signals, scattered all across the forest. Could they be mistaken? We just swept the north side, nothing but dead animals. No human traces at all. And the team heading south just left. Yeah, and with this fog and rain, visibility is garbage. Deep within the forest, 3 masked ANBU stood atop tree branches, clutching a map. After a few heated complaints, they vanished in a blur, rushing toward their assigned sector. Naruto, the barrier squad has locked onto your position again. ANBU are already mobilizing. Inside the seal space, Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, warned his son. It's fine, Naruto Uzumaki replied calmly. I'll change location soon. I'm close to fully mastering chakra infusion into tools. But father, didn't you say the barrier only covers Konoha itself? Why is the Forest of Death being monitored now too? Naruto's voice echoed from beneath an ancient tree whose massive roots formed a natural hollow. Inside the hollow, Naruto leaned against the bark. He wore a mask, and his hair, altered by the transformation jutsu, was jet black. Outside lay the corpses of 2 wolves, their blood long since soaked into the earth. Naruto stared at the kunai in his hand. A pale blue chakra glow flickered along its edge, unstable, shifting. He was pondering a problem related to chakra nature transformation. A whoa. Low, mournful howls echoed through the forest. Hey, killed 2 idiots earlier, and now the rest of the pack wants revenge. Naruto stepped out of the hollow and looked up. Thick fog wrapped the forest. Rain poured relentlessly, soaking the canopy and turning the ground into a swamp of mud and puddles. Leaves glistened with fresh water. His sensory perception flared. Soon, dozens of green glowing eyes emerged from the mist. A wolf pack, more than 50 strong, surrounded him, feral hatred radiating from every direction. Perfect, Naruto smiled faintly. More test subjects. He clasped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Poof. Dozens of shadow clones appeared, matching the number of wolves exactly. The pack grew restless. Faced with an equal number of enemies, they hesitated and began backing away. Instinct screamed danger. They tried to retreat. Naruto's lips curved upward. Go. The shadow clones surged forward. 1, 2, 3. Lost 11 shadow clones. Total, 52 wolves. All flying thunder god marks applied. Naruto murmured calmly. With the task complete, he dispelled every clone. The chakra along his kunai suddenly stabilized. It solidified, extending outward into a pale blue chakra blade, nearly half a meter long. Naruto's eyes flashed. He vanished. Deep in the fog, the wolves blinked in confusion. Their enemies were gone. Just as they relaxed, a dark flash tore through the mist. Whimper. Blood sprayed. Bodies were severed mid-motion, torn apart before any could react. The massacre ended almost instantly. Whoosh. Naruto reappeared on a tree branch. Below him lay a grotesque scene, limbs, shattered bodies, blood staining the forest floor. He frowned slightly and entered the seal space. Father, Naruto asked calmly. Have you figured out why shadow clones can only use the Flying Thunder God technique once? Minato shook his head. I couldn't solve it either, he admitted. I encountered the same limitation when I trained Hiraishin no Jutsu. In theory, clones should be able to use any technique the original can. But a clone can sense the mark and teleport only once. After that, it fails, every time. Even Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, never solved this. He created both the Flying Thunder God and the Shadow Clone Jutsu. His original goal was to combine them into the ultimate combat style. But even he failed. Naruto nodded, disappointment flickering briefly in his eyes. So it truly was a hard limit. He recalled how, in the original timeline, his clones could enter Sage Mode, and how Uchiha Madara's wood clones could even manifest Susanoo. Yet Flying Thunder God remained different. Absolute. Naruto had been hiding in the Forest of Death for nearly 2 months. Ever since the third Hokage left the village, only a shadow clone remained in Konoha, under Gekko Hiate's watch. With Minato's full guidance, Naruto had mastered Flying Thunder God within the first month. But that wasn't all. Through repeated battles in the mirror world, Naruto had collected additional chakra natures. Now, in addition to his original Yang release, he possessed Wind Release, Fire Release, Water Release, acquired from the data puppet of Izumo Kamizuki. Over the past month, he had fully internalized every technique, battle experience, and training insight gained from the data puppets. He had even begun serious research into chakra nature transformation. At this point, Naruto could precisely infuse chakra into ninja tools, shaping it at will. Just then, his senses caught 3 chakra signatures approaching the edge of his perception. They're faster than last time. Naruto smiled faintly. Time to go. My clone should be home by now. Without another word, he vanished. Whoosh. Naruto reappeared in his bedroom, on the 2nd floor of his house. Naruto, Minato asked suddenly. When do you plan to leave Konoha? Sensing his shadow clone and Gekko Hiate approaching the house, Naruto slipped into the seal space again. Why do you assume I'll leave? Naruto asked calmly. Minato's expression dimmed. I don't know. I just feel it. You've mastered Flying Thunder God. No one can control you now. Naruto smiled. Father, I'll tell you this, I won't be leaving Konoha for a long time. Minato blinked. Why? Kurama, lounging nearby, opened one massive eye. Naruto's gaze shifted toward him. There are many reasons, Naruto said quietly. Asterisk the first reason, asterisk I need to wait for Jiraiya to return. Only he holds the key to the seal. Minato stiffened. And the others, he asked. Naruto turned and smiled faintly. Konoha is the perfect cover for who I am. It may not be the safest place, but it's the most convenient. If I leave, I become a rogue ninja. And worse, I'm a Jinchuriki. The entire ninja world would hunt me. Even if they couldn't catch me, it would be endless trouble. And I still need to collect more data in the mirror world. Konoha still has many things I want. Naruto's eyes hardened. I have too many reasons to stay in Konoha. You might not fully understand. But unless it becomes absolutely necessary, I won't leave. End of chapter. Chapter 28, the ending depends on where the story stops. Naruto. Namikaze Minato's expression grew increasingly complicated. He closed his eyes softly. After a long pause, he reopened them and spoke. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Naruto lifted his head, his clear blue eyes meeting Minato's directly. What is it? Minato looked into those eyes, and the struggle in his own gaze deepened. He asked quietly. Do you truly hate Konoha? Naruto's expression remained calm. That's an interesting question, he replied. From your perspective, father, aside from hatred, what emotion do you think I should feel toward Konoha? Or, he continued. Are you confused because my behavior doesn't quite match what you expected? Minato shook his head, disoriented. I don't know. From the moment we met, nothing has gone the way I imagined. Every time our chakra connects, I can feel it, that coldness buried deep in your soul. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But now I understand, you've known the truth for a long time. About yourself. About your identity. About the third Hokage watching you. You've known all of it. If I hadn't been watching you grow up from inside the seal, if I hadn't seen with my own eyes that no one tampered with you. Minato swallowed. I would have started to wonder whether you were really my son. There were moments when I even thought, maybe you were born knowing everything. Naruto smirked faintly and studied Minato with interest. I was wondering when you'd finally bring this up. He tilted his head slightly. Now that you have you reached your own answer? Minato took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. At first, Kurama thought the same. He gestured toward the nine tails. But then it gave me a reason, one I could accept. Naruto's gaze shifted. And what reason is that? The massive fox didn't even open its eyes. With a lazy flick of a claw, it muttered. Fourth Hokage, could you not say everything in one breath? Minato looked embarrassed. Wasn't it you who figured it out, Kurama? You even said there was only one possible explanation. Kurama stirred, nine tails swaying as it opened one sharp eye and looked at Naruto. You have the mirror world, it said flatly. All those data clones. All those borrowed memories. Of course you know secrets you logically shouldn't. Especially the first time you entered the mirror world, when you saw the data clone of the fourth Hokage. That's when I realized. Minato nodded. He remembered that moment clearly, during a chakra replenishment session, when he had drifted into thought, wondering how Naruto could possess such a mature worldview. Kurama had noticed immediately and pointed him toward the answer. Naruto's abilities in the mirror world explained everything. Otherwise, Minato might truly have believed Naruto was born omniscient. Naruto watched the two of them with a flat expression. They misunderstood something. He had only granted them guest access to the mirror world. They didn't know how data was gathered, how updates occurred, or even when the system had activated. The time discrepancy between the real world and the mirror world only deepened that misunderstanding. But if it kept them from asking further questions, there was no reason to correct it. Since you've reached your own conclusions, father. Naruto rested both hands on the iron gate of the seal. I'll answer your original question. Minato straightened slightly, his expression turning serious. Naruto spoke calmly. Konoha has taken many things from me, things that should have been mine. So yes, he continued evenly. Of course I should hate Konoha. But hatred is just a negative emotion. Everyone has it. Sometimes, negative emotions even strengthen one's resolve. And after all this time, Naruto added. I'm sure you've realized something, father. I don't allow myself to be consumed by emotions. I'm not like the Uchiha, those emotionally unstable lunatics who let their feelings drive them to extremes. He paused briefly. No, I understand what you're worried about. You're afraid that one day I'll lose control and turn that power against Konoha. But that's not what I'm after. Minato hesitated, then asked. Then what are you after, Naruto? Naruto turned, his gaze deep and sharp. What I seek is power that transcends all things. Minato's expression darkened. You already possess tremendous power, he said gravely. But chasing strength endlessly will only make you lose your way. Naruto shook his head slowly. You don't understand, father. I know what you mean, but what I pursue isn't what you think it is. Kurama, who had been silent, suddenly raised a fist. Naruto didn't hesitate. He bumped it. Kurama withdrew its paw, eyes gleaming. Naruto, it said. If you really achieve that, you'll surpass even the Sage of Six Paths. No human in this world views reality the way you do. Naruto smiled faintly. That's why I don't believe in grand ideals. If the world doesn't make sense, then force it to. Kurama burst into laughter. Ha! Kid, I'm looking forward to that day. It'll be a hell of a show. Minato looked between them, completely lost. Something had clearly passed between Naruto and Kurama during that exchange. What were you two just talking about? He asked. Kurama waved a paw dismissively. Fourth Hokage, you wouldn't get it. Minato turned back to Naruto, confused. But Naruto only shook his head in silence. That silence frustrated Minato more than any argument. Naruto, about the explosive tags. Naruto's eyes turned cold. That's not up for discussion. Minato's face twisted in pain. But Naruto, if you detonate that many explosive tags, so many people will die. Families living peaceful lives, gone in an instant. And those who survive, how can they live with that pain? Naruto remained unmoved. I'll only trigger a small portion. The goal is to destroy the crystal ball. If the mechanism accidentally triggers the rest and causes a chain reaction, that has nothing to do with me. Besides, he added quietly, I've never understood what happiness even means. So why should I grieve for others? Minato's eyes lit with a desperate idea. If all you want is to destroy the crystal ball, couldn't you disable the connection to the other tags? Don't go any further, father. Naruto cut him off. His expression turned strange, almost hollow. I may have a kind heart, but my hands are cold and powerless. If Konoha wants a happy ending, it depends on where its story stops. He thought of the timing he had chosen. Then his voice hardened. I'll let you see for yourself how much filth lies beneath Konoha's polished surface. Minato's expression darkened. What do you mean? Naruto answered calmly. It won't be long now. You'll see. I won't even need to lift a finger. Others will prove it to you, again and again. Konoha was never destined for a good ending. End of chapter. Important announcement. Based on your requests, I've dropped the prices to 20% OFF Party Popper. Admission ticket coupon code, 902 times 10 to the power of 6. Along with the price drop, I'll also be adding more chapters to each tier. Posting daily extra chapter updates. Providing better early access for members. Rolling out many more member-only benefits. Important, grab the coupon code, 902 times 10 to the power of 6 and claim the discount while it's active. This code won't work for long. For anything you can message me here, finalarcaro789@gmail.com. Chapter 29, A Wind That Shouldn't Have Appeared. The more Namikaze Minato listened, the more alarmed he became. Just as he was about to speak, Uzumaki Naruto had already withdrawn from the seal space and was heading down the stairs. The shadow clone that had escorted Gekko Hayate home had just entered the house. The moment the door closed, Naruto released all remaining disguises and immediately dispelled the clone. A rush of memories flooded back. Naruto's brows twitched slightly. Shikamaru had subtly hinted that the third Hokage would return to the village tonight. That was unexpected. Despite knowing Nara Shikamaru for some time, Naruto had always considered him suspicious. Shikamaru had never hidden the fact that he was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to get close to him. And yet, lately, Shikamaru genuinely seemed to be trying to become his friend. Naruto re-entered the seal space. "Father," he asked calmly, "you were once Hokage. What's your opinion of the Nara clan?" Minato was taken aback by the seriousness in Naruto's expression. He thought back to his time in office. "The Nara clan has always been the most trusted clan of the Hokage, without exception," Minato replied slowly. "They are loyal only to the Hokage and willingly act as the Hokage's shadow." As soon as the words left his mouth, Minato's expression shifted. Something didn't sit right. Naruto noticed it instantly. "Most trusted, loyal only to the Hokage." He repeated the words silently. Then his eyes sharpened. The third Hokage was already extremely old. After Minato's sacrifice, logic dictated that a fifth Hokage should have been elected. Instead, Hiruzen had returned to power almost immediately, reclaiming full authority without resistance. That alone was strange. It wasn't just Konoha's civilians who found it hard to accept, even other hidden villages across the shinobi world must have been shocked. Even in official discussions, the question of Hokage succession had repeatedly surfaced. And yet, the excuse remained the same. The fourth died too suddenly. The village is in crisis. There are no suitable candidates. What a farce. At the time, Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the two elders already held complete political control. Minato, despite his title, had functioned more like a symbol than a decision-maker. And what about Jiraiya? What about Tsunade? Jiraiya might have been difficult to locate, but Tsunade? She was a notorious gambler. Tracking her down would never have been difficult. Later, during the Chunin exams, Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush. Despite being hailed as the strongest Hokage of his era, Hiruzen still died abruptly. And yet, the village continued functioning. No one claimed there was no suitable Hokage then. The moment Hiruzen was buried, the elders immediately pressured Jiraiya to take the position. When he refused, Tsunade was found without difficulty and installed as Hokage. To outsiders, Nara Shikaku appeared to be a steadfast supporter of the third Hokage. But now, Shikamaru hadn't even entered the ninja academy yet. This wasn't the era where Sarutobi Asuma would later lead Team 10. Shikamaru was not yet a shinobi. He still had a choice. He understood his position clearly. The Nara clan might be loyal to the Hokage, but Hiruzen had already served too long, across 2 eras. And he was old. Would the next Hokage really still be a Sarutobi? Shikamaru wouldn't bind himself to a single tree forever. He would carry out the third's orders. But he would choose how he did so. Night fell. Konoha lay silent beneath a calm, star-filled sky. Inside the Hokage tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window of his office. Without alerting anyone, he had already returned from his journey and was reviewing accumulated documents. 2 months had passed. It was early spring. And his meeting with the fire daimyo had gone poorly. "Lord Hokage." A figure appeared on the exterior platform. "Hi-8." Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. "Any updates on Naruto while I was away?" Gecko Hi-8 handed over a small notebook. "This is a detailed report covering the past 2 months." Hiruzen flipped it open. "Naruto rescued someone on the very day I left." His brow furrowed. But he was misunderstood by the villagers again. And simply told them to move aside before going home. He didn't get angry. Hi-8 shook his head. There were too many people to read his expression clearly, but on the way home, he showed no signs of anger or resentment. Good. Hiruzen exhaled softly. Naruto had taken the initiative to save someone, and hadn't erupted despite being blamed. That meant his guidance was working. Naruto was still on the right path. Flipping through the rest of the report, nothing stood out. No shadow clone mastery. No abnormal behavior. Is Naruto asleep? Hiruzen asked with a gentle smile. He was just about to. Whoosh. A masked ANBU dropped to one knee. "Lord Hokage. The barrier division has detected another abnormal chakra fluctuation in the forest of death." Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "Another one? You mean this has happened before?" "Yes." The ANBU handed over a report. "These are all recorded abnormal chakra events in the forest of death during your absence." Hiruzen scanned it. His expression turned icy. "We leave immediately." Back at Naruto's home, he sensed it as well. He had remained indoors all afternoon. With his heightened perception, he had felt the moment Hiruzen re-entered the village. But now, an unfamiliar, eerie chakra had appeared deep within the forest of death, moving along the exact routes Naruto had once used for training. The third is rushing there with so many people. Naruto murmured. So it's not someone from Konoha. Minato had once explained the barrier system in detail. Konoha's chakra barrier detected all unauthorized chakra entries instantly, unless the intruder knew the seal passcode. At some point, the forest of death had been added to the surveillance network, without Minato's knowledge. If it's not a Konoha shinobi, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Why wasn't the alarm triggered immediately? Interesting. Whoever this is, they've stopped. They're waiting. Deep within the forest of death, Hiruzen and more than 10 ANBU surrounded a lone figure shrouded in darkness. It's been a long time, sensei. The figure stepped forward. Pale skin. Long black hair. Golden, slit-like pupils. Orochimaru. Yes. Orochimaru, Hiruzen replied coldly. You should never have returned. But since you're here, you won't be leaving. Orochimaru smiled faintly. You want to fight me, sensei? Perfect. I've recently gained insight into one of the second Hokage's forbidden techniques. Hiruzen's pupils shrank. Orochimaru had uncovered another of Tobirama Senju's forbidden jutsu. Spreading his arms, Orochimaru laughed softly. Let me become the wind. The wind that blows through this rotting windmill called Konoha. And let us see whether it can still turn. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Life rarely goes as one wishes. Disperse. Fire the signal flares. The Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sharp surge of unease and immediately issued orders. Whatever Orochimaru was planning, it could not be allowed to unfold without the village being alerted. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom. 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 Several ANBU raised their flare launchers without hesitation, firing brilliant signals into the night sky. The darkness above the forest of death erupted in dazzling bursts of light. Orochimaru. Hiruzen barked. What is your reason for secretly infiltrating the village? Orochimaru sneered. Infiltrating, he repeated mockingly. Humph. Do I really need to sneak into Konoha anymore, Sarutobi-sensei? His golden, slit pupils gleamed. No need to be so tense. I didn't come back of my own will this time, I was invited. You should know exactly who I'm talking about. After all, you know very well how I left the village back then. Hiruzen's face darkened instantly. Of course he knew. Shimura Danzo. Back when Orochimaru's inhumane experiments were exposed, Hiruzen had deliberately allowed him to escape. He knew Danzo had been secretly colluding with Orochimaru, and even if Konoha forces had tried to intercept, Root would have opened an escape route. What Hiruzen hadn't expected was that after all these years, merely 2 months outside the village, Danzo had already reconnected with Orochimaru. Letting you go back then because of my soft heart, Hiruzen said coldly, chakra flaring, was my greatest mistake. But now, I'll correct it. He cast aside his Hokage cloak. Beneath it was his old battle armor, gear he hadn't worn in years. Oh. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out grotesquely. You plan to kill me? What a thrilling idea. But sensei, if you couldn't do it back then, you certainly can't do it now. He laughed softly. I've also heard the village has become chaotic lately. Disorderly. And you, growing duller with age, no longer seem fit to sit in that Hokage seat. Especially now, seeing how worn you've become, how merciless time is. Hiruzen stepped forward. A terrifying killing intent rolled outward like a storm. You're still the same, Orochimaru, always speaking in riddles. But today, your fate is sealed. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Is it? Weren't you the one who always taught me, you never know the outcome until the very end? Or is there someone hidden among these ANBU giving you confidence? Hiruzen answered with action. His thumb slid across the rivet of his shoulder armor. He slammed his palm into the ground. Ninja art, summoning jutsu. Monkey King, Enma. Poof. A white-haired monkey wearing a tiger skin loincloth appeared beside him, his gaze grim as he stared at Orochimaru. Sarutobi. I warned you, Enma growled. That snake you raised has become more than a nuisance. There's still time, Hiruzen said firmly. Let's do it, Enma, adamantine staff. Understood. Transform. Enma vanished in smoke. In the next instant, Hiruzen gripped a massive adamantine staff, thick as a man's arm. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, then licked his lips. Summoning reinforcements, HM. Well then, sensei, it seems we truly are alike. Allow me to present you with a gift. He formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. Boom. The ground shook violently. A coffin burst from the earth. On its lid was a single, ominous kanji. First. What the hell is that? Several ANBU stared in confusion. But Hiruzen's face drained of color. You bastard. Orochimaru, how dare you toy with the souls of the dead? Meanwhile, Naruto's room. Uzumaki Naruto sat by his windowsill, considering whether now was the right moment to detonate the explosive tags planted by Geno. The third Hokage had been drawn to the forest of death. It was an opportunity. Yet Naruto hesitated. He had always planned to trigger the explosion during a major future event, when the impact would be absolute. Acting prematurely risked disrupting his larger plans. Just then, colorful signal flares lit up the night sky. Naruto felt the chakra of nearly every Konoha shinobi surge into motion. The village was on full alert. Only the ANBU monitoring him remained in place. Naruto decided not to detonate the tags. He wasn't someone who changed plans impulsively. But something else caught his attention. The chakra signatures of the ANBU accompanying the third vanished. In their place, two new chakra signatures appeared. One of them was especially strange. Its power fluctuated wildly, one moment terrifyingly vast, the next barely detectable. Naruto's eyes sharpened. He formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A clone appeared. Naruto handed it a mask and issued concise orders. The third is near one of my Flying Thunder God marks. Disguise yourself. Go there. Observe. You know what to do. The clone smirked. Of course. I am you, after all. Whoosh. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, the clone vanished. Forest of Death, the battlefield. The clone appeared instantly near the battlefield and rushed forward through the trees. At the center of the clearing, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru stood facing each other. Every surrounding ANBU lay unconscious. The summoned coffin lay shattered, reduced to splintered debris. In the middle of it all lay an unrecognizable corpse. It seems your jutsu isn't quite perfected, Hiruzen said coldly. Perhaps you should stay behind and attend more lessons. Orochimaru chuckled. You seemed quite emotional when you saw the first Hokage just now. What a shame the jutsu wasn't complete. Such a touching reunion, wasted. Silence. Hiruzen roared. How dare you mock the dead? He lunged forward, swinging the adamantine staff. Adamantine staff, whirlwind. Wind release chakra surged. A massive suction force tore toward Orochimaru. TCH. As if. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's arm split into writhing serpents, anchoring him to a nearby tree and yanking him clear of the attack. Sensei, Orochimaru said coolly. You've already lost many subordinates tonight. If we keep this up, who do you think will? He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed. A new scent had entered the battlefield. Sarutobi sensed it as well. From the shadows of the forest, a cloaked, masked figure stepped forward calmly. What a shame, the figure said softly. I was hoping to enjoy the show a bit longer. It was Naruto's shadow clone. Despite remaining hidden, Orochimaru had still detected him. Who are you? Hiruzen demanded instantly. The clone walked forward, raising one hand. Both Orochimaru and Hiruzen tensed. As the clone stepped between them, he snapped his fingers open. Violently rotating chakra spiraled into existence. A pitch-black orb rapidly condensed in his palm. Great spiral will calamity. Boom. A blinding explosion engulfed the forest of death. The forest was torn apart. End of chapter. Chapter 31, The Difference Between Doing and Not Doing. The instant the shadow clone was swallowed by the explosion, Naruto, standing by the window, felt the feedback ripple through his senses. Looking toward the distant flash of light in the forest of death, he calmly tracked the aftermath. 2 chakra signatures vanished in rapid succession. One belonged to the third Hokage. The other belonged to Enma, his summoned companion. They had most likely escaped through reverse summoning. As for Orochimaru, his chakra signature was still present. But it had already burrowed deep underground, retreating at terrifying speed, almost reaching the edge of the forest's barrier in moments. As expected, master and student, Naruto thought. He knew the limits of the technique he had used. Although the Great Spiral Will Calamity detonated quickly and violently, its blast radius was not particularly large. The chakra Naruto had allocated to that shadow clone was limited. Against high-tier shinobi like Orochimaru or the third Hokage, the attack was dangerous, but not decisive, so long as they reacted in time. What truly caught Naruto off guard was who had appeared in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru. At this point in the timeline, Orochimaru should have been operating alongside the Akatsuki. Why return to Konoha now? A fleeting thought crossed Naruto's mind. Was Orochimaru acting as a Konoha agent, infiltrating Akatsuki? He dismissed the idea instantly. A man obsessed with immortality and the truth of the world would never accept such a meaningless role. Even when Orochimaru later joined Akatsuki under coercion, it was only to seek an opportunity to steal the Rinnegan. So why come back? It clearly wasn't to reunite with the third Hokage, otherwise the Hokage wouldn't have personally led a strike team to intercept him. Another name surfaced in Naruto's thoughts. Danzo. Of course. Orochimaru's return was meant for Shimura Danzo. Naruto remembered the Sharingan arm, the experiments, and the collaboration that extended all the way into the Shippuden era. Their alliance had never truly ended. But then. Naruto frowned. The timing is wrong. The Uchiha massacre hadn't happened yet. Naruto withdrew his attention from the Forest of Death and surveyed Konoha instead. Dozens of chakra signatures were moving rapidly through the village. Shinobi were mobilizing everywhere. He glanced at the closed window and exhaled softly. Time to rest. Later that night. Even at midnight, the Hokage's office remained brightly lit. A man leaning on a cane entered, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Hiruzen. I'm here. Inside, the third Hokage sat at the head of the meeting table, still wearing his battle armor. Few in the village were even aware that he had already returned. Seated to one side were Koharu Yutane and Hamura Mitokado, Konoha's 2 senior advisors. The man with the cane was Shimura Danzo. You have something to explain, don't you? Advisor Danzo. Hiruzen's voice was cold. Danzo did not answer immediately. After glancing briefly at the 2 elders, he took his seat. There's nothing to explain about Orochimaru, Danzo said calmly. And frankly, I don't see why I should explain anything at all. Everything I've done is no different from what you've done, Hiruzen. It was all for the good of Konoha. Hiruzen's expression darkened. In that case, he said sharply. Effective immediately, you are stripped of your position as Hokage advisor. Root will be disbanded. The words had barely left his mouth when Koharu and Hamura spoke up. Hokage-sama, perhaps this decision is too hasty. Root is still vital to the village's operations. Disbanding it now could create instability. Hiruzen's gaze turned razor-sharp. So, you oppose me? Hamura calmly withdrew a scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Hiruzen opened it. His expression changed instantly. Is this information accurate? My intelligence is never wrong, Danzo replied flatly. It's a report written personally by Uchiha Shersui. Since your departure, the Uchiha clan has been secretly holding frequent internal meetings. Hiruzen read the scroll in silence. Gradually, his expression eased. Very well. I'll look into this matter. Then his eyes hardened again. But you still need to explain your contact with Orochimaru. Danzo's face darkened. After another glance at the 2 elders, he finally spoke. It was merely a transaction. I exchanged information for intelligence from outside the village. Hiruzen's voice was stern. What information? What intelligence? Danzo met his gaze directly, a hint of irony in his eyes. He's your student. You already know what he offered me. As for what I received, information about Akatsuki, operating out of the Land of Rain. Hiruzen's heart clenched. He already knew what Orochimaru must have traded. And it filled him with rage. Didn't you claim years ago that Akatsuki had already been destroyed by Hanzo? Hiruzen demanded. Danzo shook his head. Not completely. Akatsuki now controls the Land of Rain. All of its current members are S-rank missing Nin. Orochimaru is one of them. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Do you have detailed intelligence on them? No, Danzo answered without hesitation. Hiruzen rose and moved to his desk, quickly writing on a blank scroll. He raised his hand toward the window. An ANBU appeared instantly. Deliver this to Jiraiya via Ninja Crow. The ANBU vanished. Returning to his seat, Hiruzen said gravely. Now, let's discuss the Uchiha situation. At those words, a trace of undisguised satisfaction flickered across Danzo's face. The next morning. The sun had barely risen when Naruto set out for the Hokage's office. He was already close. Naruto, Minato asked inside the seal. Are you sure about going to see the third Hokage right now? What's wrong, father? Nothing, but you saw what happened last night. Orochimaru. The Forest of Death. Naruto replied calmly. I just want to put his mind at ease. And keep him busy. The streets were unusually quiet. The chaos of the previous night had clearly shaken the village. Naruto saw few civilians, though he sensed many hidden shinobi stationed nearby. Only 2 streets remained. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Please. I swear it was only once. Humph. Lying, are you? You think my Sharingan would miss this? You dared steal during an emergency. Come with us, to the Konoha police force. No. My children, I only took those things for them. Please. Naruto rounded the corner. Several Uchiha clan members, wearing police uniforms, were escorting a terrified man down the street. Nearby, villagers whispered angrily. So what if they're Uchiha? He's just a petty thief. They abuse their power, grabbing whoever they want. Didn't you hear him say he was innocent? Look at them, acting like they're above everyone else. Naruto did not stop. He continued toward his destination. Inside the seal, Minato sighed quietly. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Do you pity the thief too, father? Minato shook his head. No. I just think the villagers' words are unfair. The police force exists to maintain order. Those Uchiha weren't wrong to arrest him. They shouldn't turn this into a clan issue out of emotion. Naruto had already reached the Hokage tower. After asking Kurama for silence, he replied evenly. Whether their words were unfair doesn't matter. At most, they're just speaking from a lack of empathy. You know this well, father. He paused. The greatest difference between those who act and those who do not is that the latter will always have the right to criticize the former. End of chapter. Chapter 32, The world will never forget who you are. Naruto, doesn't this exhaust you? I don't feel tired at all, Uzumaki Naruto replied calmly. In fact, I'd say it's fun. Anything worth doing is always hard to achieve. Hearing that, Namikaze Minato showed a trace of melancholy. Because of Naruto's young age, Minato had always tried to approach him as a father would, careful, gentle, protective. Yet it was becoming increasingly clear that Naruto's worldview had already surpassed that of most adults. Minato understood exactly why Naruto had come to see the Sarutobi Hiruzen today. For the past 2 months, while Hiruzen was away from the village, Gekko Hayate had been monitoring only one of Naruto's shadow clones. Every single day, that clone deliberately struggled, painfully and slowly, to learn the shadow clone technique, right in front of Hayate. Now that the third Hokage had returned, that information had surely already been reported in full. Naruto's visit today was nothing more than reassurance. A performance meant to show that he was growing exactly the way the Hokage hoped. Uchiha Shersui is here too. As Naruto deliberately slowed his pace near the Hokage tower, he sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he sank inward and entered the sealed space. Father, Naruto asked evenly. What do you think of the Uchiha clan? Minato was momentarily surprised by the sudden question. After a brief pause, he answered truthfully. I don't know the Uchiha very well. When I was a Hokage candidate, I interacted with their clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, a few times. After becoming Hokage, I only met with high-ranking officers of the Konoha police force. He paused. But your mother was close friends with Fugaku's wife. As Uchiha Shersui drew closer, Naruto's eyes flickered subtly. Father, Naruto continued. Have you ever fought a member of the Uchiha clan? And how much do you really know about their Kekkei-genkai, the Sharingan? Minato's expression turned serious. Those who awaken the Sharingan can grasp techniques that take others years to master. Even the weakest among them are at least Chunin level. I never fought an Uchiha inside the village, but... His voice grew heavier. You already know. Years ago, I fought the masked man who released the Nine Tails. He possessed the Uchiha's strongest dojutsu, the Mangekyo Sharingan. That Mangekyo not only allowed him to control tailed beasts with ease, but also granted mastery over space-time ninjutsu. I know all of that, Naruto interrupted, his gaze oddly sharp. But didn't you ever ask Hatake Kakashi about the deeper abilities of the Sharingan, after he successfully received an eye transplant? Minato's eyes widened in shock. Naruto, what are you planning? He was genuinely alarmed. With Naruto's current strength, taking a Sharingan from an Uchiha would not be difficult. Relax, Naruto waved his hand casually, bright eyes calm and clear. I'm just curious. That's all. Then his tone shifted slightly. By the way, father, the third Hokage should be waiting for me now. Kurama, from now on, you don't need to suppress your chakra. The Nine Tails twitched its tail. A torrent of crimson chakra surged toward the sealed gate. Minato wanted to say more, but Naruto had already exited the sealed space. At that moment, Naruto saw Uchiha Shersui entering the Hokage tower. Naruto remembered something from the original storyline. Later, when Kabuto Yakushi attempted to pressure Uchiha Obito with an Edo Tensei army, he mentioned that Shersui's body was never found. After all, Shersui was the wielder of the most powerful genjutsu. Koto Amatsukami, born from his Mangekyo Sharingan. This year was Konoha year 53. According to the timeline, Shersui would die next year. His right eye would be taken by Shimura Danzo. His left eye entrusted to Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's gaze lingered briefly on the Hokage tower. He recalled the rumor that the Scroll of Seals, containing Konoha's forbidden jutsu, was kept inside the Hokage's office. He didn't need Shersui's eyes. All he needed was Shersui's body. With that, he could obtain a complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But where exactly had Shersui died? The record suggested a cliff by a waterfall along the Naka River, near the forest Itachi had once shown Naruto. Finding the river would be easy. Finding the correct waterfall would not. Should I take the risk and mark Shersui with a Flying Thunder God seal now? After cycling through several possibilities, Naruto's eyes brightened. Decision made, he stepped through the doors of the Hokage tower. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat imposingly behind his desk. Kneeling before him was Uchiha Shersui. Shersui, Hiruzen said calmly. Even though I've received reports from the advisors, I'd like to hear your opinion personally. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shersui replied respectfully. There are indeed some within the clan whose resentment toward the village is growing. But our captain is working hard to calm them. If we can improve relations between the Uchiha and the village, I believe peace is still possible. I've already begun discussions with the advisors, Hiruzen nodded. I'll still need to rely on you to keep a close eye on matters inside the clan. Knock. Knock. Come in. An ANBU opened the door. When Hiruzen saw who it was, his expression softened immediately. Haha, Naruto. Good morning, Lord Hokage, Naruto said politely. I saw the village-wide notice saying you'd returned, so I came to ask for guidance on my training. Naruto stepped inside and moved to stand beside Shersui. Their gazes briefly met. Naruto immediately looked away. Shersui frowned slightly. He wasn't suspicious of Naruto's identity, but for some reason, he felt as though he had seen this boy somewhere before. Lord Hokage, Naruto asked earnestly. I wanted to ask about the shadow clone technique. Hiruzen chuckled and stood, crouching beside him. Haha, you still haven't mastered it, have you? There's no need to rush. You've never received proper training, so your foundation is weak. Without a professional teacher, your chakra control is naturally lacking. Do you remember the Ninja Academy from last year? Yes. Naruto nodded eagerly. You took me there. It looked really fun. Hiruzen smiled warmly. Well, you'll be 6 next year. Would you like to enroll? Naruto's brows lifted in surprise. I can. I thought the villagers didn't like me. Of course you can, Hiruzen said solemnly. Never forget who you are. You're part of Konoha. You belong here. You'll make many friends, like Shikamaru. Naruto nodded, eyes bright and hopeful, almost dazed. Hiruzen was clearly satisfied. Go sit over there for a moment, he said gently. I'll step out briefly, then bring you a scroll on chakra control exercises. Naruto's eyes lit up. Okay. He walked to a bench against the wall and sat down. Casually, while his sensory perception remained fully active, Naruto placed one hand against the blind side of the armrest. And tapped it lightly. Naruto, Minato's voice echoed in the seal. Are you placing a Flying Thunder God seal here? Just giving myself a backup option, Naruto replied silently. Didn't the Hokage just remind me? His eyes followed Shersui and the third Hokage as they walked toward the door. He's right, Naruto thought. Never forget who you are. Because the world never will. End of chapter. Chapter 33, The Fate Soon to Arrive. When Uzumaki Naruto stepped out of the Hokage Tower, the sun was already high in the sky. It was nearly noon. After confirming that Naruto still had not grasped even the basics of the Shadow Clone Jutsu after 2 full months, the Sarutobi Hiruzen finally felt at ease. He even took the opportunity to carefully inspect the 5 elements seal on Naruto's body once more. After repeatedly praising Naruto's diligence and eagerness to learn, Hiruzen personally escorted him all the way to the front entrance. Naruto, Kurama scoffed once they had walked a fair distance away. When that old man was praising you just now, his expression was exactly the same as when he tricked those fools from the Senju clan into becoming experimental subjects. He's truly impressive, Kurama continued. Even while clearly wary of you, he still manages to act as though he's overflowing with warmth and concern. Naruto hummed softly. That's perfectly normal, he replied. He is the Hokage, after all. As a ruler, he understands something very well: if you want long-lasting loyalty, it's better to be loved than feared. The streets grew increasingly crowded. After weaving through a few alleys, Naruto arrived at a quiet stone pavilion. He sat down on one of the benches and began pondering 2 matters. First, for reasons unknown, the third Hokage had apparently decided to stop assigning Gekko Hiate to tail him. Naruto was certain he was no longer being followed. Second, he was mentally reviewing everything he knew of the original timeline, searching for a way to obtain Uchiha Shersui's body, or at least some personal remains, before it disappeared completely. Truth be told, Shersui himself was deeply flawed. Just a few words from the third Hokage had been enough to convince him to surrender the secret of Koto Amatsukami, the most terrifying mind-control genjutsu in existence. Any ruler would fear such a power. Who could guarantee it wouldn't one day be used to manipulate Konoha's highest authorities? And yet Shersui, an Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed the heart of a saint. That made him far more dangerous. Worse still, he genuinely believed in the will of fire that Hiruzen endlessly preached. Looks like I'll need to scout the Naka River in advance, Naruto thought. Otherwise. Naruto, a voice echoed from within the seal. Are you still thinking about the Sharingan? It was Namikaze Minato. Oh. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as he shifted his consciousness inward. What makes you say that, father? Minato's expression was grave. I can tell. And after spending so much time with you, I've realized something: most of the questions you ask are never random. They're always purposeful. Naruto did not deny it. Father, he asked instead. I showed you Uchiha Itachi's memories before. Based on that, what do you think will happen to the Uchiha clan? Minato froze. Previously, Naruto had shared fragments of Itachi's memories with him. From those, Minato had learned that tension between the village and the Uchiha was steadily escalating. But Naruto's tone now. It sounded as though the Uchiha were heading toward an inevitable, tragic end. Father, Naruto continued calmly. Konoha was founded by the Senju and the Uchiha. You already know how the Senju disappeared. Now, it's the Uchiha's turn. Naruto, Minato said slowly. Did you discover something? There's nothing to discover, Naruto replied flatly. Just think logically. Starting with Tobirama Senju, the village exploited the Uchiha's craving for recognition and power, pushing them into the most hated position in Konoha, the Konoha police force. That ensured the villagers would resent them. Cunning, Naruto said quietly. But extremely effective. And don't forget, when the Nine Tails rampaged years ago, countless people witnessed it being controlled by a Sharingan. That suspicion never faded. In response, the village leadership forced the Uchiha to relocate to the outskirts, far from the center of power. The resentment only deepened. Naruto looked directly at Minato. You were Hokage once. With tensions escalating like this, what do you think happens next? Minato's eyes widened. Don't tell me. The Uchiha clan is going to. Ugh, why is this cursed brat here again? Last night's chaos must have had something to do with him. Filthy monster, he brings nothing but disaster. A group of villagers entered the pavilion area, their voices loud and venomous the moment they spotted Naruto. Minato's sentence was cut short. Sigh. Naruto, Minato said quietly. Let's just go home. Naruto stood up slowly. Why sigh, father? He asked calmly. When people praise me, I don't believe it. When they curse me, I listen. And to be fair, he added. They're not wrong. I was involved in what happened last night. Naruto swept his gaze across the crowd. The pavilion fell silent instantly. Only then did he step forward and leave. Just beyond the gathering, a young girl suddenly noticed him. Her pale eyes lit up with curiosity. Tilting her head, she asked the adult beside her. Who's that boy? The adult stiffened. Lady Hinata Hyuga, please don't get involved with him. Why not? The men didn't answer. Instead, he glanced solemnly toward the Hokage monument in the distance. It's time for your training, he said quietly. Let's go. That night, Naruto, cloaked in black, stood beside the Naka River. Before leaving home, he had noticed the third Hokage, along with several others, secretly heading toward a barrier-protected office building. Using a shadow clone as a decoy, Naruto slipped away to make preparations here. 7 waterfalls dotted this stretch of river. He had northwest choice but to place flying thunder god markers beneath the rocks of each one. He couldn't approach Shersui directly. This was the only viable option. Troublesome, but necessary. Naruto, Minato asked tensely. Why are you placing markers inside Uchiha territory? Earlier, Naruto had marked locations inside the Hokage tower. Now here as well. It felt ominous. Father, Naruto replied evenly. If you had to jump off a cliff to end your life, which one of these would you choose? Minato nearly choked. What? Are you saying someone's going to commit suicide here? So you're placing these seals to save them? Naruto glanced at him flatly. Father, he said dryly. Could you stop being humorous at a time like this? Minato fell silent. Then why place so many flying thunder god markers, he asked at last. Standing at the cliff's edge, Naruto surveyed the markers one final time. His gaze fixed on one particular waterfall. To retrieve a corpse, he answered calmly. What? Minato's tone turned grave instantly. Whose body? Why do you even need a corpse? You'll know soon enough, Naruto replied. This is the Naka River, the Uchiha's land, Minato said slowly. Don't tell me it's going to be. I can't answer that, father, Naruto interrupted. Even if you knew, it wouldn't change anything. Naruto lifted his head. The night sky was filled with countless stars. The world was eerily silent. Yet unseen gears had already begun to turn. And fate was already in motion. End of chapter. Chapter 34, I Don't Dream. Within the mirror world, Uzumaki Naruto was locked in combat against Konoha's infamous gatekeeping duo. Kamizuki Izumo led the assault head-on, while Hagane Kotetsu circled from behind. Water style, syrup trap jutsu. Izumo expelled chakra-infused syrup from his mouth. The thick, viscous liquid surged across the ground like a living tide, spreading rapidly to restrict Naruto's movement. Naruto sprang backward, then abruptly shifted direction mid-step. He charged straight toward Kotetsu. Kotetsu had just summoned his signature shell mace when Naruto flicked his wrist, releasing a storm of spinning shuriken from multiple blind angles, thrown with a single hand. At the same time, Naruto's other hand completed a rapid sequence of seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kotetsu barely managed to block the shuriken with his mace before a blazing fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, crashed down and engulfed him in roaring flames. Sensing Kotetsu's defeat, Naruto turned back toward Izumo. Before he could follow up, Kurama's voice echoed lazily in his mind. Naruto, your homeroom teacher looks furious. He's already called your name 3 times. That Nara kid in the front row is signaling you, if you don't snap out of it, the teacher's coming over. Got it. With a single thought, Naruto withdrew his consciousness from the mirror world and returned to reality, just in time to hear an enraged voice echo through the classroom. Uzumaki Naruto. Stand up. Yes, Yumino Irika-sensei. Naruto rose calmly, his expression composed and unruffled. Uzumaki Naruto, it's your turn to introduce yourself. Irika's voice trembled with barely restrained anger. When he'd first learned that Naruto would be assigned to his class, Irika's initial impulse had been to refuse. Only after repeated persuasion from the Sarutobi Hiruzen had he reluctantly accepted. And yet, on the very first day, Naruto was already blatantly ignoring him. Memories of his parents, killed during the Ninetales attack, rose unbidden, darkening Irika's expression. Naruto met Irika's gaze steadily and said flatly, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Then he sat back down. Irika's anger spiked. That's your idea of a self-introduction? Irika-sensei, Naruto stood again, his gaze dark and unwavering. Is there really a need for me to introduce myself? Doesn't everyone in this village already know who I am? Irika faltered. Why, you should at least talk about your hobbies and your dreams. Something in Naruto's emotionless eyes caused Irika's voice to soften despite himself. I don't really have hobbies, Naruto replied calmly. And I've never had dreams. So I don't have any pointless ambitions. The classroom erupted instantly. TCH. What kind of nonsense is that? My dream is to become Hokage. Yeah. I want to be a hero who protects the village. Humph, someone like him doesn't deserve dreams. Shoo, he's the Ninetales. Of course he wouldn't have dreams. As the murmurs spread, Irika looked at Naruto with conflicted eyes. Why would you say something like that? Naruto's gaze shifted slowly across the room. As it passed through the rows, he noticed 2 students watching him intently. One was Uchiha Sasuke. The other was Hinata Hyuga. Both of them looked intrigued. Irika-sensei, Naruto said evenly. I think that if someone doesn't have dreams, then they're no different from a person who lives without desire or worry. Is that explanation sufficient? The classroom fell into stunned silence. Irika was at a loss for words. As an adult, he understood that dreams represented people's deepest desires. If someone had no dreams, then they had no desires. But if a person lived without desire, did their life still have meaning? Irika couldn't comprehend that worldview. In the end, he waved his hand weakly. Sit down. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Naruto returned to his seat and fell into quiet contemplation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, an entire year had gone by. Today was Naruto's first official day at the Ninja Academy. Ever since that night at the Naka River, when Naruto had placed Flying Thunder God seals beneath all 7 waterfalls, he had been constantly monitoring chakra fluctuations for Uchiha Shersui. But after the new year, Shersui had left the village on a mission. Even now, with the academy year beginning, he still hadn't returned. Naruto had no choice but to wait. Over the past year, he had spent every day inside the seal space with his father, researching ways to simplify hand seals, or even eliminate them entirely. Namikaze Minato explained that while simplifying seals was possible, completely sealless casting depended heavily on the technique. Not all jutsu could be developed like the Raiznan or the Flying Thunder God technique. Jutsu required chakra, a precise blend of physical and spiritual energy. Before activation, that chakra had to be refined into a specific internal state. Hand seals existed to guide that refinement. Each seal corresponded to a particular internal process. Even bloodline ninja could not fully bypass this system. While Kekkei Genkai allowed easier execution of certain techniques, hand seals were still required in most cases. For ninja without bloodline advantages, reducing hand seals, let alone removing them, was extraordinarily difficult. Perfect chakra refinement was essential. Minato explained that even the most optimized techniques usually required at least 1 hand seal. Excluding unique jutsu like Raiznan and Flying Thunder God, this was the absolute minimum. Over the course of the year, Naruto trained relentlessly. Just moments ago in the mirror world, he had successfully performed great fireball jutsu using a single-hand seal, the culmination of that year's effort. Ding, ling, ling. The dismissal bell rang. Today had only been registration. Which meant Naruto could go home. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Have You Awakened? As the students scrambled to rush out of the classroom, Yumano Irika remained behind at the podium, absent-mindedly gathering the attendance sheets. Just as he reached the doorway, he froze. There were still several students seated at their desks. They were Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and, most troublesome of all, Uzumaki Naruto. What are you all still doing here? Irika asked, frowning. He followed their gazes and quickly realized the truth. All four of them were staring at Naruto. The moment Irika spoke, all five turned their heads toward him in unison, silent and expressionless. Never mind, Irika said at last, uneasy. Just make sure you head home soon. Shaking his head, he left the classroom. He still needed to report to the Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask for advice on how to deal with Naruto. Naruto, Choji, and I came up with a new combo strategy. Want to try it out? That's right. Choji added eagerly. I can use partial expansion jutsu now, in addition to human bullet tank. Your shadow clones won't have such a big advantage anymore. The moment Irika disappeared, Shikamaru and Choji sprang to their feet, excitement clear on their faces. I don't mind, Naruto replied with a faint smile. But today's our first day of enrollment. Shouldn't you two head home and celebrate with your families? As he spoke, Naruto subtly sensed that the third Hokage, who had been observing from outside, had just withdrawn. Celebrate what? Shikamaru scoffed. Classes are boring, and everything they teach is basic. Yeah, Choji nodded. I'd rather be home eating snacks. All right then, Naruto said. Let's go to the usual training ground. I'll take a look at your new strategy. He stepped into the aisle, Shikamaru and Choji following close behind. Just as they reached the door, a voice rang out. Uzumaki Naruto. This time, it wasn't Irika. It was Uchiha Sasuke, who had stepped forward to block Naruto's path. Times 4. Four voices echoed in unison, filled with surprise. Naruto looked at Sasuke, then briefly glanced toward Hinata, who had lowered her head and remained silent. What do you want? Naruto asked calmly. Sasuke straightened, his posture proud and rigid. I challenge you. Ah. Challenge me. Naruto blinked in mild surprise. He calmly reviewed the timeline in his mind. Sasuke, bearing Indra's chakra, was, in truth, the most normal among the Uchiha at this stage. Arrogant and aloof, yes, but not yet paranoid or extreme. He loved deeply, hated deeply, lacked political cunning, and said exactly what he thought. If not for later manipulation, his worldview wasn't fundamentally flawed. What? Sasuke snapped. Are you scared to accept? Can you at least tell me why you're challenging me? Naruto asked. My brother said I'm no match for you, Sasuke answered stiffly. I want to prove I'm stronger than you. That's it. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances. So because your brother said someone was stronger than you, you challenge them? That's pretty childish. Just say whether you accept or not. Sasuke insisted. So your brother said I'm stronger, Naruto replied evenly. Did he also say the Hokage is stronger than you? Why don't you challenge the third Hokage instead? That's different. How? Naruto pressed. Or is it that you only dare challenge people you think are weaker? I'm not. Sasuke faltered, unable to respond. Naruto shook his head. He had no interest in an after-school challenge driven by wounded pride. You're from the Uchiha clan, Naruto said. Sasuke's chest puffed out immediately. That's right. Naruto's gaze turned icy. Then, have you awakened your Sharingan yet? Sasuke froze. No. I haven't awakened it yet. Then I'm not interested. Move. Those words struck like a hammer. Sasuke's face twisted through several emotions before he stepped aside, dazed. Naruto didn't spare him another glance. He called to Shikamaru and Choji and headed for the door. Naruto-kun. Naruto paused. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged puzzled looks. Hinata stepped forward, her face flushed crimson. Naruto-kun, we've met before. Yes, Naruto replied calmly. I remember. Hinata, do you still get lost sometimes? And no, not anymore. She froze suddenly. Naruto-kun knows my name. I saw you stand up during roll call, Naruto said simply. Oh. Come on, Naruto said gently. I'll walk you home. I can go alone. Without hesitation, Naruto took her hand. Shikamaru and Choji stared in shock as Naruto led Hinata out of the classroom. They followed after a moment, still baffled. At the doorway, Shikamaru glanced back. Sasuke was still standing there, frozen in place. Naruto released Hinata's hand only once they reached the school gates. Seeing Shikamaru and Choji lagging behind, Naruto asked casually. Hinata, have you awakened your Byakugan yet? Hinata lowered her head. And no, not yet. The question echoed oddly in her mind. Hadn't Naruto asked Sasuke something similar earlier? A sharp glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. The Byakugan, once fully evolved, could rival even the Rinnegan. Yet the Hyuga clan had no understanding of how to unlock its true potential. Despite its immense strategic value, the clan had been reduced to nothing more than Konoha's radar system. Since the third Hokage took office, Konoha's great clans had been subtly weakened. The Hyuga most of all. The incident with Kimogakure years ago had widened the rift between them and the village leadership. Their position was even more precarious than the Uchihas. At least the Uchiha controlled the Konoha police force. The Hyuga had never held political power, not since the first Hokage's era. No Hyuga, main or branch, had ever been recruited into ANBU or root. They were guests in their own village. Outsiders. Interesting. Naruto-kun. Hinata asked softly. What are you thinking about? I was thinking about you. Hinata nearly collapsed. Naruto caught her by the shoulders. What did you just say? Nothing important, Naruto said calmly. I just believe you'll awaken your Byakugan very soon. I'll try my best. Her voice was barely a whisper. End of chapter. Chapter 36, The world treats me coldly, and I have never been generous in return. Time passed at neither a fast nor slow pace, yet life at the Ninja Academy was exactly as Nara Shikamaru had described, boring. It wasn't only Uzumaki Naruto who felt this way. Inside the seal, Namikaze Minato and Kurama were equally uninterested. Minato had graduated from this very academy, while Kurama had once left it together with Uzumaki Kushina, the previous Jinchuriki. Another month of classes passed. During this time, Yumino Irika guided the students through the fundamentals expected of a genin, from basic chakra refinement to today's taijutsu lesson covering the 3 basic techniques. Academy Training Field. Naruto sat beneath a large tree at the edge of the field, leaning casually against its trunk. His sensory perception spread outward, repeatedly sweeping across the village. He had already purchased the sealing scrolls for corpse retrieval last year. But Uchiha Shersui still hadn't returned. Now, let's review what we learned a few days ago, Irika said, scanning the field. Uchiha Sasuke, demonstrate the clone technique for everyone. When Irika's gaze briefly flicked toward Naruto, it hardened, then deliberately shifted away. The moment Sasuke's name was called, the field came alive. Sasuke. So cool. He's definitely going to ace it. Sasuke stepped forward, arrogance plain on his face. The clone technique is nothing more than a childish trick. Despite his words, his posture betrayed his eagerness to show off. Irika nodded approvingly. All right then. Begin, Sasuke. With textbook precision, Sasuke formed hand seals. Ram Snake Tiger. Clone technique. Puff. Smoke erupted, and 2 identical Sasukes stood on the field. Oh. That's amazing. I can't even tell which one's real. Irika's eyes lit up as he marked Sasuke's name in the attendance book. Excellent. That's nearly a perfect clone. Sasuke's popularity surged instantly. Ahem, Irika cleared his throat. You may release the technique. Puff. Puff. Both Sasukes vanished at the same time. What? Does that mean both were clones? Then where was the real one? Confusion rippled through the class. Only Shikamaru calmly shifted his gaze toward the large tree at the edge of the field. He frowned slightly, then shook his head. Calling it a childish trick, yet you seem to enjoy yourself quite a bit. Naruto spoke suddenly, not even lifting his head. So you noticed after all. Sasuke dropped down from the tree, pride written all over his face. Whoa, he was up there the whole time. That's incredible. Naruto stood, glanced at Sasuke indifferently, then turned and walked away, clearly intending to find somewhere quieter. Sasuke's expression darkened. Once again, he had been completely ignored. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stopped. Irika strode over, his tone sharp. Sasuke just demonstrated the clone technique. Now you'll do the same. Shikamaru's expression changed instantly. This is bad. Naruto could use shadow clones. Didn't the third Hokage tell Irika about that? Naruto met Irika's gaze calmly. A trace of amusement flickered in his eyes. Irika-sensei, he said evenly. I'm not good at the clone technique. Irika's expression cooled. How would you know if you don't even try? I don't want to embarrass myself in front of everyone, Naruto replied politely. I'm certainly not a genius like Uchiha Sasuke. How could I possibly give such a perfect demonstration? The words were courteous. The tone was faintly mocking. Naruto understood Irika's intentions perfectly. For the past month, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji had often seemed distracted, earning them the label of problem students. Meanwhile, Sasuke was Irika's pride. Shikamaru and Choji were genuinely slacking off. But Naruto wasn't. Every day, he was either tracking Shersui with his perception or shifting his consciousness into the mirror world. Yet Irika had no proof. All three could answer academy questions flawlessly. Today was Irika's opening. Calling Sasuke first had been deliberate, meant to set Naruto up for humiliation. If this were the original Naruto, he would have rushed forward eagerly to compete. If you know you're bad at it, then work harder. Irika snapped. With this attitude, you'll never graduate from the academy. Understood, Naruto replied calmly. Thank you for your guidance, Irika-sensei. He bowed deeply. Irika froze. This wasn't the reaction he'd expected. Go stand to the side, Irika said stiffly. And watch how the others do it. As he turned away, his eye twitched in irritation. It felt like punching a pillow. Soon, Irika's attention shifted elsewhere. Students crowded around Sasuke again. Naruto was ignored. You okay? Shikamaru asked quietly. Why wouldn't I be? Naruto replied, smiling faintly. Shikamaru sighed. Looks like the Hokage didn't explain your situation to Irika-sensei. He shouldn't have, Naruto said calmly. Irika-sensei is just a teacher. If he knew too much, he wouldn't know how to treat me properly. The Hokage understands that. What a pain, Shikamaru muttered. I really don't want to come to school. If you really don't want to, Naruto began, then stopped. Don't want to what? Shikamaru asked, suddenly alert. Nothing, Naruto said lightly. Come on. Next is Shuriken practice. Naruto's eyes gleamed faintly. He had just sensed Uchiha Shersui's chakra returning to Konoha. Which meant, starting tonight, he would be busy. By his calculations, it was now May. In just a few months, the calendar would reach Konoha year 55. The night of the Uchiha clan's destruction was finally approaching. Naruto was looking forward to it. After all, he planned to detonate the explosive tags that very night. And he was quite curious. Would the third Hokage step down afterward? End of chapter. Chapter 37, The most shameful thing in life is to die uselessly. Chakra is a form of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the body's various internal energies. It can be extracted from each of the body's 130 trillion cells and refined from spiritual energy through training and accumulated experience. Only after this refinement, combined with hand seals, can chakra be used to perform jutsu. It was the final 2 periods of the day. With an exam approaching, Yumino Irika had devoted the entire class to reviewing fundamental theory. Uzumaki Naruto rested his chin in his palm, completely tuning out Irika's passionate lecture. His sensory perception was fully locked onto a single chakra signature inside the Hokage tower. Uchiha Shersui. Half a month had passed. During that time, Shersui had been visiting the Hokage's office almost daily. On several nights, he had even met Uchiha Itachi at the cliffs along the Naka River. Naruto had staked out those cliffs repeatedly. Each time, he returned empty-handed. But now, he was certain. Shersui's death was close. After all, he and Itachi had already surveyed those cliffs too many times. "Father," Naruto asked calmly within the seal. "What do you think of Iruka-sensei's explanation of chakra?" Namikaze Minato was momentarily surprised. "Why?" he asked. "Do you think he said something wrong?" Naruto shifted his consciousness deeper into the seal space, using the lecture as cover. "I've been thinking about something," Naruto continued. "If a shinobi successfully extracts and refines chakra, then later dies, leaving behind a corpse, or even just a body part, does their chakra still remain in the world?" Minato's expression grew solemn. The question immediately reminded him of classified documents he had read as Hokage, research involving the first Hokage's cells. He also remembered what Kurama had once told him. Under the third Hokage's direction, descendants of the Senju clan had voluntarily undergone experimental implantation of Hashirama Senju cells in hopes of awakening would release. "Don't look so serious," Naruto said casually. "I'm just curious. Though, it does relate a little to Kurama." Kurama cracked one blood-red eye open. "What does this have to do with me?" "My teacher says chakra is created through the fusion of physical and spiritual energy," Naruto replied. "But that explanation doesn't fully account for tailed beasts. You once told me that you're pure chakra constructs, yet you're also living beings. Even if you're killed, you eventually reform somewhere in the shinobi world. And when you return, you retain all your memories. In that sense, you're eternal." Naruto's gaze sharpened slightly. "It feels as though the world itself is preserving you." "No, more like you're part of its rules. So why does no one question this? What kind of force created laws like that? It's almost as if you're guardians of something." Kurama's pupils shrank instantly. "Naruto, stop talking." His tails curled beneath him as he sat upright. "I appreciate that you're thinking about these things," Kurama said sharply. "But I can't answer that right now. Others have questioned it before, but most choose to accept a different truth about our existence." He glanced toward Minato. "Isn't that right, fourth Hokage?" Minato nodded uneasily. "Then let's return to my original question," Naruto said calmly. "If a person dies, can their chakra remain in the world for a long time?" He looked directly at Minato. "Yes," Minato answered without hesitation. "Excluding special cases like mine, you already understand that, but consider the first Hokage. Though he died long ago, his cells still possess astonishing vitality and chakra. Konoha tried to recreate would release through human experimentation." His expression darkened. "But every attempt failed. And those experiments were horrifying. During the Third Shinobi World War, we also gathered intelligence from the Hidden Sand Village. They possess techniques to create human puppets, crafted from real corpses. If made correctly, those puppets could retain a person's chakra, their jutsu, even Kekkeigenkai." Naruto's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected Minato to know that much. "That's very detailed, father," Naruto said softly. "But Konoha's information is outdated. There are people in the village who have already succeeded in using wood release." "What?" Minato's heart clenched. "Yes. More than one," Naruto replied. "But that isn't what matters right now. Let's return to chakra itself. In my view, chakra's nature is deeply flawed. Humans can use chakra, but chakra seems to exist in us from birth, almost like a parasite. It's said to be a fusion of physical and spiritual energy, yet humans possess souls, and chakra normally has no connection to the soul. Except for rare cases like the first Hokage, chakra usually dissipates when a person dies. You experience this too, father. After you used the Reaper Death Seal, your soul was taken by the Shinigami. The version of you speaking to me now is only residual chakra, not your soul. In that sense, chakra-based constructs like shadow clones carry chakra and mental imprints, but no soul. You know this, don't you?" Minato felt a chill run through him. "Naruto, what exactly have you learned in that mirror world? Are you planning something again?" Naruto smiled faintly. "It was just a question inspired by curiosity," he said lightly. "I've learned a few things, but I'm only discussing them with you." Minato hesitated. "But it sounds like you're very interested in the first Hokage's cells." "A little," Naruto admitted, shaking his head. "But not for the reason you think. I'm wondering how Hashirama Senju actually died. If his cells were still so alive, then it doesn't make sense for the man himself to have died so easily. It's suspicious. Minato exhaled slowly. I don't know, he admitted. Even now, the cause of the first Hokage's death remains a mystery. Naruto withdrew from the seal space just as Irika began handing out the exam papers. Taking his test from Nara Shikamaru, Naruto began writing, while continuing to think. In his previous life, Hashirama had always felt wrong to him. Across the entire history recorded in the series, the battle between the eyes of the sage and the body of the sage appeared only 3 times. Indra vs. Azura. Madara Uchiha vs. Hashirama Senju. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Sasuke Uchiha. In both the first and third battles, it was Ninetales Chakra mode with truth-seeking orbs versus Susanoo. Would release never appeared. Only in the second battle, Hashirama vs. Madara, did Azura's reincarnation display would release. Even after his mysterious death, Hashirama's cells still exhibited extreme chakra activity, granting immense chakra reserves and enabling would release. That behavior felt far closer to the Ten-Tails or the God Tree than to any ordinary human. Ding, ling, ling. The exam ended. Naruto handed in his paper just as he sensed Shersui heading to the Hokage's office again. Night fell quietly. Naruto sat on a chair on the second floor, holding a book, eyes unfocused. Shersui still in the Hokage's office, all day. Then. Wait. Where is he going now? Naruto's senses sharpened. The third Hokage is leaving too. So many people. No, this chakra, they're fighting. Naruto immediately formed hand seals. A shadow clone appeared. He pulled a scroll from his pouch, unsealed a black cloak and mask, and vanished. Whoosh! Naruto reappeared beneath one of the waterfalls along the Naka River cliffs, a location he had already prepared. 6 more shadow clones appeared. At each waterfall, including the one beneath his feet, he had laid reinforced net traps. All that remained now was to wait. 10 minutes later, Naruto sensed Shersui and Itachi's chakra flare atop a cliff above. Then. Splash! A massive spray of water erupted. Naruto pulled the trap line tight. The net closed. He exhaled in relief. But in the next instant, he sensed Itachi's chakra descending rapidly. Naruto signaled the clones. All nets vanished instantly. Whoosh! Naruto reappeared deep within the forest of death. A weak voice rasped behind him. Who are you? Uchiha Shersui was still alive. Oh. Naruto said calmly. You're still conscious. Ugh. Before Shersui could finish, Naruto drove a wind-release, infused kunai straight into his heart. It's better, Naruto said quietly. If you stay dead this time. End of chapter. Chapter 38, I don't need the spotlight. Naruto, you killed him. Inside the seal space, Namikaze Minato stared at his son in disbelief. That's not quite right, father, Uzumaki Naruto replied calmly. You saw it yourself, he was already trying to kill himself by jumping off the cliff. I simply helped him fulfill his final wish. But, you. Minato opened his mouth, but no words came out. A deep chill ran through him. Naruto didn't respond further. Crouching beside the body, he placed 2 fingers against Uchiha Shersui's neck, checking the artery. The body temperature was dropping rapidly. And to Naruto's surprise, his first kill stirred no revulsion, no nausea, no hesitation. Am I naturally cold-blooded? Or has my mind simply become strong enough to accept it? After confirming Shersui's death, Naruto carefully withdrew the chakra-infused kunai from the corpse. Not a single drop of blood spilled. He then took out a sealing scroll and began sealing the body with practiced precision. He's an Uchiha, Minato said heavily after a long silence. Why do you want his corpse? I'll show you later, Naruto replied, scanning the sealing formula. Even though I didn't manage to collect complete combat data, the mirror world should have already copied his data puppet. You'll see many interesting things soon. As for the body, you'll understand its value in time. In time. Minato's expression darkened. Naruto, I probably only have 1 year left before I disappear completely. That's more than enough, Naruto said without hesitation. What do you mean by that? Minato's chest tightened. Naruto was clearly planning something for the coming year. You'll know when the time comes, Naruto replied evenly. It looks like the barrier division has already alerted the ANBU. He raised his gaze toward the sky. They're reacting faster at night than during the day. Even the third Hokage is moving, surveillance is tightening. Sensing numerous chakra signatures converging on the forest of death, Naruto sealed the scroll away and looked up. Moonlight filtered through the trees, brushing softly across the dark mask covering his face. All that's left, he murmured, is to wait for the next full moon. Whoosh. Naruto vanished, leaving the forest in deathly silence. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with dozens of ANBU. 3 masked operatives knelt at the exact spot where Naruto had been standing moments earlier. Hokage-sama. Just like before, no residual chakra can be detected. Hiruzen's face darkened instantly. Orochimaru? No, it wasn't him. It was the other one, the mysterious masked figure who had appeared during the previous pursuit through the forest of death. Now that he thought about it, the intruder reported earlier by the barrier division must have been the same person. Every time this individual appeared, the sensor division was completely helpless. And the way he vanished. It was far too unnatural. Could it be? A terrifying possibility crossed Hiruzen's mind. His eyes narrowed. From today onward, he ordered coldly. Assign 2 squads to patrol the forest of death, daily. Yes, sir. Even as he gave the command, Hiruzen knew it was likely meaningless. If that masked figure truly possessed the power he feared, then manpower alone was useless. Still, he desperately hoped he was wrong. Body flicker technique. Great spiral flash wheel. Boom. A blinding explosion tore through the mirror world as Shersui's data puppet manifested a towering green Susanoo, wielding its massive spiral-bladed sword. Congratulations. You have acquired Shersui Uchiha's Genjutsu training experience. Naruto's brow twitched. Again. He had spent the entire morning sitting in class, yet all he had gained was Genjutsu experience. Naruto stared at Shersui's data puppet with a frown. What use is Genjutsu experience if I don't even possess Ein release yet? At present, Shersui's puppet was the strongest opponent Naruto could face in the mirror world. Every time Shersui used the body flicker technique, Naruto was forced to resort to self-destruction with great spiral flash wheel just to end the battle. Otherwise, that blade would kill him every single time. Naruto possessed several chakra natures, but far too few jutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique was unusable due to insufficient data. His basic water release techniques and fireball jutsu were little more than distractions, nowhere near as refined as Uchiha Itachi's Shuriken mastery. Shersui's own Shuriken skills were top tier as well. Someone this strong chose to commit suicide. The Uchiha really are cursed with madness. He wasn't even worried about Susanoo yet. The real problem was how to counter that body flicker technique. Naruto, Minato said quietly. Shersui's body flicker is heavily linked to his Sharingan. Minato had remained gloomy ever since witnessing Shersui's memories, especially after seeing Danzo's men steal Shersui's eye. Oh. Naruto asked. What did you figure out, father? It looks like a mirage or a shadow clone, but it's neither, Minato explained. It isn't Genjutsu either. It's more like a visible shadow you can't hit. But when he decides to strike, that shadow becomes real instantly. Naruto frowned. So if I can't react fast enough, I'll just keep getting hit. Can you sense that shadow during combat? Minato asked. I can, Naruto replied. But just like you said, I can't land a blow. That's why I've been relying on Great Spiral Flash Wheel to erase everything at once. Then I suggest switching to Uchiha Itachi as your opponent, Minato said. From Shersui's memories, the two of them trained together frequently. Before Naruto could reply, Kurama interrupted. Naruto. Your teacher is calling the class out for Shuriken practice. Also, 6 more of those creeps watching your house just showed up outside the classroom. They're definitely here for you. Naruto and Minato exited the mirror world instantly. Sure enough, Naruto sensed 6 ANBU stationed outside. Why the sudden increase in surveillance? Did I expose something? As he followed the students toward the training field, Naruto reviewed his recent actions. Eventually, he reached a conclusion. It's not because of me. Then something else is happening. He fully expanded his sensory perception. Immediately, he detected large-scale ANBU movements across the village, units regrouping, tense, and heading straight toward the Uchiha district. So that's it. Shersui's only been dead a day, and Konoha can't wait to act. Those 6 ANBU near me are probably here in case the Uchiha try to target the Nine Tails. Naruto understood completely. During shuriken practice, Shikamaru casually handed Naruto several kunai. Naruto flicked them toward the targets. Whiff, whiff, whiff. Every single one missed. Not even a scratch. Haha. What a loser. Not a single hit. I thought I was gonna be the worst one. Naruto ignored the laughter and leaned against the wall to wait. It was the last period of the day. Shikamaru followed, arms behind his head. That was way too obvious. I don't need attention, Naruto replied evenly. If I hit the bullseye every time like you, that would just be overkill. Shikamaru's face fell. Ugh, same here. Look at Choji, he missed everything too. Another loser. Sasuke-kun's amazing. Every hit was dead center. He's a genius. Shikamaru watched Akimichi Choji stroll over, munching on chips. So boring, Shikamaru muttered. What's so great about being a genius anyway? Naruto's eyes sharpened. It means something, he said quietly. Do you know a genius's weakness? Shikamaru's expression turned serious. They need an audience. That's their soft spot. Ding, ling, ling. Class dismissed. Naruto headed home immediately. As he passed a small group, a tiny white puppy suddenly leapt at him. Naruto's eyes narrowed. His hand shot out like lightning, gripping the dog by the throat. The puppy went limp instantly. This dog looks familiar. Uzumaki Naruto. Hurt Akamaru, and I'll fight you to the death. Naruto turned his cold gaze toward Inuzuka Kiba. You sure about that? Naruto asked calmly. Shikamaru rushed forward. Naruto, don't overreact. Akamaru probably just wanted to play. Oh. Naruto smirked and tossed the dog back toward Kiba. I thought he had rabies. Catch. And keep a closer eye on your mutt. End of chapter. Chapter 39, relax, and watch what happens next. Bastard. Seeing Akamaru knocked unconscious and tossed aside by Uzumaki Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba cursed furiously. He kicked off the ground and leapt forward, catching the small dog carefully in his arms before landing. He crouched down immediately, checking Akamaru's condition. Whimper. After a moment, Akamaru finally stirred. His body trembled non-stop as he curled into a tight ball, burying his head against Kiba's chest and letting out weak, pitiful whines. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm gonna, huh? Where did that bastard go? Kiba jumped to his feet, rage burning in his eyes, ready to charge after Naruto. But only Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino remained. Shino stepped forward calmly, adjusting his sunglasses. While you were busy catching Akamaru, Naruto already left. He should be heading home by now. If you're looking for trouble, you're free to pursue it. Enough. Kiba snarled, eyes bloodshot. Shikamaru. You know where that damn bastard lives, don't you? Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Kiba, he said quietly. Why did you send Akamaru to attack Naruto in the first place? Naruto's warning echoed in his mind. He's dangerous. Kiba glanced down at Akamaru and growled. Because that guy acts all calm and superior even though he's useless. And he nearly choked Akamaru to death, unforgivable. Shino pushed his glasses up again, voice even. If you're looking to assign blame, it still lies with you. If you hadn't provoked him first, Naruto wouldn't have. Shut up. I only wanted to scare him. Just for something that childish. Shikamaru shook his head slightly and turned away. He had no obligation to explain Naruto to anyone. His father's warning rang clearly in his ears. Naruto is under constant surveillance. At that moment, Naruto was already moving through the narrow alleyways near the academy, deliberately leading several ANBU on a short detour. Unexpectedly, he ran into Hyuga Hinata. Her eyes were red. She looked as though she had just finished crying. The moment she noticed Naruto, she stepped aside and lowered her head. Naruto stopped in front of her. Heading home. Hinata didn't speak. She only nodded faintly. Were you bullied? And no, no one bullied me. The weak denial told him everything. Naruto shook his head. Didn't someone usually come to pick you up? An uncle. He remembered the men clearly, Hyuga, the one who often escorted her. Hinata shook her head again, her expression growing even more downcast. Come on, Naruto said gently. I'll walk you home. He smiled and reached out, taking her hand as he led her toward the Hyuga clan compound. Whoosh! The moment the two of them disappeared into the distance, two ANBU emerged in the alley. Captain, do we continue surveillance? No need, the leader replied quietly. He's escorting Hyuga Hinata. We shouldn't approach the Hyuga compound, you know how their dojutsu works. Then what's our next move? One squad stays on standby along his route. The rest of us stake out his residence. Hey, just as I thought. Naruto sensed the ANBU splitting up and retreating. The village leadership is clearly preparing for war with the Uchiha clan, he thought calmly. They're trying to keep it hidden from the other clans, afraid someone might exploit the chaos. Just then, a rough voice cut through his thoughts. Hey! Isn't that the freak with the white eyes? Hinata flinched and squeezed Naruto's hand, hiding behind him. And look who she's with, the class loser. Sho! Firebug, didn't you hear? That guy's the Nine-Tails host. Naruto glanced toward the speakers. 3 unfamiliar village youths, thuggish and ill-mannered. Naruto-kun. Hinata whispered, trembling. Don't worry, Naruto said calmly. We're almost there. He continued walking as if they didn't exist. What the hell? Acting all high and mighty. The boy called Firebug clenched his fists. Embarrassment and anger burned in his chest. I'm not scared of the Hyuga's little princess. So why should I be afraid of him? He crouched, grabbed a stone, and hurled it. Whoosh. It missed. Naruto didn't even turn around. What? From this close? Enraged, Firebug shouted to his companions. All 3 began hurling stones wildly. Naruto spun around instantly, shielding Hinata behind him. He dodged the first volley with ease, then caught one stone midair. With a flick of his wrist. Bang. 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 His stone smashed into the others in midair, knocking them aside and disarming the attackers before they could throw again. Frozen in shock, the 3 boys didn't move. Naruto turned back, took Hinata's hand gently, and continued walking. After passing through several more alleyways, Hinata finally spoke. Naruto-kun, am I weak? Naruto stopped. No, he said softly. You're just too kind. He looked at her carefully. I know you're actually very strong. Right. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Hinata, you have a little sister, don't you? Yes. Do you want her to be bullied? Hinata's head snapped up, resolve filling her pale eyes. No. I want to protect her. Naruto smiled faintly. Then you need to become stronger. You can't protect anyone if you can't protect yourself. Hinata hesitated. But I don't want to hurt anyone. Relax, Naruto said gently as they walked again. You don't need to hurt anyone. You just need to make sure you and your sister don't get hurt. That's enough. Hinata suddenly remembered a gentle fist technique with powerful defensive potential, one that required activating the Byakugan to begin training. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I understand now. Naruto nodded. Remember this, Hinata, kindness isn't weakness. But kindness must have boundaries. We don't hurt others. But we never allow others to hurt us. He pointed ahead. You're home. Later, as Naruto headed back alone. Naruto, Namikaze Minato asked quietly. What exactly are your intentions? Do you truly like that girl, or are you interested in the Byakugan? Naruto shifted his awareness into the seal space. What do you think, father? Minato was silent for a moment. I feel that you genuinely like her, he said heavily. But you're also clearly curious about the Byakugan. That girl hasn't awakened it yet. And just now, you guided her step by step, strengthening her resolve. Were you trying to help her awaken it sooner? Naruto raised an eyebrow, amused. You really think I'm that calculating? Can't I just like someone in my class, like you did back then? Minato looked awkward. I I was just. Relax, Naruto said with a small smile. I don't have bad intentions toward Hinata. Though yes, I am curious. I want to see whether, with the right guidance, she can awaken the Byakugan earlier. Then Naruto changed the subject. By the way, do you think the other clans already know about the Uchiha planning a coup? Minato's expression turned grave. They've probably already guessed. End of chapter. Chapter 40, The root of optimism is simply fear. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto raised an eyebrow slightly. Then what do you think the other clans are planning, father? Inside the seal, Namikaze Minato grew serious. They've already begun preparing, Minato said. When I first became Hokage, I realized something very clearly: the major ninja clans had already divided up nearly all of Konoha's resources. The hereditary system among the clans forces civilians to raise their children as shinobi just to secure a place in the village. And once civilians become ninja, if they lack backing from a well-connected jonin, they're essentially destined to become expendable cannon fodder. Naruto listened quietly. Now, Minato continued. Whether the Uchiha coup succeeds or fails, it will inevitably trigger a redistribution of Konoha's resources. No clan will miss the opportunity to expand its influence. But Uchiha Shersui already revealed the entire plan to the Sarutobi Hiruzen. And while the Uchiha believe themselves well prepared, their rebellion is doomed to fail. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you so certain the Uchiha can't succeed, father? Minato shook his head. You've seen Shersui's memories. The Uchiha clan has become blindly optimistic. Deep down, they lack real confidence. It's tragic, they've pinned all their hopes on nothing more than the name Uchiha. From Shersui's memories, most of them show no strategic awareness. They obey their leadership blindly, ignore the civilian population entirely, and completely disregard the other clans. If their coup succeeded, the interests of every other clan would be threatened. That alone has already forced the rest of Konoha into alignment with the village leadership. In short, Minato concluded. The Uchiha are attempting to pit one clan against the entire village. Even with strong combat power, that outcome is unrealistic. He paused, then added quietly. And they've already been betrayed from within. Naruto, aren't you also unconvinced by the Uchiha? Naruto's expression tightened. You noticed that too? Not just me, Minato replied, pointing toward the seal's depths. He noticed as well. Kurama, who had been dozing, opened one eye lazily. Fourth Hokage, you really never kicked that habit of talking too much. Minato coughed awkwardly. Kurama, how did you figure it out? Now Naruto was genuinely curious. I didn't figure it out, Kurama grumbled. I sensed it. The clearest moment was when you went to the Hokage's office. Back then, Shersui was still alive. When I released my chakra to corrode the seal, I could clearly feel it. You already knew he was doomed. That's why you planted those explosive tags near the Naka River in advance. And during that speech the third Hokage gave, Kurama continued. When you looked at those Uchiha police officers, your gaze was the same as if you were looking at corpses. Naruto nodded calmly. That's fair. I already discussed this with father back when we talked about the fall of the Senju clan. The Uchiha were always heading toward destruction. With that, Naruto withdrew his consciousness from the seal. It was time to go home for lunch. Classes would resume in the afternoon. Inside the seal, Minato remained standing silently. His feelings toward Konoha were becoming complicated. That afternoon, Ninja Academy. Instead of heading straight to class, Naruto walked into one of the dojo rooms inside the academy. Today, we'll be doing group sparring drills. Standing at the center of the dojo, Yumano Irika called out. Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. Step forward. Nearby. Hey, Choji, can I have a chip? Sorry. That was the last one. Nara Shikamaru yawned as Akimichi Choji finished off the empty bag. Naruto, Shikamaru asked lazily. Wanna guess who your opponent will be? Naruto leaned against the wall, rolling his eyes. Do I need to guess? He replied flatly. Knowing our teacher, he's obviously going to let his favorite genius try to teach me a lesson. Shikamaru raised both hands. Yeah, figured you already knew. Then you probably know how I'm going to respond too, Naruto said. More or less, Shikamaru admitted. Honestly, I'd probably do the same thing. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. Step forward. The dojo erupted instantly. Sasuke-kun. You can do it. Beat him up. Sasuke's a genius, he'll win for sure. Naruto walked forward calmly. He noticed that Uchiha Sasuke, usually proud and aloof, was frowning slightly, distracted. Before the match begins, Irika announced. Form the seal of confrontation with your dominant hands. As Irika stepped back, Naruto raised his hand. No need, he said calmly. I forfeit. What? Irika's expression twitched violently. I said I forfeit. Irika's eyes flashed with anger. Fine. Then step aside. The third Hokage said this kid already has solid taijutsu. Irika clenched his teeth. Naruto had surrendered voluntarily. There was nothing Irika could scold him for. Haha. That loser chickened out. Of course he didn't stand a chance against Sasuke-kun. Naruto returned to his original spot without another word. Sasuke watched him, confusion deepening. My brother said he was strong, so what is this? Knew you'd do that, Shikamaru muttered. Too bad. I almost wanted to go first. Naruto smiled faintly. Our teacher has it out for me more than you, he replied. And since you'd have forfeited anyway, does it really matter who went first? Shikamaru sighed. Still troublesome. Naruto's expression suddenly sharpened. Genyo. Why is he at the academy? Using his sensory perception, Naruto locked onto the old man immediately. What he saw next chilled him. He's moving along the explosive tag routes I planted. He's disabling the fuse lines, one by one. Naruto's eyes turned icy. Is Genyo trying to sabotage my preparations? Yet he made no move to stop him. Whether it was a sudden attack of conscience or a lapse in judgment didn't matter. There were far too many explosive tags hidden throughout Konoha. And with the Uchiha situation escalating, the village leadership had already deployed elite shinobi to monitor every critical sector. Genyo would never reach truly vital locations like the Hokage monument or the administrative buildings. Not a chance. End of chapter. Chapter 41, A Pirated Life is Truly Tragic. Clang. 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 In a blur of blinding speed, two agile figures collided and separated, only to crash together again in the next instant. The sharp ringing of metal echoed endlessly, like blades grinding against one another. With his eyes closed, Uzumaki Naruto gripped a kunai with both hands, barely blocking Uchiha Shersui's short sword. Whether this was the real Shersui or merely another illusion no longer mattered. From the moment the battle began, Naruto had kept his eyes shut. Against a master of genjutsu like Shersui, visual information was a liability. Instead, he relied entirely on chakra sensing, launching relentless attacks guided purely by perception. But only a few exchanges in, the instant Naruto's attack rhythm faltered, Shersui activated Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. That familiar afterimage appeared once more. Naruto reacted instantly, forming hand seals and summoning a large number of shadow clones. It wouldn't defeat Shersui, but it would buy time. As Naruto sensed his clones being eliminated one after another by overlapping illusions, he poured a massive surge of chakra into the kunai in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the weapon elongated, transforming into a razor-sharp chakra blade, forged entirely from condensed chakra. Shersui retreated at once, revealing a fleeting opening. Naruto switched to a one-handed grip and lunged forward, thrusting the chakra blade toward Shersui's center mass. At the same time, his free hand flicked outward, releasing another kunai. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thousands of shuriken exploded outward in a deafening storm, blanketing the battlefield. It was a barrage nearly impossible to evade. And yet, Naruto could still sense Shersui's chakra. Was it an illusion from the very beginning? Or did he swap places with the real body at some unseen moment? Naruto opened his eyes. Before him, dozens of identical Shizuis advanced silently from every direction, their expressions empty and cold. Naruto inhaled slowly. He released the kunai and formed a jet-black chakra sphere in each hand. Odama Rasen Shuriken. Boom. The battle ended in a cataclysmic explosion. Congratulations. You have gained genjutsu training experience from Uchiha Shersui. The system prompt floated before Naruto's eyes. After exiting the battle, Naruto glanced at the notification, his expression calm and unchanged. Time slipped by like sand through his fingers. Another year was nearly over. Over the past 6 months, every single reward he had obtained from fighting Shersui had been the same, Genjutsu training experience. By now, he was already numb to it. Without dwelling on the result, Naruto selected another opponent, reaching for Akimichi Choji's icon. Congratulations. You have awakened lightning release chakra nature. A mechanical voice echoed throughout the mirror world. Naruto paused slightly, eyebrows lifting. Before he could process it, Kurama's voice rang out lazily. Naruto, your homeroom teacher's calling your name. He wants you at the podium to collect your final exam results. Got it. Naruto withdrew from the mirror world instantly. Back in reality, Yumino Iruka was glaring at him with a stormy expression. Every student in the classroom had turned to look. Uzumaki Naruto. Here. Come get your report card. Iruka waved the papers impatiently as Naruto walked forward, suppressing a sigh. Under the Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions, Iruka had kept a close eye on Naruto all year. And Iruka could swear by the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto never paid attention in class. Just moments ago, Iruka had called his name twice before he responded. In practical lessons, Naruto had never once displayed real ninjutsu or taijutsu, always skating by on the minimum. Yet what truly unsettled Iruka was this. Naruto's written scores were excellent, and even his practical exam on the 3 basic techniques had passed smoothly. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Naruto accepted the report card politely and turned to leave. Wait. Iruka's eye twitched. Aren't you going to look at your scores? Aren't you worried you might have failed? Naruto paused, turned back, and met Iruka's gaze with a calm smile. With such a brilliant teacher guiding me, he said mildly. How could I possibly fail? Later, Hokage's office. Iruka placed the report cards on the desk, then handed over another envelope. Across it, written in bold letters. Resignation. Lord Hokage, Iruka said hoarsely. I can't do this anymore. The third Hokage glanced at the envelope but didn't touch it. Oh. And why is that? From the results, all your students are performing well, Hiruzen continued evenly. What made you reach this decision? Iruka clenched his fists. I don't think I'm qualified to teach Naruto. He never causes trouble, but it's like I don't exist to him. I can't connect with him at all. Please, assign someone else. Iruka. Hiruzen's voice thundered through the office. Is Naruto the only student who doesn't pay attention? Should I remove Shikamaru and Choji as well? Iruka's eyes reddened. But I just can't face Naruto anymore. Hiruzen stood, holding Naruto's report card. Iruka, you know Naruto's identity. He's a Jinchuriki. And beyond that, his childhood is very similar to yours. I hoped you could empathize with him. Didn't you once say your dream was to pass on the will of fire to the next generation? Iruka froze. Those words struck deeply. After a long moment, he bowed. I understand, Lord Hokage. Good, Hiruzen said gently. I believe in you. Iruka left with renewed resolve. The instant the door closed, the warmth vanished from Hiruzen's face. Back in the classroom, Naruto murmured inside the seal. Father, my teacher just left the Hokage's office. Think he reported me. Namikaze Minato hesitated. Probably, though your grades are fine. Naruto chuckled softly. Iruka-sensei keeps preaching the will of fire, always centered on glorifying the third Hokage. It's a positive idea, Naruto admitted. But how many children actually understand it? They don't know whether they want to become Hokage. Or just imitate Hokage. Minato fell silent. Naruto's smile was faint, almost distant. In the end, he said quietly. Most lives just become cheap copies. End of chapter. Chapter 42, I've already arranged everything for you. Heh. Naruto, I've looked over your grades. Very impressive. The Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. But Iruka mentioned that your attitude in class seems a bit lacking. Do you not enjoy Iruka-sensei's lessons? Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto replied honestly. I just find the classes a little boring, so I end up daydreaming. Most of what they teach, I already learned from you before I enrolled. He paused, then added calmly. Have any of the other teachers said I cause problems in class? It was shortly after dinner when Naruto noticed the third Hokage approaching his apartment. Combined with Irika's earlier reaction, Naruto was certain this was a deliberate home visit. Well, Hiruzen said thoughtfully. The other instructors didn't bring it up individually. But since Irika is your homeroom teacher, they asked him to speak with me about your lack of attentiveness. But my exam results are fine, Naruto said. I don't think I've dragged the class down. Hiruzen paused briefly, his expression still warm. Naruto, the Ninja Academy doesn't only evaluate grades. After graduation, both the homeroom teacher and the subject instructors submit evaluations to me based on each student's conduct and performance. I use those evaluations to assign a Jonin instructor. If you behave poorly in school, your evaluation won't be favorable, and the Jonin assigned to you may already have a negative impression. Naruto looked at him strangely, then fell silent for a moment. Then why don't I just not graduate? Naruto asked evenly. Or maybe I should drop out now, am I still in time? Cough, cough. Hiruzen was clearly caught off guard. He cleared his throat, maintaining his gentle tone. Naruto, don't think that way. Once you've learned to use chakra and perform ninjutsu, you're already a shinobi. There's no such thing as not graduating or dropping out. Naruto lowered his head, appearing thoughtful. Yet inwardly, his mind was racing. That's different from the original timeline. In the original story, when Irika complained about Naruto, the third Hokage had clearly stated that if Irika truly couldn't accept him, Naruto would have been allowed to leave the academy. Why did my little test just now receive such a completely different answer? Seeing Naruto silent, head lowered, Hiruzen assumed he was upset and was about to comfort him when a voice called from outside. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. He stood and gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, I'll visit you again another time. Don't worry, once you graduate, I'll personally assign an excellent Jonin to guide you. Naruto remained silent until he sensed the Hokage had moved a good distance away. Only then did he quietly close the door and head upstairs. Sitting by the window, he looked up at the night sky. A full moon hung overhead, bright and round like a silver disk. It's the last full moon of the year. Meanwhile, Hokage's office. Advisor Shimura Danzo, what happened? Hiruzen asked gravely. Why would you send a root operative to report directly to me? And why is the barrier team here as well? Hiruzen had just returned when he saw Danzo and the head of the barrier team both wearing grim expressions. Hiruzen, Danzo said, leaning on his cane. We've received intelligence that the Uchiha's dissatisfaction with the village has escalated again. The entire Konoha police force is reinforcing their armaments. And the barrier team detected a suspicious individual repeatedly breaching the barrier near the Uchiha compound. Danzo handed over 2 reports. Hiruzen skimmed the first. ANBU had already provided similar intelligence. That situation was under control. But the second report made his expression harden. An unknown individual slipping in and out of the Uchiha district. This again. It reminded him of the mysterious presence detected while he had been away from the village. And hadn't there been a similar report near the Forest of Death on the night Uchiha Shersui died? Hiruzen reread the document, then looked meaningfully at Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes and nodded faintly before turning and leaving. Only Hiruzen and the barrier team leader remained. Moments later, Hiruzen turned toward the window. Hayate. Here. A figure appeared silently. It was Gecko Hayate. Go get Hatake Kakashi. Understood. Time skip. The new year arrived. Konoha year 55. The Ninja Academy reopened once more. That morning, each student underwent an individual New Year evaluation. Although last year's results had already been distributed, Irika had not yet made them public. Now, standing at the podium, Yumino Irika began reading from the score sheets. Now, I'll announce the top 3 results for the New Year evaluation. First place, Uzumaki Naruto. Second place, Uchiha Sasuke. Third place, Haruno Sakura. The classroom exploded. What? That dead last got first place. No way. Irika-sensei must have made a mistake. Yet Irika's eyes were fixed on Naruto. The boy looked completely unfazed, still zoning out in his corner as if nothing had happened. Irika frowned and turned to Sasuke. To his surprise, Sasuke was also distracted, clearly lost in thought, indifferent to the noise around him. Then Irika looked at Sakura. She was staring dreamily at Sasuke, eyes full of admiration. Irika's expression darkened. Problem students, all of them. Naruto, you got first place. Naruto replied calmly inside the seal. Surprised, father. Namikaze Minato looked at him oddly. This isn't like you at all. I had no choice, Naruto said evenly. Last year, didn't the third Hokage say I can't not graduate, and can't drop out either? If I'd placed last, do you think he wouldn't come knocking immediately? Minato blinked. You're not wrong. Naruto tilted his head slightly. By the way, father, there's something I've always wondered. You were once Hokage, so how come you knew so few jutsu? Minato stiffened. What kind of nonsense is that? I heard the third Hokage is said to have mastered every jutsu in Konoha, Naruto continued calmly. Minato's expression sharpened. That's exaggerated. While the third earned the title, Professor of Ninjutsu, aside from a few forbidden and sealing techniques, he mainly mastered all 5 chakra natures. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Then why didn't you study more jutsu, father? I heard previous Hokage safeguarded a scroll containing forbidden techniques. Minato's expression changed instantly. Naruto. Are you thinking about stealing the scroll of seals? End of chapter. Chapter 43, if you want to pave the road, you must remove the obstacles. Yes. After all, I'm a shinobi. Isn't it normal to be interested in jutsu? Uzumaki Naruto replied with perfect candor. I've heard the jutsu recorded in the scroll of seals are quite fascinating. Mid-sentence, Naruto's gaze shifted. Standing quietly at the back of the classroom, near Naruto's own seat, was Yamano Irika, holding a report card. It was break time. Aside from Nara Shikamaru, who was fast asleep with his head on the desk, only Uchiha Sasuke remained in the classroom. Irika-sensei, Naruto asked calmly. Is there a problem with my grades? No, no problem at all, Irika replied quickly. After taking a deep breath, he handed over the report card. I came to apologize. Apologize? Naruto's eyes flickered with genuine surprise. Yes. Irika's gaze grew increasingly sincere. I shouldn't have judged you with prejudice. Naruto paused, then smiled faintly. Irika-sensei, you're a good man. Thanks. Irika looked momentarily flustered. For some reason, Naruto's words felt strangely unsettling. Regaining his composure, Irika forced a smile. You're an excellent student. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to ask me. Naruto didn't reply. He simply nodded politely. Looks like the third Hokage was right, Irika thought. Naruto doesn't reject people who approach him sincerely. Relieved, Irika returned to the podium. Hokage's office, conference room. Around a low tea table sat the Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 advisors. The public has raised serious concerns recently, Koharu Yutane began. They're protesting the police force's increasingly harsh law enforcement. These are the complaint letters. She pushed a thick stack of documents toward Hiruzen. Indeed, Hamura Mitokado added gravely. The villagers' suspicion toward the Uchiha grows by the day. Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo said coldly. It's time to make a decision. The Uchiha are openly flaunting their power. It's a lingering effect of the Nine-Tails incident, Hiruzen replied slowly, his expression unreadable. But the Uchiha weren't harmed in that disaster, Hamura countered. That's precisely why suspicion festers, Koharu said. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. Back then, when I ordered the Uchiha to stay away from the battlefield, I planted the seeds of distrust myself. Danzo's gaze sharpened. The policy of isolating the Uchiha began with the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It was part of Konoha's foundational balance. That was never Tobirama's intent, Hiruzen snapped. He sought equilibrium, not exclusion. The Uchiha's position must be reconsidered carefully. The current situation is not. Lord Hokage. An ANBU's voice cut him off. Hatake Kakashi has arrived. The Barrier Corps also has an urgent report. Koharu and Hamura rose immediately, understanding the cue to leave. Danzo followed a moment later, departing without a word under Hiruzen's watchful gaze. Moments later, Hatake Kakashi entered alongside a Barrier Corps officer. 2 reports were handed over. Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly grim as he read. Kakashi, he asked. What's your assessment? We found no trace of the infiltrator, Kakashi replied calmly. The intelligence is too sparse to determine their objective. My recommendation is a wide-area search, possibly involving more barrier core manpower. But we can't enter the Uchiha compound, the barrier officer added. Only the police force itself can reinforce security there. Kakashi hesitated. Just what? Hiruzen pressed. Nothing, Kakashi said after a pause. It's just that the Uchiha district feels different lately. There's open hostility. They're clearly unwilling to allow outsiders in. I see. Hiruzen nodded slowly. I'll discuss the police force issue with the upper council. You're dismissed for now. Night, Naruto's home. A cold wind swept through the village. On the second floor of his apartment, Naruto trained inside the mirror world with Namikaze Minato, focusing on chakra shape transformation. Pale blue chakra wrapped around Naruto's hands as he molded it again and again. Eventually, he clenched his left fist. Chakra surged outward, forming a circular chakra shield in front of him. Father, Naruto asked. This defensive technique from the hidden sand village, is it also a form of shape transformation? Yes, Minato replied. Once you master shape transformation completely, you'll be able to add elemental nature to your Rasengan. But remember, what we do here is mostly theoretical. The effects don't perfectly translate to reality. Naruto nodded. He understood. Until the surveillance around him loosened, real-world training was limited. Naruto, Minato warned suddenly. The number of people watching your house has doubled. Something feels wrong. Naruto exited the mirror world instantly. Activating his full sensory perception, he felt it immediately. Not only had the surveillance around his home increased, chakra activity across the entire village was abnormally high. It felt as though Konoha's shinobi weren't planning to sleep at all. More alarming still. His perception couldn't penetrate the Uchiha compound. A powerful barrier sealed it completely. Dozens of chakra signatures surrounded the district, and Hiruzen's chakra was right outside it. Naruto stepped to the window. Above him, the full moon shone brilliantly. The Hokage's office was empty. So it's begun. He quietly closed the window and pulled out a black cloak and mask. Father, Naruto said softly. The time has come. What do you mean? Before Minato could finish, Naruto created a shadow clone, while his real body completed the disguise. Swish. Using Flying Thunder God, Naruto teleported directly into the Hokage's office. 2 large bookshelves. 1 desk. He searched quickly. Seconds passed. No scroll. Naruto, Minato said, surprised. What are you looking for? The crystal ball is in the drawer. Father, where's the scroll of seals? It's in Konoha's Forbidden Techniques vault, Minato replied flatly. You didn't really think it'd be kept in the Hokage's office, did you? So I was wrong. Naruto muttered behind the mask. You left a Flying Thunder God marker here just to search for the scroll, didn't you? Yeah. I overestimated things. Naruto opened the drawer. Inside lay a gleaming crystal ball. Father, Naruto asked quietly. Are you sure the 3rd Hokage can't make another one of these? I'm certain, Minato answered. The 2nd Hokage used an extremely rare material provided by the Fire Daimyo. Replicating it would be nearly impossible. Naruto stared at the orb. In the original timeline, only the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku had ever been shown with a similar crystal. Naruto placed both hands on the sphere, chakra surging, intending to shatter it. Suddenly, a mirror world prompt chimed. Collecting data. Updating. Data collection complete. Synchronization unlocked. Current data integrity, 20%. Authority level updated, Uzumaki Naruto, World Tier 3. Heh. An unexpected bonus. Though disappointed at not finding the scroll of seals, Naruto hadn't expected the crystal ball to upload such valuable data. Crack, crack. The crystal shattered in his hands. Poof. Naruto created another shadow clone. I'll leave the Hokage monument to you. The clone activated Flying Thunder God and vanished. Minato watched silently. Naruto, this will get a lot of people killed. I know, Naruto replied solemnly. But you understand too, father. If I only destroyed the crystal ball used to monitor me, the village would identify me immediately, by process of elimination. This way, the explosion will bury everything beneath the Hokage rock. Naruto's eyes hardened. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just removing the obstacles others placed in my path. End of chapter.